Chapter 276 The curtain opens. Rumbled tilde. A fantasy burst sounded in Kyle's mind. He had a certain figure, standing in the endless starry sky, looking at the meteorite that was broken by his punch, which was 1/10 of the size of a moon. My current power should have reached the standard of a star-breaking powerhouse. Even if you don't use the skill of killing and serious punch, as long as you have all your strength, you will definitely destroy a pirate world, which is still a relaxing thing. Kyle subconsciously turned around and looked at the beautiful planet behind him. For some reason, whenever he sees this scene, he always has the urge to give it a try. Holding on to his inner excitement, Kyle shook his head. It seems that it's because I've been suppressed for too long tilde. Burga punk, send me back. DD tilde. In the dark universe, 2 red lights suddenly flashed. A few seconds later, a powerful aircraft suddenly stopped in front of Kyle, as if it was Somersault Cloud in the Dragon Ball, waiting for Kyle to ride. The aircraft made of the wisdom of Burgapunk and the knowledge brought by the Iron Man template instantly appeared a nanoprotective shield, wrapping Kyle's body up, and then flew towards the pirate world at a terrifying speed. In order to prevent meteorites from affecting the pirate world, Kyle will deliberately go to a relatively long area every time he conducts a strength test. Even a flying device with a speed of 30 times the speed of sound will take 1 to 2 hours. But taking this opportunity, Kyle can take a closer look at the magnificence of the universe. At this time, the star fields around the pirate world had already changed a lot. With the support of Iron Man's template, Vegapunk made a large number of starry sky technologies and deployed them around the pirate world. Among these technologies, some are used to detect the situation in the universe, and some are able to explode comparable to those of them. Another part of the starry sky weapons powered by the Virgin Flame is used to improve the livelihood issues of people in the world of One Piece. The most prominent point is 80% of the ships sailing on the sea nowadays have given up the old tool of recording pointers, and switched to the Twilight GPS global navigation sold by Twilight Pirates. In the face of powerful extraterrestrial technology, even the chaotic magnetic field in the pirate world has to surrender to the wisdom of civilization. In addition to this global navigation, other TVs, radios, and video phones have also gradually replaced the original position of telephone bugs. These existences not only greatly enriched the lives of the people in the pirate world, but also brought unimaginable huge wealth to Kyle. The result of this is that there are fewer and fewer Baileys in the pirate world, which has led to the pirate world falling into a deflationary situation. Fortunately, in addition to Bailey, pirates also have a large number of other credit banknotes. And at Kyle's reminder, the Revolutionary Army had a warning in advance and issued another kind of banknote, RMB. Although the reputation of the Revolutionary Army is not enough to support everyone's trust, fortunately, the pirates came forward at dusk and recognized the value of RMB, which added a credibility guarantee to it. This also made the trading method of the pirate world gradually shift from Bailey to other currencies. But even so, Bailey's exchange rate is getting higher and higher. If Kyle had asked Bailey Punk to make a portable payment software to build an online banking based on the assets of the Dusk Pirates, it might be possible that Bailey would only be in the category of collectibles in a few years. See. Back to the pirate world, the aircraft landed directly on the deck of the Tiga. After this year, the Tiga has been successfully promoted to level 10 by Kyle, and has piled up all the facilities on the ship to level 10. It has taken a small piece of it, satisfying his compulsion. Disease. After level 10, Tiga has achieved a huge improvement in its body size, which is comparable to the elephant owner in a normal state. The sea is like a small ditch to it. The huge size did not slow down the speed of the Tiga's navigation. As the ship level increased, Little Tiga, as a ship elf, also gained unimaginable power, plus the ability of Piao Piao fruit. Even if you navigate in the universe, there will be no problems. As for the years of cultivation, the members of the Twilight Pirates have long exceeded the limit of the pirate world. Although there is still a gap between the star-breaking powerful one, people such as Whitebeard, Zoro, Kaido, etc. can already fight the world government alone without any harm. The current Twilight Pirates is a dimensional reduction blow to this world. Captain Kyle. Walking out of the aircraft, Lilith, the clone of Vegapunk, immediately walked up to him. Her job is to take over and land the aircraft and always check the status of the aircraft. Although Vegaplunk's technology cannot make mistakes, because there is no air in the universe and the distance of each journey cannot be estimated, there is a certain danger. Even for Kyle, the universe is not absolutely safe, and there is no big mistake when you are careful. However, Lilith, who was supposed to go to check the aircraft immediately, suddenly stopped in front of Kyle. "Huh, is there anything else?" Kyle asked in confusion. Lilith nodded. "That's right, Captain Kyle. Miss Robin just sent me a message to tell you. The world government and the Navy seem to be planning to fight the Revolutionary Army in a decisive battle, and have begun to convene the 3 generals and march towards Barudigo Island." "Oh." Kyle raised his eyebrows slightly, and a smile subconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. "After waiting for so long, can't I sit still? Have you found out who led the team this time? It seems Azanburn v. Nasuro, who is responsible for the world government's property issues. This is the information sent back by General Fujito, but in the intelligence, he also specifically emphasized that the world government seems to have begun to suspect that there is an undercover agent in the Navy, and maybe this will be fake intelligence." "It doesn't matter." Kyle waved his hand easily, and then asked. "By the way, have any new members joined during my time out?" "No." Lilith shook her head gently and replied, "According to the information of the Twilight members displayed on the system, the current number of Twilight pirates is still 54,891, and there is no change in personnel." "That's how it is." Kyle nodded, and a trace of imperceptible pride and confidence flashed in his eyes. After all, these more than 50,000 people have now obtained the power he has given, that is, they have loaded the character template. Although in order to get more character cards in the later stage, Kyle chose to draw a large number of second-class fine-quality capsule machines, resulting in more than 90% of these pirates, and they all obtained D-level character cards. But with the powerful effect of the level 10 cultivation room, they are now considered strong people who dominate the field. It seems that there will be no more chances of adding character cards in the short term. Looking at the endless variety of character cards in the backpack interface, Kyle showed a look of satisfaction, and then he laughed. "Okay. In this case, it is time to show off completely with the world government." Quote. Kyle suddenly said to Lilith beside him. "Lilith, convey my order and in a month, let all members gather on Tiga. We should take that step too." Lilith. Lilith's eyes flashed suddenly, and she, who already represented evil, immediately showed the pleasure of fearing that the world would not be in chaos. "As for your order, Captain Kyle." At the same time. New World, Island of the White Earth, Barudigo. The grown-up Saba held a water pipe that had not changed for thousands of years around her waist, wore a decent gentleman's clothing, and held a report to her, a man with strange patterns on his face in front of her. "Mr. Long, according to the information of the Twilight Pirates, the 5 old stars seem to be in this fleet. Although the intelligence clearly shows that there is only one 5 old star, Mr. Kyle reminds us to be aware that this is likely to be a trap for the world government and that we must not underestimate the enemy." 5 old stars. Long narrowed his eyes slightly, showing a dangerous look. It seems that the world government wants to take this opportunity to annihilate us in one fell swoop. During this year, the world government and the Navy did not take any action against them because of the dusk killing of Satan. Instead, it gathered the strength of the entire army and launched a large-scale attack on revolutionaries around the world. No matter how powerful Pluto is, it is just a warship after all, and the area it can protect is limited. In the first half of the year, the Revolutionary Army was beaten to hide everywhere by the world government's army like rats crossing the street. Fortunately, half a year ago, the pirates suddenly announced to the public that they would accept mercenary transactions. As long as there are enough Baileys, you can hire any strong people of strength from them. After carefully studying the mercenary rules of the Twilight Pirates, Long directly took out all the revolutionaries, savings and hired 1,000 lowest mercenaries from the Twilight Pirates. A group of clones who can exert the awakening ability of animal-type fruits. Yes. The lowest among mercenaries is also the awakened animal fruit. If there are enough Bailey, they can even invite powerful people like Whitebeard, Zoro and Kyle. It's a pity that the quote is really an astronomical figure. In addition, the revolutionaries have to pay based on the employment time, so the lowest grade employment contract can only be paid. However, with these 1,000 artificial humans who awakened the animal system, the Revolutionary Army changed its decay and began to regain their stolen territory bit by bit and occupy it again. After more than half a year of entanglement, the Revolutionary Army and the world government also had their own victories and losses, and they were tied. Nowadays, the location of Barudigo Island is somehow controlled by the world government. This also indicates the final battle between them is about to begin. On the sea of the New World, dark clouds obscured the sky, and heavy rain poured down, stirring the sea constantly surging. Hundreds of giant warships floated and moved forward in a stable formation. A flag representing the world government is floating above the masts of each warship. In one of the main battleships, only 4 5-old stars were left sitting in a hidden but extremely gorgeous room. Several elite CP0 members wearing white masks guarded the door of the room. It has been a year since Satan Saint died. Feeling the hull shaking in the storm, the bald 5-old star Nasuro Sheng, who was caring for the first generation of Gui Kei of the Supreme Knife, suddenly sighed, breaking the tranquility in the room. When the other 3 5-old stars heard this, their pupils shrank. They will never forget the humiliation brought to them by the pirates a year ago today. After solving the revolutionary affairs, they will immediately turn the knife and take the power of the Tianlong people's national treasure to kill the pirates in the dusk. Although that will bring inevitable huge harm to the world, who will care about the lives of some civilians? Over the past year, they have successively transferred the royal families who surrendered to the Kingdom of Bridge. When the wrath of the gods clears the world will be sublimated in the flood. There are 2 days left, and you will almost arrive at Barudati, right? The 5 old stars of the 8 characters said in a deep voice. Based on our past experience, this time, the revolutionaries must have received the news that we were going to siege and made sufficient preparations. But they would never have thought that all of us would be dispatched. Unless, the 5 old star in the 8 characters paused. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the 5 blonde stars, and they responded with a ruthless tone. Unless, there are betrayers here to inform us. The war lasted for more than a year. After experiencing several strange events, the 5 old stars finally confirmed something. That is, among the top leaders of the world government and navy, there must be one or even multiple betrayers. Otherwise, the revolutionary army would not have escaped from the deadlock that would be inevitable. After layers of screening and discussion, they finally determined that the guy who might become a traitor was the current marshal of the navy, Aokiji Kuzan. From the beginning, the 5 old stars did not recognize Kuzan as the new marshal. Whether it is his lazy justice or his experience of studying with Cap, it is the reason why the 5 old stars look down on him. What if they were the most favored General Akainu died at the hands of the pirates in the evening? Kizaru was responsible for the project of the scientific research unit at that time, and his personality was even more lazy than Aokiji. In the absence of any help, the 5 old stars could only choose to make Aokiji the marshal of the navy. But after Aokiji took office, she opposed them several times. On the surface, she responded against them, but behind her, she was contrary to them. The opposite. The 2 newly promoted generals, Fujito and Lunyu, although they have the character of protecting the people that the 5 old stars hate, are meticulous in their work and are completed excellently in every task. The guy Green Bull inherited Akainu's will and has always directly given the most extreme devastating blow to the pirates. If it weren't for their lack of qualifications, the 5 old stars would even want to promote Green Bull to become the new marshal. So for the 5 old stars, if there is anyone in the top leaders of the navy who is likely to become a traitor, then there is the only possibility. Today's battle is actually a means used by the 5 old stars to test whether Aokiji betrayed. Chapter 277. Why are the old actors still laughing? Marsan, moving further forward is where the Revolutionary Army's base is located. Do you need to arrange the fleet formation in advance? No need. Notify all warships to stop the ships and don't rashly step into each other's side. Looking at the vast ocean in front of him and the desolate white island, Kuzan issued an order to the messenger who was reporting beside him. In fact, the problem discovered by the 5 old stars, the navy that has been pursuing the revolutionary army on the front line, has long been discovered. Among the top leaders of the world government, there must be a guy who can grasp the trends of the entire army, betrayed the world government and conveyed intelligence to the revolutionary army. So Kuzan guessed that the revolutionary army might have received the news long ago that it was ready to ambush them on the island of White Earth. The thousands of animal-type fruit abilities each were not weaker than the lieutenant general. Even the revolutionary army was strong, he did not dare to recklessly let the soldiers enter the other's territory. But at this moment, Kuzan, why did the fleet stop? A mysterious magic circle suddenly emerged behind Kuzan, and then a monster with a scarlet blood blade extending backwards was exposed. Sir Nasuro. Kuzan turned around and suddenly showed a look of surprise on his face. You actually came out. What? Can't I be restricted by you? This, Kuzan, who was inexplicably frowned slightly by the evil 5 old stars, wondering why Nasholang's attitude towards him was so bad. But he still explained. It's so. We suspect that the revolutionary army may have learned about our arrival and set up an ambush in Barudigo. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, I think it is necessary to send someone to investigate first. HMPH. It's just a group of naval soldiers. So what can it be? Give me an order quickly and continue to move forward to Barudigar. Nasholangshung exuded an undeniable majesty all over his body. He didn't trust Kuzan and directly rejected Kuzan's order. Not to mention, this time, in order to completely eliminate the revolutionary army, they brought secret weapons. This Kuzan seems to have found that he was being monitored by CP0 all the way and had no chance to convey intelligence to the revolutionary army. That's why I ordered the fleet to stop, hoping that the revolutionary army would discover the abnormalities in the nearby waters. Snort. It seems that this guy is indeed that betrayer. It was simply a wrong decision to let him serve as the Marshal of the Navy. However, because there is no direct evidence, it is not easy for Nasholangshung to break up. He wants to see when Kuzan can hide it. Although I don't understand why the 5 old stars were inexplicably hostile to him, Kuzan's heart was also fluctuating violently at this time. But Nasholangshung's words still hurt his nerves. What does it mean to be just a group of naval soldiers? Can these guys, even their own people, be so easy to harm them? After several previous battles with the revolutionary army, Kuzan was 100% sure that the other party had already known about their operations. Now that orders are issued, it is simply pushing the navy soldiers to the grave. But, as a marshal, he is not qualified to refuse the orders of the 5 old stars. Even if he does not order, the 5 old stars have the right to directly command the navy. After gritting his teeth, he finally issued an order. Notify all ships and keep moving forward. Siege Barudigar and bombard Barudigar within an effective distance. Yes. The commander dared to take a look at the footsteps of the 5 old stars, and after choking in fear, he immediately went to convey the command. At the same time, around the port of Barudigo Island, under a piece of white soil, Saba, who was hidden, showed doubt. Strange, Mr. Long, the Navy actually drove the fleet over like this. Aren't he afraid of our ambush hidden in the sea? Long frowned as well. It's logical to fight this so many times, even if Kuzan is not as good as the resourceful warring states period, he should not be so impulsive. But the next second, a light suddenly flashed across the dragon's eyes. Impulsive. Since you took the initiative to enter the ambush, don't blame me for being rude. The dragon instantly released a powerful sense of experience and observed the group of warships in the distance. And just as they sail forward and enter a certain sea area. The time has come. Attack. A piece of white smoke that blocked the view suddenly rose in the port of Barudigo Island, instantly covering everything. Not good. Above the battleship, Aokiji, who was about to order shell bombing, changed his face. But before he could react, a surging wave suddenly stirred up in the fleet. Boom! Several huge columns of water soared into the sky. One huge mechanical sea beast after another appeared in the center of the naval fleet. Its huge body easily smashed several warships, and the panicked navy did not have time to fix their bodies and fell into the sea one after another. Swim in heaven. Flood control forest. At this moment, two figures suddenly flew out from the warships on both sides of the fleet. Phoebo released their respective fruit abilities. Instantly, half of the broken warships and soldiers who fell into the sea floated for no reason and came into the air to avoid the damage of the sea. The other half of the warship and the navy are connected by lush plant branches, like a small land carrying naval soldiers. It's General Fujito and General Green Bull. Looking at the figures of the two people in the sky, the Navy soldiers immediately shouted excitedly. It can be seen how popular these two people are in the Navy. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling flash of light suddenly leapt over the warship at the end of the fleet and came directly to the head of a sea beast weapon. The light flashes. The flying kick at the speed of light instantly bombarded the head of the sea beast's weapons, directly piercing through the huge monster-like body. Boom! As an explosion sounded, the sea beast weapons that sank at least 3 warships completely disappeared. It's Kizaru. On the port of Barudigo Island, Sabo shouted in surprise. However, Ivan and Chong on the side had their faces as usual. Isn't that normal? Sob boy, after all, that's the Navy general. Some sea beast weapons that were eliminated by Baikalpunk and given to us can't stop a strong man like him. There, prepare for it, we're going to get on too. As he spoke, Ivan suddenly shook the cloak that looked small to his body, shouting, I tilde. Ha tilde, and was about to rush forward. But at this moment, the bear suddenly stopped Ivan. Wait a minute, Ivan. His face suddenly became heavy. He looked at the well-guarded warship in the distance and said, Be careful, the information says that there will be 5 old stars in the army that besieged us this time. Although they have tried their best to cover up, the warship that has been stopped from all attacks from beginning to end should be where the 5 old stars are. So what's wrong? Didn't we know this information long ago? Ivan turned back in confusion. The bear shook his head. It's different because I feel that my blood seems to be approaching here. Your bloodline. Ivan was stunned for a moment, but then he suddenly widened his eyes as if he thought of something. Wait, are you talking about? Yeah. Without a chance to continue talking to Ivan, Big Bear nodded directly and said in a deep voice. The result of this war may be even more important than we imagined. I feel it is necessary to report this to Mr. Long. I understand. Ivan was silent for a moment, but he no longer had the idea and passion to join the battlefield immediately. He immediately turned around and said to Sabo, who heard their conversation with him. Sabo boy, please contact Mr. Long and tell him. The pirates at dusk may be moving towards this place. What? Sabo's eyes glared, showing a look of shock. Mr. Kyle and the others. But the shock only stayed for half a second. Sabo nodded immediately and immediately said. I understand, I will report this information to Mr. Long. On the battlefield. The 3 generals of the Navy have clear division of labor. Fujito and Green Bull are constantly saving people, while Kizaru is responsible for solving sea beast weapons. However, not long after Kizaru appeared, a violent storm suddenly surged on the sea. Feeling the sudden strong wind, Kizaru stopped attacking and settled in the sky. What a terrible oratilda. As Kizaru's long sound fell, a figure in a green cloak suddenly appeared on his opposite side. Kizaru continued to laugh and said, Do you think so? Monkey D. Dragon. Kizaru. Long, who came to the battlefield, his eyes condensed, but a feeling of trouble appeared in his heart. Over the past year, he has been in contact with the Twilight Pirates a lot. Because of their common enemies, Dusk often gives them some help, such as the sea beast weapons that were eliminated by Baikal Punk. But, while receiving these help, Kyle also made some demands to them, that is, to not hurt the Navy General Kizaru as much as possible. Although he didn't understand why Kyle had such a request at the beginning, When Kyle was always able to provide him with the latest naval movement information, he suddenly realized. It turns out that Navy General Kizaru is an undercover agent who was placed in the Navy by Kyle. I said, why every time I fight with this old guy, I feel like I can't do anything, as if every punch hits cotton. In the past, he thought that Kizaru was deliberately fighting him, but he was unwilling to let him help other revolutionary troops. But now it seems that this is clearly a way to clear his undercover identity through Kizaru's combat performance and allow him to obtain more core intelligence information. So although Long looked serious when he stood in front of Kizaru at this moment, his true thoughts were, I'm going to act well in this game. I almost revealed my flaws before, but fortunately, the old actor Kizaru has outstanding strength and promptly launched a strong attack to knock him away. Otherwise, the fact that I have never fought hard may have been exposed. Faced with the dragon's gaze, Kizaru immediately became serious. Although I don't know why this guy plays counterfeit games with me every time. But anyway, he just wants to get a salary and get off work at the right time. He can end the battle without being hurt or working hard. Why not do it? And in the eyes of his boss, he has restrained the revolutionary's biggest boss and has made unlimited achievements. In this way, two outstanding old actors, under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of naval soldiers, launched a big battle, with loud thunder and little rain. On the other side, on the main battleship Aokiji, Kizaru has already started to act. It's time to attack the revolutionary military base. A voice suddenly came into Aokiji's mind in a strange way. He knew that this was one of the 5 old stars who was giving orders to himself using his fruit ability. But after such troubles in sea beast weapons, the formation of the soldiers had already had some influence. If you attack the revolutionary military base again, isn't this to wait and give someone a head? Quote. This time, Aokiji was really silent. But his approach completely angered the 5 old stars. Aokiji, why haven't he conveyed the order yet? Mr. 5 old stars Aokiji spoke hesitantly, ready to refute. But at this moment, the magic circle appeared again. The 5 bald stars who transformed into the form of a slippery ghost appeared directly in front of the soldiers. He glared at Aokiji with a sharp gaze. Okay, I didn't expect that you, who had thick eyebrows and big eyes, would also betray the world government. However, now that the war has begun, he can't punish Aokiji directly. Just said to the Navy's messenger. Transfer my orders and attack the whole army. Yes. The timid commander trembled and immediately sent the command. One warship after another quickly leaned against Barudigo's port. A large number of naval soldiers walked down from the boat like ants, holding exquisite guns and rushing towards the center of the island. But at this time, there were already ambushings from the revolutionary army in the port. Just as the Navy soldiers reached a certain level, thousands of figures suddenly emerged under the easily hidden white soil. The naval soldiers who had been in the warring states with the revolutionary army several times immediately recognized them as the animal awakened people in the revolutionary army who were created through unknown reasons. And each of them has the ability to offset 1,000. Not good. It's the awakened one. Go and call the general. Although they received an ambush from the revolutionary army, the Navy did not panic. These awakened people are okay to deal with ordinary Navy, but once they face lieutenant generals, they will be restrained. Once they meet lieutenant generals, they will be reversed and offset 1,000. In the previous battles, the Navy was not hurt by the generals. However, for some reason, 2 naval generals Fujito and Green Bull who should have been prepared to join the battlefield immediately. At this time, he was flying in the air blankly. The next second, the Green Bull suddenly stretched out his palm. But the direction that the palm of his palm was aimed at was not the revolutionary army, but the navy of his own people. Green Bull General. A shocked and frightened look instantly appeared in the eyes of the Navy soldiers. But Green Bull suddenly showed a crazy laughing face. I don't need to act again. Forbidden hate is overwhelming. Chapter 278, The 5 Old Stars, There Are 4. What? Under the panic of the naval soldiers, countless thick branches of trees suddenly stretched out from the arrogance, intertwined each other, and instantly formed a huge cover in the air, and then fell down, imprisoning all the naval soldiers inside. "Hey, what's going on?" The lieutenant general who was also imprisoned scolded loudly, but what was received was the echoes coming from the darkness and the panic of the soldiers. The scene was extremely chaotic. At this moment, both the naval soldiers who were preparing to land on the island and the Revolutionary Army who were preparing to fight were stunned. "This what's going on?" Aokiji was stunned and looked at the 2A Navy general whom he worked hard to promote. His expression was as embarrassing as if he had eaten a good fortune. At this moment, Fujito in the sky smiled and raised his head. Although his eyes were closed, he could grasp all the situation on the field. He only heard him say, "Sorry, Lord Aokiji. Yongmu and I don't really join the Navy. In fact, we are all subordinates of Captain Kyle, the Dusk Pirates. And just now, Captain Kyle gave us an order. Our mission has been completed." "What did you say?" Aokiji's pupils trembled violently, unable to believe everything he heard. These two generals who were promoted by him were actually from the Twilight Pirates. Why? These two guys have such clean foundations. How could they be members of the Twilight Pirates? Aokiji didn't understand. According to the investigation by the CP organization, Yishao and Huangmu have been active in the New World and have never been to other places. And their personalities and daily performances are indeed very suitable for becoming a navy. They obviously have no contact with Kyle. How could they become Kyle's subordinates? This is unscientific. For a moment, Aokiji was at a loss. Because as a tester of the general's strength, he knew very well how powerful Fujito and Green Bull were. But soon, Fujito and Mizuki told Aokiji with facts. "You know nothing about our power. Although they have been doing tasks outside and cannot train in the training room, their character template levels have never fallen out of the first team of the Pirates in Dusk. That's because Kyle has always used some of the experience props accumulated in his usual lottery on the two of them. The speed of his growth is even greater than that of the guy who practices in the practice room every day. Master Aokiji, give up resisting. Although I have always been unable to stand your hesitant style, as long as you join One Piece in Dusk, we can continue to be good friends." Huangmu stood on the barrier of the trunks that covered the soldiers and laughed at the warships in the distance. Bastard! Aokiji clenched his fists, and he was extremely angry at this moment when he was played with. The next moment, he suddenly jumped into the air, stepped on the icy in the void, and came all the way to the high altitude. "I admit that I misunderstood. After this battle is over, I will voluntarily resign from the post of marshal. But before that, I will take over the trader first. Everyone, retreat. No landing on the island. This is not a battle you can participate in." The angry Aokiji brazenly resisted the 5 Old Stars' order to land on the island. The next second, a cold white air suddenly gushed out from his body, like thick fog, covering the entire port. Under the extremely cold air, the sea water instantly freezes, leaving a retreating path for the navy. Immediately he looked up again and looked at Kizaru who was fighting with Dragon. Fine. At least his old friend did not betray him. This also made Aokiji breathe a sigh of relief. He was exhausted by fighting against 2 general-level guys at one time. If he fought against 3 generals at one time, he chose to die. Here, seeing that the navy began to retreat, Huangmu was also very proud of his face. Under Aokiji's confusing gaze, he opened a hole behind the tree trunk and let the besieged naval soldiers inside leave. Although the navy was loyal to the wrong person, many naval soldiers still had a strong sense of justice. They just had no choice but to have no choice. The trunks did not have the ability to stop the sound, and the trapped navy inside also heard Aokiji's order. Although he was puzzled by Aokimaki's actions, he still quickly retreated outside the island. On the other hand, Fujito smiled and fell in front of Saab and others. With the nervous expressions of the Revolutionary Army cadres, his serious expression suddenly turned into a smiling face. "Young man is Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, right? Captain Kyle has taken special care of us before and said that before the war begins, don't let ordinary soldiers in the Revolutionary Army get entangled. Although it may be a bit impolite to say this, I'd better ask all the personnel who don't have the strength of the general and leave this battlefield for the time being. No one knows if any accident will happen later. This. Seibo's eyes were confused. This is obviously the battlefield for their revolutionary army, so why are they going to be cleared out now? Seibo was about to say something, but at this moment, a big hand suddenly rested on him. Seibo turned around and was slightly surprised. Mr. Shang. At this moment, Big Bear's face was calm and he shook his head gently. Let's go, Seibo. Let's leave it to the Twilight Pirates. Ivan, who was standing beside him, nodded and said in agreement. Although it feels a bit strange, the general-level battle is indeed not something we should participate in. Seibo turned around and looked at Fujito's kind face again. After a while, he suddenly put away his weapon, took off his top hat, and bowed deeply to Fujito. Then I'll give it to everyone. Ha 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 don't worry, Lord Seibo. Fujito's mouth raised more obviously, maybe after today, you will see a different world boundary. Quote. Hearing this, Seibo's eyes trembled and he realized something in an instant. But when he raised his head again, Fujito had already turned around and began to rush to the battlefield. Fujito, who returned to the main battlefield, confronted Aokiji like Aoki. The three of them had a very tacit understanding. No one cared about the fleeing navy below and allowed them to leave the war zone. After a while, Aokiji was the first to endure the tranquility at this time, and took the initiative to sigh. I still don't understand. I can feel the hatred of pirates in your heart and the justice in your heart. Why do you join the pirates in your heart like this? A breeze blew by, blowing the frost and cold air on Tengu and the others. The slight cooling did not make the two feel uncomfortable. Fujito smiled and took the initiative to answer. Marson Aokiji, what makes you feel that joining the pirates in the evening is against justice? Aokiji frowned, is it just to become a pirate? Certainly. Huang Mu laughed proudly. Marson Aokiji, let's not mention that the Twilight Pirates are different from other pirates. Is the Navy guarding true justice? It's only been a year since I became a general of the Shanghai Army. But during this year, I don't know how many things I have seen about the tragic situation of the people in Dan who lost their homes and even their lives because of the arrogant and domineering people in the Tianlong people. The justice of the Navy has never been true justice. This is something that can't be done. Hearing the last roar of Aokiji, Aoki's eyes suddenly dimmed. As a former young follower of Carp, he was able to understand Huang Mu's mood very well. But reality is cruel and ruthless. Without the funding of the world government, how could so many people come to become the Navy? If the Tianlong people do many evil deeds, how many people can they persecute in a year? Compared to the people in the whole world who are bullied by pirates and bullies, this actually only accounts for a very small proportion. Aokiji, Kapu, or the Warring States period and Suru, are not fools. This is why they can still stay in the Navy and even accept the task of protecting the Tianlong people. But Fujito smiled and understood Aokiji's pain points very well at this time. It was precisely because of this that he had self-injured his eyes and did not want to see this twisted world. Fortunately, it's all over. The way is different, don't make plans for each other. Martyr Aokiji, there is no need to say much. We will prove all this to you with the actual situation. As he said that, Tengu suddenly pulled out the long knife in his hand. This knife is a fine knife made by top craftsmen in the Navy, and its quality is no less than the 21-stage work of a big fast knife. This was the gift given to Marshal Aokiji when he was promoted to Navy General. It's a pity. This knife will eventually be cut on Aokiji's body today. Seeing that all the naval soldiers had fled completely, Fujito took the lead in attacking. He suddenly stood on his back, and there was no unnecessary movement. However, the Earth was instantly arranged into extremely regular square bodies, flying towards the sky, and a large hole was dug out of the entire island. Gravity attack. With Fujito's command, the huge stone floating in the air suddenly changed direction and flew towards Aokiji under the action of a lateral gravity. After possessing the gravity magic ability, Fujito can not only use the up and down vertical gravity ability, but also use magic to exert gravity in any direction. Even if it is air, under the sharp gravity, it will turn into a terrifying air shell. Seeing this, Huangmu next to him was also unwilling to be outdone. He immediately formed seals with both hands, and a strange problem appeared on his face. Immortal technique Muju True Thousands of Hands. Rumble. With a huge sound, a huge statue of Guanyin with countless giant arms suddenly appeared behind Huangmu. His magnificent figure seemed to encompass the entire world. The gravity attack like a meteorite cluster and the thousand-handed Guanyin, which was like the arrival of the immortals and Buddhas, appeared at the junction of the port and the sea at the same time. For a moment, the entire battlefield became quiet. Whether it was the navy or the revolutionary army, they stopped escaping at this moment, and looked at the miraculous moves in the sky with a look of astonishment. Aokiji looked at everything in front of her in a daze, and her eyes kept twitching. These two guys. Did you never show your true strength when you were in the navy? Bastard. Ice Age. Although the enemy is very strong, as the Navy Marshal, he is not qualified to retreat. Boom. The biting ice suddenly burst out and spread from the air to the ground. In an instant, the entire battlefield turned into a world of ice and snow. A kind ice wall appeared in front of Aokiji, helping him to lower his attack from external forces. His strength is worthy of recognition to be a marshal of the navy. But, HMPH you dare to show off your skills. Seeing this scene, Huangmu suddenly laughed, and then he directly controlled the thousand-handed Guanyin and smashed it to the ice ground in front of him. Thousands of pairs of huge palms like mountains kept slapping hard. The entire island seemed to have received a severe earthquake and began to shake wildly. This wave also indicates that a war between the world's top strongest people has officially begun. At the same time, just when Aokiji resisted the pressure and fought with the two subjects, such as Maru and Yishao for a long time. Inside the Navy's main battleship, the eyes of the 4-5 old stars became strange. The four of them looked at each other, looking embarrassed. Unexpectedly, they were wary of Aokiji who had been on guard for a long time. As a result, after a long time of work, Aokiji was the biggest loyal minister. For a moment, the 5 old stars who had already had a heart of snakes and scorpions felt a little guilty in their hearts. But soon, the guilt disappeared. Because according to the battlefield passed by soldiers outside. At this moment, Aokiji's situation in this war is not optimistic. Can't wait any longer. Once Aokiji fails, it will be difficult for us to win again. The betrayal of the two naval generals has caused the morale of the navy to a certain extent. If Aokiji loses again, the direction of this war will not be optimistic. More importantly, the power of Aokima and Yishao seems to be beyond Aokiji. Now they have a just 2-on-1. After a brief exchange, the 4-5 old stars immediately made a decision. We must attack immediately. All the 5 old stars will take action together. Sanction the two. Then gather troops and eliminate the revolutionary army. After looking at each other, the 4 of them nodded in one go. Next moment, the figures of the 4 people suddenly changed, and they turned into 4 terrifying monsters and demons. The mysterious magic circle shone under the feet of the 4 people, and their figures quickly disappeared into the magic circle. On the battlefield, the huge thousand-handed Guanyin wood sculpture was like a living god, bursting out a force that humans could not resist, shattering all the ice walls created by Aokiji. Fujito Yishao also held a long sword that condensed gravity ability, ready to go, throwing out a gravity field from time to time, affecting Aokiji's actions. Judging from the situation on the battlefield, Aokiji's defeat was just a matter of time. But that's 4 mysterious magic circles suddenly appeared behind Huangmu and Yishao. Because all the attention was focused on Aokiji, the two of them did not notice the abnormality behind them at the first time. Chapter 279 Ragnarok. Fujihu, who was extremely domineering in seeing and hearing, took the lead and noticed something wrong. But before he could react, the 5 old stars who appeared in the magic circle attacked directly. The nightmare is coming. The judiciary warrior, Topman Vasioli, transformed into a half-demon body with a long nose and a black cloud flame wrapped around it. The terrifying spiritual power suddenly emanated and enveloped Fujihu and Wangmu not far away. As an animal type, elephant fruit, phantom beast species, tapir form, he has the ability to devour dreams and transform other people's dreams into his own power. Then, he can use these powers to drag the enemy into the dream he created. In the pirate world, a world without fixed mental exercise methods, his ability often has special miraculous effects. Except for those domineering strong men, no one can resist his move. However, unfortunately, the opponent he met today came from Dusk. A place where everyone can increase their mental power. In the Twilight Pirates, even a guy loaded with AD-level character template can exercise his mental strength to the level of releasing the domineering spirit. Fujito and Araki, who were fighting, suddenly felt their eyes dark. The two of them realized something in an instant, and the spiritual power in their minds instantly surged like waves, piercing through the darkness in front of them and breaking free from the nightmare. Boom! Two powerful spiritual forces suddenly rushed outward, stirring up gusts of dust and smoke on the ground. Are these two guys the domineering owners of the domineering color? Topman Vasioli Street frowned slightly, not surprised by his own attack failure. After all, it is normal for Fujito and Huang Mu to have such powerful power and having a domineering spirit. At this time, seeing that the attack of the beard did not work, the other people also immediately started to set off. The first to attack was Marcus Moshe. His ability is the animal type, bird fruit, phantom beast species, and the form of Yijin true heaven. It has the power to release sound wave impact to cause damage to the enemy and make the enemy timid. At the same time, it also has powerful flame ability and can spray lightning-shaped flames from its mouth. Sharp and harsh sound waves instantly came from the mouth of a Meizisheng who waved his sharp wings and had a snake body, hitting the brains of Fujihu and his two people. Even Aokiji behind the two of them could not escape the harm. Unlike previous mental impacts, the power of sound waves can act on the flesh at the same time, above the body and spirit. At this moment, even though Fujihu and the others were already strong enough, they were still slightly inferior in their ability to defend against such attacks. They were instantly hit and their brains became chaotic. And at this moment, another figure flew out of the air. It is the bald 5 old stars who have already revealed their faces, Nasholang Sheng. As a person with the ability of the slippery ghost, his physical fitness has increased greatly and he can also gain an ability to reduce the opponent's attention. With his great swordsman-level strength, he can be said to be the strongest assassin in the world. Puff! The scarlet sword light suddenly pierced into Huang Mu's back and directly emerged from his chest. Huang Mu, who was being attacked by sound waves, changed his face and said in shock and puzzled. What? When? Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, looking at the sharp blade on his chest for no reason. It was not until this moment that he noticed. There was actually a 5 old star who appeared behind him unknowingly. The 5 old stars who transformed into the form of a slippery ghost seemed to have changed their personalities slightly. He, who was originally serious, began to show a sarcastic smile. Little kid, your vigilance is so different from that blind swordsman. Maybe. After being surprised, Huang Mu, who was coughing up blood in his mouth, his expression returned to his previous arrogance. He was not afraid of the possibility of struggle causing the wound to expand. He quickly broke free from the first generation of Gui Kei, then turned around and looked directly at the slip-headed ghost. In this case, even the ability of a slim ghost cannot make people forget their existence. But soon, the corners of the mouth that was rising on the gliding face began to stiffen. Because Huang Mu's fatal wound that was pierced by the first generation of Gui Che was slowly healing. Impossible. The slippery ghost shouted in disbelief. The reason why the demon sword is called a demon sword is because this sword has a magical ability. Once you are completely slashed by the demon sword, the wound will become bleeding and difficult to heal. Because when forging the blade, a substance like the Halu stone was added, even if the fruit-powered person is hit by the demon sword, if he is not treated in time, he will bleed and die. But, looking at the green waves rising from Huang Emu's chest, he knew that Huang Emu's fruit ability was a natural fruit, and it was considered a fruit with extremely strong self-healing ability. But even so, it should not be immune to the influence of the demon sword. Although the poor 5 old stars are already at the top of the pirate world, it is precisely because of this that their thoughts are more solidified and they cannot accept the occurrence of things that destroy the world's rules. The character card loaded by Araki is the S-level Senju Hashirama. Although Hashima Senju and Keigaya Otsutsuki, who is also at S-level, are quite different from that of Keigaya Otsutsuki, but he is also a ruthless person who can use the immortal mode as a normal person. After inheriting the ability of Chiju Hashirama, a mere fatal injury is nothing to Araki. However, the attack of the 5 old stars did not stop because of this. After one attack, the slip-headed ghost directly joined forces with Izuma Shintian, and the two attacked Huang Mu and Yishao again. The beard, which transformed into a taper-shaped form, was constantly using his abilities to interfere with Huang Mu and Yishao. Although he could not pull the two into a nightmare state, there was no problem to slightly interfere with their fighting rhythm. The last 5-star agricultural warrior god Shepherd 10 Pit Saint also joined the battlefield later. Because of his fruit ability, his offensiveness is far less powerful than the other 3, but his defense and vitality are the strongest among all the 5 old stars. He is the ability of animal type, human fruit, phantom beast species, sarcoma monster form. After activating his ability, his body will quickly expand and become bloated, and his whole body only has a big face, which is extremely ugly. But after entering this state, his body will no longer have pain, and as long as the body is not completely destroyed, it can be reborn infinitely. To a certain extent, it is also immortal. And because of his fruit ability, his fighting style has also become a pure melee mode of fist-hand combat. Boom! The sarcoma monster fell from the sky, with a dark-armed domineering aura all over her body, and suddenly rushed towards Huang Mu. Thousand-handed Guanyin merged with several hands, suddenly supported her towards the sky, resisting the attack of the sarcoma monster. On the other side, the two monsters Itsuzawa Ten and Terius, who were flying in the sky, were constantly spitting out flames and lightning and psychedelic fog, and launched a fierce attack on Fujito with a smile. For a moment, Tengu Yishao and Huang Mu were suppressed by the 5 old stars. What should I do, Your Excellency Yishao? We too seem to be unable to beat them. Taking advantage of the attack, although his body was not injured, his face was already showing fatigue and said, Huang Mu smiled at Fujito next to him. Tengu smiled and was silent for a moment, then nodded, helplessly agreeing with Huang Emu's statement. It seems that's true. The conversation between the two was not at all hidden, and it was clearly poured into the ears of the 5 old stars. Hearing this, their faces immediately showed a successful smile. After being tossed by Dusk so many times, this time, they can finally fight a turnaround battle against Dusk. 2 generals' combat powers at the level or even above. Think they must be dealt with, even if one of the arm of the Dusk pirates was broken. However, just when they thought Huang Mu and Yishao were about to resist stubbornly and finally died. But when they saw the two of them suddenly raised their heads, they shouted to the sky with unwilling expressions. We abstain from the right. I'll leave this battle to you. Who are you talking to? The 5 old stars looked into the sky with confusion on their faces. But the next second, from the sky, several sounds suddenly came from the sky that changed their faces. Gu la la la, can't I finally hold on? I really make it easy for me to wait. As the first generation of Gui Che, it seems that I can change another good knife. HMPH. I asked that little devil Analu to snatch it last time. This time it was finally my turn. Hey, Luffy, should we compare who will defeat the opponent first? Okay. What is the bet? Hee tilde. Just bet, the loser will wash the other party's smelly socks for a year. Yu, Captain Ace, Captain Luffy, although you two are indeed very strong, just discussing your opponent openly is not too disregarding the rest of us seriously. Quote. Ling Ling, I said, you cook, there is no need to participate in the battle between us fighters, right? This is not in line with the rules. Shut up. Kato. I'm also one of the captains of the Twilight Pirates. HMPH. It's enough to deal with these guys alone. Because my beauty is invincible. What a group of teammates who are so overwhelming. But I'm sorry, I'm going to cheat. Room. Rumble. Figures of different sizes fell from the sky and fell to the earth. They are the 10 team captains from the Twilight Pirates. Because the captain of the third team, Analu, had already had a record of killing the 5 old stars alone, this time everyone joined forces to press him on the Tiga, and did not let him show off again. But although Aniro didn't come down, he heard that he wanted to play the 5 old stars. The captain of the chef team, who was originally in charge of food, said that he would come to participate in everything. After all, I had enough 10 people to fall from the sky. Captain of the first team, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. This veteran did not let down his talent and hard work. With the body healed by the character template and the powerful shock fruit, I firmly settled as the captain of the team in this year. Captain of the second team, Roranoa Zoro. After defeating Hawkeye in Wano country, the young swordsman made great progress and his understanding of the small universe became even more extraordinary. He cut off his own good thoughts, evil thoughts, and himself, embraced the sense of nothingness, and enter the incredible ninth sense. The realm. In the end, with the high latitude power that can be practiced by the character card, Zoro defeated many powerful people in the dusk and successfully took the seat of the captain of the second team. Captain of the third team, Enelu. There is nothing to say about this person. Master the most powerful attack power in the natural system, and gained the power of the cosmic god Thor. His strength is beyond doubt. The captain of the fourth team, Barrett, who came from behind. Although it was not too early to join the dusk, Barrett's fusion fruit was originally one of the bug fruit abilities, and he was the ultimate talented player who could be called the Devil by Roger. After obtaining the Gerard Valkyrie character template given by Kyle, after more than a year, he finally perfectly controlled the mysterious power from the world of death. The heart of the Spirit King, known as a miracle, gave Barrett a terrifying strength. Any negative situation for him will be reversed into various positive situations. Simply put, the more attacks he receives, the more tenacious his vitality will be. Even death cannot completely eliminate him. However, once his core is destroyed, the Destroy Cross, it will also lead to his ability being unable to be activated. So with the power of the first 3 perverts, Barrett finally only won the position of captain of the fourth team. After Barrett, the captain of the fifth team, Ace, and the captain of the sixth team, Luffy. These 2 brothers are geniuses and will definitely stand at the top of the world. Ace's flame ability, combined with the third awakening state of awakening the reincarnation eye, can be regarded as a pseudo-god, and his position as the captain of the fifth team is well deserved. As for Luffy, let alone Luffy. Absolute Destiny Son, the protagonist of the world, Nika Fruit Awakening, plus the terrifying power of the Super Saiyan Kakarot. So far, Luffy's potential can be said to be the highest among the Twilight Pirates. None of them. The only thing that restricts him is the time when he joins the dusk, which makes him start much slower than others. In addition, Luffy's previous one was Ace, so he had no interest in competing with Ace for the ranking of a captain. After Luffy. The captain of the 7th team, Doflamingo. Kaido, captain of the 8th division. Hankook, captain of the 9th team. The captain of the 10th team, Luo. Under the awakening power of 5 fruits, Doflamingo successfully squeezed into this group with his own efforts and the background of the following A-level character templates, among the S-class monsters. This can be regarded as a rare story. After losing repeatedly to Doflamingo, who could use 5 fruit abilities at the same time, Kaido finally felt discouraged and stayed at the 8th team's relatively bottom position. Hankook of the 9th team has similar problems with Doflamingo. That is her own potential, which is not as top in the world. However, with the power of S-level Otsutsuki Kagaya, she still did not lose face as a queen. And the opposite of Doflamingo and Hancock. In the 10th team, what he loaded with the character Calciola could give him is a pure combat ability. But in the end, he still relied on his own talent to awaken the surgical fruit, and combined it with the powerful power of this fruit to defeat many powerful men in the dusk. Such as the Old Drake, Dashi, Clockdal, Molia. Even including the giants Brokey and Dongli who have S-level character templates. At this point, 10 captains of the pirates at dusk. All members participated. Chapter 280 Identity Exposure. Twilight Pirates. Seeing everyone's appearance, the expressions of the 4-5 old stars became obviously panicked. After all, they are not ready to go into full war with the Dusk Pirates. Kaido, Ant, Whitebeard. 3 of the 4 emperors appeared here at the same time, and the legendary mysterious power that Kyle could make people stronger. This battle is so bad. Why are you here? The old star of the slip-headed ghost was holding the scarlet demon sword in his hand, but his eyes were trembling, and he asked the sudden arrival of several captains of the dusk. Isn't this obvious enough? Yee. Seeing that the 5 old stars who were once arrogant and drove themselves out of Mary Chowa would have such a panicked expression, Doflamingo inexplicably felt a strange pleasure in his heart. He took a step forward, and his ability was activated in an instant, becoming a strange bird with a snake-tailed and tiger body that was not much better than the 5 old stars at this time. Countless silk threads suddenly flew out from the gaps of the scale feathers, like countless lightning, sprinting towards the 5 old stars. Swish 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 swish. The thin line directly wrapped around them at a speed that the 5 old stars could not see, and at the same time quickly pulled Doflamingo's body closer to them. I saw Doflamingo's face at this moment, and he laughed wildly. We are here. Of course we are here to get the heads of you guys. Thorny. A dazzling light suddenly burst out from the bodies of Doflamingo's birds and beasts, like terrifying long snakes, quickly attacking the bodies of the 5 old stars along the silk thread. Ah! Amid the shining of lightning, the bitter screams of the 5 old stars came. Even Pittston in the form of a sarcoma monster kept wailing. The scream did not come from the pain caused by electric shock, because under the form of a sarcoma monster, his body was like a walking zombie without any feeling. What really made him shout out was because he could clearly feel. In the thunder and lightning, there was a mysterious force that was constantly devouring his body. Even if his body can regenerate, the speed of devouring has obviously exceeded his recovery speed. If this continues, he will be destroyed in less than an hour. Doflamingo let out a low but refreshing laugh. He has long known about the information of the 5 old stars, and of course he will not forget the special abilities of Pit Saint. So when the white silk wrapped around him, Doflamingo deliberately added some small materials to him. The endless devouring ability brought by a little dark fruit. Hey Tilda Doffer, you should take all the credits by just wanting to take over by yourself. At this moment, a long white sword suddenly crossed in front of Doflamingo. Zoro, wearing Saint Seiya's suit, showed a lively smile. Don't forget, Captain Kyle is still waiting to harvest the fruit abilities of these 4 guys. Yuya, Captain Zoro, of course I won't forget such an important thing. Doflamingo smiled again, but the current emitted from his body slowly faded. If this was what Luo said, he would have sucked it over without saying a word. But, knowing that Zoro is powerful, he still hasn't won the highest achievement in the world of pirates, which is defeating the 5 old stars. The current stagnated, and the silk threads that controlled the 5 old stars slowly fell from their bodies. Immediately afterwards, before Wu Laoxing and others could recover, Doflamingo directly made a restaurant waiter-like posture and invited everyone at dusk. So. Next, please show your skills. I think the high-tech technologies of Vegapunk will definitely record all your resources. As for me. Doflamingo, who had already pretended to be a little bit, smiled and his eyes turned to the Marshal Aokiji and the Navy General Kizaru in the distance. If he defeated the highest combat power of the 2 navy alone, he might have gained a better reputation than defeating the captain of the 5 old stars. But don't underestimate the effect of reputation on them. Today's Twilight Pirates, it is enough to be considered a large organization. And within this organization, there will naturally be corresponding factions. A year ago, the guys from the original Whitebeard, the 100 Beasts, and the Ant Pirates tended to follow their previous captains. But today, a year later, these original barriers have long been resolved. Therefore, the higher the reputation, the more likely the captain is to be favored by other members and choose to join his team. The more people there are in the ranks, the more tasks you complete, and the more rewards you can redeem from Captain Kyle. Because the business of the Twilight Pirates is now spread all over the world, it is naturally necessary to participate in it. In order to allow everyone to walk out of the training room and get close to nature, and to earn some money for the captain. At Kyle's request, Vegapunk successfully created a point system that is convenient for management and can stimulate member intravolume. This system is equivalent to a mercenary union, and some tasks will be refreshed from above every moment. Then the members of the Dusk can use the personal exclusive terminal created by Vegapunk and a small thing similar to a smart watch to receive these tasks. The team will collect 1/5 of the points obtained after completing the task and 2/5 of the individual will receive. Points can be redeemed in the original facilities and equipment room of the Pirates at Dusk, and are now redeemed by Frankie for various resources. Whether it is fruits, equipment, or various props, awakening stones and the special soul dishes made by the ant in the system, you can all be exchanged here. Within the Twilight Pirates, they have successfully evolved from the previous captain allocation system to the current mission points system. The captain of the ranks has huge points in the ranks, which are used for free. It can enhance your strength, or use it for the team members to win people's hearts. The more people there are in the ranks, the more resources the captain can allocate. Last time Zoro defeated Hawkeye and won the title of the world's #1 swordsman, he directly attracted a large number of swordsmen and joined his team. Anilu was alone and easily defeating the 5 old stars, which earned him a lot of reputation. A group of fishmen and mermaids led by Jin Ping directly transferred to join the Anilu team. Nothing else. It's really that they hate the Dragon Man too much. In the current Twilight Pirates, such an illusory thing as reputation has been linked to intuitive interests, and is a must-fight for every team captain. After hearing that Doflamingo did not intend to participate in the conquest of the 5 old stars, the eyes of several team captains suddenly lit up. There were only a few smart people, their eyes narrowed slightly, and they exuded a dangerous aura at Doflamingo. This guy took the lead in attacking the 5 old stars in an invincible manner as soon as he came up. Not to mention those attacks, can they cause permanent damage to the 5 old stars who awaken the phantom beast species. But after today's battle recordings are circulated, Doflamingo will definitely leave an important impression on many people. But this is his open plot. Who said that his abilities are so flexible and changeable? The war broke out without a slight stop and immediately broke out. In order to make the battle scene more cool and show more things, everyone at Dusk had a very tacit understanding and did not use all their power. Instead, they adopt the method of wheel battle, go up one after another, fight against 4, defeat all the 5 old stars, and then retreat and replace the next person. No way. Doflamingo had already performed improperly before. If they did too badly, wouldn't they be compared by that guy? I have to say. The 5 elder stars are the 5 elder stars. Although he was beaten by Doflamingo because he had not expected the enemy's strength before. But in the next battle of 1 versus 4, they still showed extremely high combat power. At least, it is more than enough to be the highest power leader in the world. However, it is precisely because of the strength of the 5 old stars that the strength of the people in the Dusk can be further demonstrated. On the other side, seeing that the other captains had been led by him, Doflamingo suddenly laughed in his heart. They would not know that even if they showed their powerful strength and defeated the 5 old stars, in the end, there would definitely be a group of Doff blows, claiming that he had severely damaged the 5 old stars at the beginning. This statement is definitely useless to those real strong people. But for those pirates who joined the Twilight Pirates, although they have gained strong power with the blessing of the character template, their vision and spirit are still at the lowest level of the pirate world. Someone will definitely believe this statement. As his thoughts flashed, Doflamingo shot out a white line, wrapping around the clouds in the sky. Under the pull of the white line, the whole person flew directly toward Aokiji, who was watching the show at the dividing point of the island and the sea. Including Kizaru, who fought against the dragon on the ice, are his current targets. Of course, Kyle had already informed the senior management and strong combat power of the Kizaru. When dealing with Kizaru, Doflamingo promised that he would never hurt Kizaru at all, and asked him to admit defeat and surrender obediently. After all, give it to your own. My second uncle's decent result is something Kyle has always wanted to do. Yuya, Mr. Long, if nothing is wrong, you can now go back to command the people of your revolutionary army. The impact of the battle caused by Yi Xiao and Huang Mu just now is quite large after all, and it is inevitable that you will accidentally hurt your own people. You still need to go back and take charge of the overall situation as soon as possible. Because of Dover's arrival, Long and Kizaru, who were still fighting around, suddenly stopped together. Doflamingo. The two of them turned back tacitly, with the same confusion on their faces. However, after hesitating for a while, Long felt that it would be better to obey Doflamingo's words. Although he believed that Yi Xiao and Huang Mu were not careless, it was impossible for him to accidentally hurt the revolutionary army. But behind Doflamingo, after all, there was a Kyle standing. Even with the surname Mengqi and the will of D, he didn't want to go against Kyle. What's more, his son is still under the opponent's hands, and he seems to be doing well. Because Kizaru deliberately slowed down his attack, he was very clear about what happened in the island. Long nodded. I understand, then I'll leave this here to everyone in Dusk first. Please rest assured, you will definitely be satisfied with the results today. Dover smiled mysteriously, revealing the evil eyes that made Long frown slightly. But soon, the dragon turned into a strong wind and disappeared on the battlefield. At this time, Aokiji below also used the ice crystal to create a piece of ice wing behind him, and flew into the sky with the Navy's moon steps and stood with Kizaru. Kizaru, be careful. This Doflamingo is no longer the same person he used to. He just suppressed 4-5 old stars with his own strength. I saw it. Kizaru, I'm just small in my eyes, not blind. Kizaru replied softly. But in his heart, he was extremely entangled at this moment. My nephew is really going to make a big deal. A year ago, the pirates killed one of the 5 old stars. Today, a year later, they actually wanted to take the 5 old stars into full swing. And what's terrible is, they are actually going to achieve this goal. The members of the pirate group who didn't see that they all started to play games, taking turns playing with the 5 old star one. Is this still my nephew who is afraid of becoming a navy and death? Kizaru couldn't figure it out. But he also understood that today's battle will affect the world's pattern. And I had to make a decision. Kizaru. A burst of rapid calls interrupted Kizaru's inner thoughts and entanglement. It was Aokiji who was stunned when he saw him being stunned. Feel sorry. Kizaru whispered softly. Aoki didn't care too much. You can't be careless, Kizaru. Faced with opponents of this level, we don't have time to breathe. It's just hope that we will still have a chance to breathe in the future. Obviously, Aokiji is ready to fight to the death. But Kizaru on the side couldn't raise the end of the battle anyway. Just now that this is it, Doflamingo suddenly took Aokiji's words and smiled. You're worried, Marshal Aokiji. One can be injured on this battlefield, but the only adult around you cannot be hurt at all. Why? Aokiji asked directly with a majestic expression. You. Before answering the question, Doflamingo first gave a signature laugh, and then slowly said under Kizaru's ugly face with a tangled and ugly face. Of course it's because he is Kyle, the captain of our Twilight Pirates. Dear your second uncle. Aokiji. Aokiji turned his head and looked at Kizaru in surprise, his tone stuttered. Haha, what he said is true. Kizaru, who was suddenly exposed, also hesitated for a moment, and finally smiled bitterly and affirmed. That's right, Kyle, he is indeed my nephew. At the same time, I am also my only relative in this world. Chapter 281 The Tide of Destruction of the World. As Kizaru finished speaking, the scene suddenly fell into silence. Silence is today's Barudager. Aokiji widened his eyes and showed an incredible expression. He looked at the high-level officials in the distance, pressing against a group of 5 old stars, and then looked at the Kizaru beside him. This guy Porisalino turned out to be Kyle's uncle. Why hasn't anyone ever told me about such an important thing? Wait a moment. The 2 naval generals Fujito and Green Bull have already revealed that they were undercover agents sent by the pirates to the Navy at dusk. The only remaining General Kizaru is also Uncle Kyle. Wouldn't that mean? Among the top leaders of the Navy, there is only himself, who is Kyle's enemy. Although he was a person with the brain ability of frozen fruit, Aokiji couldn't help but sweat a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, Kizaru added, "Don't think so much, Kuzan. I'm not that simple enough to give up my belief in sticking to it. Get ready for the battle." Aokiji was silent for a moment. In fact, a trace of, "Why don't you surrender to the enemy," flashed through his heart just now. Anyway, looking at the brutal 5 old stars, the final winner of this battle must be at dusk. Why did they waste that effort? But Kizaru's words, coupled with the responsibilities brought by the position of marshal, made him nod slowly in the end. Good. Yuan, things have become interesting. Looking at Kizaru and Aokiji standing together, a light suddenly flashed in Doflamingo's eyes. The next second, his body instantly expanded and turned into a huge bird monster. His surging domineering aura was like a wave, surging towards Aokiji and the others. The dark thunder was like a crack in the space, covering the surroundings. It's really a terrifying momentum. Seeing this scene, Kizaru muttered in a complicated expression. Aokiji's eyes were also extremely serious, and the extremely cold air spread from his body to the entire space. The battle did not last long. Just like the Navy General and the 4 Emperors can easily fight against the 7 Warlords see, after Doflamingo has the power beyond the world level, even if he deals with 2 powerful generals, he will only spend a little more time. 2 hours later, although there were some colors on his body, Doflamingo, whose breath was still stable, had his ability to put away the devil fruit and return to human form. He walked to the middle of Aokiji and Kizaru, who had collapsed on the ground with his relatives, and sneered. Haha, it seems that the strength of the 2 generals still needs to be improved. With such power, it is difficult to protect this sea in the hands of pirates. You guy. Aokiji gasped heavily, raised his head hard and looked at the flamingo in front of him. Because of their special relationship, although neither of them held back in the battle just now, they did not have any murderous aura during the attack. Nowadays, Aokiji and Kizaru are just unable to stand up because of Shan Kun's exhaustion and physical injuries. My mental state is quite good. After breathing a sigh of relief, Aokiji finally couldn't help but feel throbbing in his heart and asked. Brother Doflaming, what are your the purpose? Purpose. Doflamingo smiled deeply, and took out a bottle of red potion from the dark space and walked towards Kizaru, while looking at the marshal funny. Isn't this obvious enough? Of course, like countless ambitious people, we overthrew the rule of the Tianlong people and built a brand new world. Doflamingo said something amazing in ordinary words. With the magical effect of the red potion, Kizaru's injuries recovered quickly, and even his physical strength was restored. However, after he recovered, he did not stand up, but just pretended to be dead and continued to lie on the ground. No more fights. I didn't want to fight, but now I can't beat it. This battle has no meaning anymore. After saving Kizaru, Doflamingo was not stingy and took out a bottle of red potion and threw it to Aokiji. Drink this, Marshal. Doflamingo's lips raised, revealing a conspiracy-filled face. The new world still needs your strength. Can it be? Aokiji took the red potion, without any hesitation, and directly opened the lid and drank. Do you still want me to join you? What's wrong with it? Doflamingo grinned. Martyr Aokiji, the times have changed. Did you see the 5 old stars who were beaten up by other captains in the evening? Can you imagine that the powerful people who once stood high and ruled the world are now like those idiots who think they are invincible with some strength? The world, under the leadership of Captain Kyle, has ushered in a new round of evolution. Everything in the past will become history. New rules are being remembered. A new era is waving to us. You. What a strange bunch of guys. Looking at Doflamingo's crazy appearance, Aokiji, whose physical strength has recovered under the effect of the red potion, couldn't help but shake his head. Who would have thought that he would lose to such a crazy person so easily? Perhaps just as Doflamingo said, the world is evolving. So, are Kyle and the others really going to become the rulers of the next world? Aokiji looked up and looked into the distance. In the center of the White Earth Island, the state of the 4-5 old stars is already at the end of their strength. And their defeat will also mean that a new era is coming. Damn it! Why are they so powerful? The sarcoma monster in the best condition among the 5 old stars, a big face covered with incredible shock. They couldn't understand why such a group of terrifying guys suddenly appeared in the world. This is unscientific. What fruit ability can create such a group of strong people in such a short time? This power has surpassed their cognition. No, it seems that it's time to start the last step. Taking advantage of the evening change of people, several 5 old stars made a final decision with their eyes. Immediately I saw the sarcoma monster coming from May. A small telephone worm made of diamond suddenly took out from his body. The phone worm's volute opened, and a brand new button suddenly appeared, as if it had never been used since the production was completed. And in fact, this is indeed the case. Twilight Pirates, this is what you forced us. The sarcoma monster made his last harsh words and immediately pressed the button. At the same time, far above the red clay continent, in the palace of Marichoa. Sitting on the throne of void, I.M. looked at the phone bug in front of him and suddenly opened his eyes and flashed with a bright red light. Quote. Seeing this scene, I.M.'s eyes suddenly widened, showing a look of surprise. A bunch of waste. But since this special phone worm wakes up, it means that the 5 old stars have encountered an enemy they cannot solve. It also means that it is time to use the national treasures of the Tianlong people to launch a devastating blow to the enemy. Without stopping too much, I.M. stood up and walked towards the forbidden area of the Tianlong people. After a while, he came to a huge machine. The machine that had been covered with dust for a long time seemed to have life. After feeling the arrival of strong vitality, it began to tremble faintly. A ruthless look flashed in I.M.'s eyes. The next moment, he resolutely grabbed a cannula on the machine, and then passed into his body with a sniffle. A continuous stream of life energy instantly poured from I.M.'s body towards the machine. As the energy reaches a certain level, a signal instantly flew out of the machine and gathered towards the distant moon. On the island of White Earth. Hey, it's almost time. All the things you should record are recorded. Knock these 4 guys out and take them back to Tiga. After admiring the new demon sword, Zoro took off Chu Shui from his waist and hung the first generation of Gui Che on. With his current strength, he is not afraid of the impact of the demon sword. Just one look is enough to completely subdue this demon sword that will make people die hard. In this way, his sword became the Great Quick Sword and Dao Yiwen, the Great Quick Sword Yanmo and the Supreme Quick Sword, the first generation of Gui Che. Although Captain Kyle said that the famous swords in the pirate world can no longer keep up with their pace. After all, no matter how powerful a famous sword is, it cannot bear the power to cut off a planet. During a chat after dinner, Kyle once said that a Nero's Thor hammer is a magical tool created with a core material of neutron stars that is comparable to the terrifying black hole. Although they could not understand the horror of black holes at that time, it sounds like they knew the weapons created with the core of a planet. It must be very powerful. So after that, many members of the Dusk began to ask Vegapunk to use his wisdom to learn the idea of using the core of the planet to build weapons. After all, in the future battle, if you really meet Captain Kyle's words about the King of the Universe, the Super Saiyan, the Otsutsuki family, then they must have weapons that can match them. After hearing Zoro's words, the other people also looked up at the sky, and then looked at each other again. Whitebeard laughed. Okay, Captain Zoro is right. Although it's really good to play the 5 old stars, it would be bad if Captain Kyle waited too long. Little Gui Luo, split them a few of them and prepare to go back. No problem. Luo nodded, stretched out his arm, and was about to activate the fruit ability. However, the next second, Luffy suddenly raised his head and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Ace, it seems that something is wrong. Ace, who was standing next to Luffy, was stunned for a moment, and then followed Luffy's gaze and looked into the sky. The original black and white eyes instantly turned into scarlet red, and circles of reincarnation magma appeared in scarlet red. Under the power of the reincarnation blood ring, Ace noticed instantly. In the distant starry sky, the moon, which should have been hidden in the sunlight, is slowly rotating. I see. Seeing this scene, Ace's face showed a little excitement. It seems that the phone bug that the 5 old stars just pressed should be the tool to activate the king. Because he had watched all the memories of Satan Saint, he immediately guessed something. But immediately, he chuckled. It just so happens that Aokiji is here too. It seems that Captain Kyle's plan can be carried out in advance. As he said that, his body suddenly flew towards the sky. He had to report this discovery to Captain Kyle as soon as possible. At the same time, some people in the world suddenly noticed that the sea level near their national ports seemed to be fading rapidly at an extremely abnormal speed. What happened? People gathered on the edge of the island, observing the sudden changes in the sea with a serious expression. Facing the sea full of danger, no one dares to take it lightly. And what they don't know is, at this moment, the sea water of the whole world is gathering towards Barudagar at an incredible speed. The sea level near the White Earth Island rose sharply, and soon it disappeared from Aokiji's frozen sea and continued to invade along the ice. What's going on? The navy guarding the warships also showed curiosity when they saw such a strange scene. One by one, they poked their heads out of the ship bar and watched. Just now, Aokiji and General Kizaru have notified them. When the war ended, all of them were left to stay where they were not allowed to move. Despite the inexplicable defeat, many people feel very uncomfortable. But under the guidance of Fujito and Araki, many people in the Navy had changed their hearts. They originally did not want to participate in this war against the Revolutionary Army. Now that the war can end in this way, it is naturally a joy to everyone. But, as time goes by, the expressions on the faces of the Navy soldiers gradually became frightened. As a weapon, the impact caused by the Heavenly King will not give people too much reaction time. In just a few minutes, the sea level had already submerged the ice layer and was getting faster and faster. The sea water gathered towards Barudagar at a terrifying speed. However, at this time, the crowd of people in the evening, who had already imprisoned all the 5 old stars, stood on the Tiga, looking at the scene in front of them with interest. So that's it. Use the distance and location of the moon and the pirate world to control the tides of the sea and flood the enemy. Is this the King of Heaven? I am indeed worthy of this title. Kyle looked at the sea below, and his face showed excitement. But being able to be so calm does not mean that others can do it too. Following the night of the night, the dragon who came to Tiga, saw the danger that Barudagar was about to encounter, and immediately became anxious. His Excellency Kyle. The sea level rises too fast. With this level of increase, in less than a few hours, Barudagar will completely sink into the sea. Although Barudagar is an uninhabited island, there is a base camp of the Revolutionary Army above. Tens of thousands of revolutionary soldiers are still in the center of the island, waiting for the good news of their victory and triumphant success. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Dad, Kyle had expected this scene long ago. Everything is in our plan. Before Kyle could explain the dragon, Luffy, who looked up at the stars, started to answer first. At this time, Lei Ju, wearing a white scientific research suit, came to Aokiji, gently took out a thick needle, and asked him. Hello, Admiral Marshal Mr. Kuzan. Can you give me some blood? Chapter 282 Change the World. Half an hour later. Aokiji showed a tangled look on his face, watching Barloric Riderfield, the abilities of the vampire fruit, inject a tube of his blood from his fingertips into a thumping heart. Because the heart is surrounded by the spatial boundary created by Luo, even if you leave the laboratory, it still has a continuous influence on it and prevent it from losing its activity. Immediately afterwards, another biochemically transformed man walked out of the cabin like a robot, and then stood there motionless. Luo took over the modified trait heart and waved the long sword in his hand suddenly. In an instant, the heart in his hand had been replaced with the heart that transformed the person. Immediately afterwards, Lei Ju and other scientific researchers quickly moved forward and injected strange potions into the transformer. Under the puzzled gaze of Aokiji and Ryuki, the transformed person's body suddenly expanded bloodline. The next second, a stream of extreme ice suddenly gushed out from his body, instantly attaching a layer of ice to the deck of the Tiga. Thesis: this. My fruit ability. Aokiji and others widened their eyes and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. But when the transformer performed a series of operations such as plasticity, release, and elementalization under the command of Riju, Aokiji had to admit that the ability the transformer possessed was his frozen fruit ability. How is this possible? After reaching this conclusion, Aokiji was shocked. He subconsciously activated his fruit ability, and a piece of ice appeared in the air instantly, which also meant that his ability had not disappeared. Compared with him, Kizaru, who had participated in the Bergapunk demon fruit replication experiment, had a calm expression. But this does not mean his heart, it is the same. You must know. The devil fruit copied by Bergapunk back then had extremely low success rate and often made mistakes. But now, the Twilight Pirates have created a natural frozen fruit-capable person so simply. This is unscientific. Then, they saw a more unscientific scene. Kyle suddenly turned into a book with a magical look and strange patterns. The book was very heavy, as if it had mysterious power, which made Aokiji and others dare not observe too much. Immediately, Kyle interacted with the transformer who had obtained the ability of frozen fruit. Not long after, the ability of frozen fruit magically appeared on Kyle. Is this a dream? Aokiji and others widened their eyes, unable to accept this picture that broke their worldview. The dragon that did not leave the Tiga even smacked his tongue. He had known before that Kyle and the others seemed to have invented something amazing, but unexpectedly, it would be so amazing. When did the ability of the devil fruit become such a convenient and easy-to-use thing? Facing the shocking gazes of everyone, Kyle waved at them and grinned. Don't be so excited, everyone. You should have been ready for a long time. After all, a new era has arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared into everyone's eyes. Aokiji and others subconsciously activated their domineering aura of seeing and hearing, and soon saw Kyle's figure suddenly descending here in the turbulent sea. Faced with the waves constantly attacking the island of White Earth, he just waved his hand gently. In an instant, the frost and cold air that was as if it was about to freeze the whole world suddenly gushed out from Kyle's body, turning into a giant beast covering the sky, roaring and rushing towards the sea. Ice River, Age. Kyle held the thief's extreme intention in one hand, activated the power of frozen fruit with the other, and performed what the power of ice in front of Aokiji. The moment the frost beasts came into contact with the sea water, the waves that were originally rushing wildly seemed to have been frozen in time and space, instantly turned into an iceberg and stayed there. However, the power of the Heavenly King will naturally not stop because the sea water freezes. The terrifying waves were still hitting the island of White Earth, and then they froze instantly after encountering the cold ice, turning into a huge ice wall, surrounding the entire Barudigo Island. The gathered sea water became higher and higher, attached to the glacier, and finally even blocked the entire island. It is worthy of being a celestial weapon, and its power is really not to be underestimated. Looking at the tsunami that was still pouring into this place, Kyle couldn't help but look satisfied on his face and gave him praise. What happens next is destined to completely shatter the three views of Aokiji and others. Kyle suddenly nodded in the direction of the Tiga, as if he was issuing some order. The next moment, the know-how restored Fujihu suddenly flew down from the deck with a smile, and used the ability of the gravity fruit to float to Kyle's side. Captain Kyle. He greeted respectfully. But Kyle pointed at the iceberg that was still piled up around him and smiled. It's time, smile. Send these sea water to the moon first. As for orders, Captain Kyle. Hearing this seemingly outrageous order, Fujihu Xiao had no idea of laughing at all, and even felt extremely calm and jumping inside. Unexpectedly, he could one day use his own strength to do such an important thing for this world. Use the power of the Heavenly King to gather sea water in an orderly manner at a certain location, and then use the ability of freezing to freeze all of these sea waters to form a form that is easy to transport. In the end, the frozen seawater is transported to the moon, a celestial weapon that lacks water resources and can move freely, and is reserved for subsequent development and use. In this way, the world of pirates will often cause trouble to people, and the sea that hinders communication between people will become less. The emergence of more land also means more resources for humans to pick. Although he has been in the Navy, through brief communication, Fujito smiled and knew. After scientific research by a group of evil scientists such as Vegapunk, the Twilight Pirates have mastered the issue of how to change the geographical environment of this planet. Under absolute power in mind, Dusk will perfectly solve the shortcomings of climate change in the Great Root and change the difficulty of windless belts in a situation where it does not affect others. Perhaps this will reduce some miraculous classics in the pirate world, such as the intersection of the Great Root, the upside-down mountain where the sea water flows backwards. But from a long-term perspective, this is definitely beneficial to the intelligent creatures on this planet. After the world government, the blood leech lying on the people of the world, is solved, the people in the pirate world will usher in a new world of prosperity. Fujito smiles and is honored to be able to participate in this great plan and even become one of them. He first greeted Kyle who had frozen the sea, and then, under the gesture of Kyle's eyes, he slowly pulled out the long knife in his hand. The cold sword light flashed coldly in the cold air. At this moment, even Tengu, who had already thought he could see through the coldness of the world, couldn't help but want to take a breath of air conditioning. If it were Captain Kyle, that plan must be realized for him. Anti-gravity round cut. Swish. The unscrupulous sword shadow suddenly swept over the island of Barudigo, and the pressure made it difficult for the Revolutionary Army cadres below to raise their heads. But the next second, their expressions became interesting in an instant. I saw that the huge iceberg that originally covered the entire island instantly revealed a smooth cut under the slash of the vine tiger. The icebergs that were larger than the island began to separate. For the people on the island, Fujihu's sword was like cutting the world with one knife and two swords, full of power. This slash alone, which is comparable to the Four Emperors level attack, is enough to shock everyone. But under the control of Fujito, the cut-off, the world has actually begun to rise continuously. Although there was still a steady stream of seawater surging up around and continued to turn into icebergs and cover the sky, everyone's eyes were attracted by the black shadow that flew into the sky and turned into a small dot. Thanks to the gravity brought by the Heavenly King, Fujihu doesn't need to work hard to easily send the iceberg into space. It's just that his ability is gravity, not gravity, so it can only affect the planet's attraction to other objects, and cannot accurately send the iceberg to the moon. This sounds very unscientific, but the devil fruit is a power condensed by people's beliefs, and naturally it will not be linked to the word, science. Fortunately, the king has been activated. At this basis, the moon has extremely huge gravity on the pirate world. After breaking away from the gravity of the pirate world, the glaciers can quickly reach the moon. In the following time, Kyle and Fujito began to repeat the same things continuously. Icebergs were sent to the moon, and then they were like meteorites toward this existence as a celestial weapon. In fact, after learning that the moon was just a manufactured tool, Vegapunk also built a scientific research base on the moon and conducted in-depth investigations on it. But the investigation results disappointed Vegapunk very much. First conclusion: the moon is indeed an artificial satellite, or has been transformed by someone. But the means of transforming the moon are unexpectedly simple for today's Baikalpunk. In principle, this transformation is just to add a simple kinetic energy device to an object. Then use life energy as a signal to issue orders to it. Everyone had known what life energy was about at dusk. According to Vegapunk's investigation, Under normal circumstances, to launch the Heavenly King once, at least tens of thousands of people's life energy needs to be sacrificed. But after being transformed by the fruits of the surgery, Im's body already has endless life energy, so he became the actual controller of the Heavenly King and was supported by the 5 old stars and all the heavenly dragons for 800 years. This is not scientific at all, but it is very pirate. Certainly. The investigation of the moon has not been rewarded. After all, no matter what, a device that can mobilize the moon is really too huge. At least according to Vegapunk's inference, with the resources of the pirate world, it is impossible to create such a huge device without considering completely turning the world into a waste planet. In the solar system, Vegapunk did not find any civilized planets. In other words, these resources must have surpassed the civilization or organization that exists outside the solar system. Through their methods, they have gathered a large number of resources and have sufficient ability to transform these resources, or even transported them to pirates. The surroundings of the world. For a long time, no one has come to take back the King of Heaven. This device was either stolen by a pirate in the starry sky, and was left in this place where interstellar civilization would not be generated in a short period of time, and was taken away when you find a suitable opportunity. Just like many pirates who like to bury treasures and make treasure maps. Or, this device is nothing to the civilization that has left it behind. If it were the former, Kyle might find it very interesting. Although his identity is a pirate, he is trapped by the system and has to do it. After so long he went out to sea, he has never done anything bad that can be exhausted from his identity. If the starry sky is just a bigger world of pirates, he doesn't mind experiencing a brand new life. But, if it were the latter, then Kyle and the others would have to be careful. Because this also indicates, in the universe, there is a very magnificent civilization waiting for Kyle and the others to explore. They may have technology that exceeds conventional imagination, or have some ability to change the universe. A planet may be a tradable item for such existence. Since Kyle has read a lot of novels in this area before, it is very likely that this will happen if you refer to the infinite setting of the universe. I have to say, when Vegapunk combined Kyle's speculation and reported the conclusion to the top leaders at dusk, Whitebeard, Kaido and others were shocked by the fact that they were so scared. After all, not long ago, they were all the top of this world. Even in the Pirates in the Dusk, they were not only unable to beat Kyle, but their strength was still acceptable. But suddenly, someone told them that your power may be like an ant to people outside the planet, and it will hit them, more or less. In the past, they always looked at the frogs who were watching the sky from the first half of the Great Route, looking at the pirates who entered the New World. Unexpectedly, they who have always been arrogant will become frogs one day. This is really a blow to people. Fortunately, they were all hit hard by Kyle. Now it has just changed from, there is a Captain Kyle in the world, to, there may be many strong men like Captain Kyle in the world, but they still haven't collapsed their hearts. After avoiding the risk of the collapse of the Taoist heart, what is greeted is naturally curiosity and yearning for the new world. It can make them explore a new world like newcomers who have just gone out to sea. This kind of experience is so wonderful. For pirates, nothing is more exciting than a grand adventure. Chapter 283 The Frozen Planet. As the continuous sea water turned into ice, it was sent to the distant moon by the Fujihu using its fruit power. The sea level of the entire world began to decline rapidly. This process lasted for several hours. Because all the navy and agents were scared by the defeat of the 5 old stars, they were still at peace. They just found a safe sea area and watched the show silently. Of course, it is impossible for them to inform the world government at this time. Their senior leaders have been captured, and the marshals have boarded the ship of the pirates at dusk. Except for the 5 old stars, no one knows the existence of IM. In addition, the signal nearby has been Vegapunk. The equipment blockade cannot convey information outside the physical level. So at this moment, no one in the world except here knows what happened in Barudigo Island. But everyone realized that something big was going to happen. The faded sea water reveals more land and rocks. Even in the world, Countless large and small, wet uninhabited islands have appeared out of thin air. The ocean area in this world is declining, which is in exchange for a significant increase in land area. Although many lands have not been developed yet, many are even more difficult to develop. But all this is just a matter of time. Just leave the question of time to time. Time is passing slowly. The light dissipated, and the night took the starry sky, occupying the entire sky. Above the island of Barudigo, an unprecedented full moon appeared in everyone's sight. It is so beautiful that people can't forget what it looks like just by looking at it. But even on this island, not many people know that this beautiful full moon is the culprit that will kill all of them. Even under the safe distance in daily situations, the height difference of the sea can reach hundreds of meters. Under IM's intentional control, if Kyle hadn't taken action at this time, the height of the ocean here might have been several thousand meters higher than that of the normal area. This is the King of Heaven. A weapon that can only be used only by sacrificing a large amount of life. Unfortunately, these ignorant soldiers don't know. The people they want to protect are trying to kill them without any concern, but their opponents have saved them invisibly. Just as everyone was numb when they saw Fujihu Cheshin, a figure suddenly flew down from the Tiga in a strange suit of armor. And this person is Burgapunk, who has replicated the Iron Man suit into the pirate world. But because of personal aesthetics, Vegapunk's suit is not as conspicuous as Iron Man and full of technology. The battle suit worn on him was more like the full body armor of an ancient warrior, and there were even obvious signs of being worn above. But if someone underestimates the appearance of this armor, then this person will definitely regret it for the rest of his life. The weapons and ammunition content of this armor on Vegapunk is enough to completely clean an island within an hour and return the island to its original state. Although Vegapunk has to keep doing research and has no time to train, how could Kyle let him waste such awesome S-level character card? He naturally used various experience props to pile up the level of Vegapunk. Otherwise, he would not be able to unlock the battle suit technology included in the Iron Man character card. I saw Vegapunk, wearing ancient armor and blue flames sprayed on the soles of his feet, coming to Kyle. Through the sound of the battle suit, a buzzing sound came from the system. Captain Kyle, it's okay. The seawater on this planet is no longer enough to form an overly dangerous marine environment. The rest, as long as the biggest obstacle to the world's ocean circulation, the red clay continent, is destroyed, everything will be okay. When reporting, Vegapunk's tone was obviously a little excited. After all, his biggest dream is to create infinite energy so that the world will no longer have any struggles. Although his dream is actually irrelevant, even if there is really unlimited energy, the war will not stagnate. But this at least shows that Vegapunk is a kind person. Thinking that people in the future pirate world no longer have to worry about the harsh geological environment, and the interoperability of resources will make life better, he also became happy from the bottom of his heart. Well, is it okay already? After hearing Vegapunk's words, Kyle nodded immediately. However, the frost and cold air on his body did not dissipate. A serious look suddenly flashed in his eyes, and then he said to Vegapunk, "Since that's the case, the follow-up work of this island will be left to you. With Aokiji here, you don't have to worry about tsunami or something. I'm going to make the next plan. For everything, please Captain Kyle." Vegapunk responded seriously when he heard this. The next moment, lingering around Kyle, who was in the cold air, suddenly flew out of the iceberg and came to the sea outside. Immediately afterwards, his footsteps did not stop at all, and directly turned into a stream of light, drifting out into the distance at a speed not very fast. A thick layer of ice immediately appeared on the sea surface that was swept by his figure. Although it would not affect the ecological balance of the ocean, it was enough to completely isolate the sea and the world. And this time he flew for 3 days. With Kyle's efforts, the whole world seemed to have entered a cold winter. The planet has also become a frozen place. This what's going on? I just slept, why did it turn into winter? Marinfando, who had just woken up, walked out of his large courtyards, feeling the cold air that appeared out of thin air, and suddenly showed doubt on his two old faces. Warring States period and Carp looked at each other. After a moment, Cap said blankly. Can it be that kid Kuzan, who was under too much pressure after becoming a marshal, let himself go and froze Marinfando directly? Do you think Kuzan is you? The Warring States period glanced at Cap in a bad mood, but when he looked into the distance and saw the warship frozen in the ice at the port, his eyes were also extremely curious. At this moment, a messenger wearing a cotton jacket suddenly ran over with a newspaper in a big clamor. Not good. Nothing good. Your Excellency of Warring States period, Your Excellency Cap. Something big happened. Hoo tilde. The messenger ran over panting. Before he could breathe well, Cap snatched the newspaper over. At this time, the Warring States period also turned around and read the front page headlines in the newspaper with Carp. Open black lens bracket shocked. The world government was wiped out. The Marshal of the Navy surrenders. The pirates, major renovation at dusk. The world should be like. Close black lens bracket. Today's newspaper headlines are particularly chaotic. And the content above it is even more shocking. The 5 old stars, the world's highest power, have completely fallen. Nearly 100,000 elite soldiers of the Navy were trapped in the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. The pirates at dusk announced that they would make a huge transformation of the world. Change the pattern of dividing the world into 4 parts by the Red Clay Continent and the Great Way. In order to avoid huge fluctuations during the transformation process, Kyle, captain of the pirates at dusk, chose to freeze the seas of the world. The specific thawing date depends on the completion time of the planet transformation. The news came one by one, but everyone's eyes widened to the extreme. At this moment, not only in Marinfando, but around the world. Even many places where there are intersections with the Twilight Pirates are still scared by the content logged in this newspaper. For a moment, people didn't think of what was in the newspaper. Instead, he was speculating how the pirates in dusk caught Morgas so that he and the World Economic News Agency could publish such content. However, the pictures in the newspaper completely make people unable to distinguish between reality and dreams. Today's entire newspaper and several pages will make way for the pirates in dusk. All the published reports are related to this incident. The 4-5 old stars who were imprisoned in prison and were covered in wounds seemed to be trying to get it out. Someone alone held the head of Satan Saint who had been dead for a year and gathered the 5 old star group. However, unlike the scenes that usually appear in various noble places, they have completely become losers at this time. Abandoned by the world. Flip the next page of the newspaper. It is a photo of the 3 generals of the Navy, Kizaru, Fujito and Green Bull surrendering to Kyle and the Twilight Pirates. The above even reported an interview about surrendering Fang Aokiji. The content is roughly the tyranny of the 5 elders has suffered for a long time and violated the Navy's righteous heart. Under Kyle's advice, he resolutely decided to overthrow the rule of the Tianlong people, lead the Navy, and return a truly bright world to the world. Among them, Aokiji even accused the various atrocities committed by the world government from the perspective of the marshal. What can be photographed is. All the things he said are reasonable and well-founded and can be examined and drawn to true conclusions. Then finally, the newspaper published plans for the world transformation by the pirates at dusk, and explained in detail the changes that would happen to the world after the transformation. Once this newspaper was circulated, it naturally caused great fluctuations around the world. Certainly. More people choose not to believe it. After all, the world government has ruled the world for more than 800 years, how could it be that it would collapse if it collapsed? Some people also chose to believe in the content of the newspaper, but still supported the world government. A large part of these people are nobles who enjoy the benefits of class or royal families who are close to the world government. The 5 old stars are gone, but there are so many people in the Tianlong, so just select 5 more people. In short, the world government cannot collapse, and it cannot be changed if it depends on the rules created by the world government. Otherwise, all the efforts they have made in this life and everything they have now will be turned into ashes. However, the fact is, no one cares about him at all. What do we think? Kyle made Morgans publish this newspaper the greatest function. In fact, it was not to show off that the pirates at dusk defeated the 5 old stars and conquered the Marshal. The main purpose is to remind the world not to panic because of the sudden freezing of sea water, and to tell some people in special places how to take good protection and welcome new ocean currents and weather. However, the popularity of this aspect in the world is not very obvious. If it weren't for the next day, a scene of Kyle punching the red clay continent spread from the underground world. People are still immersed in the memory of the fall of the 5 old stars and have not come out. Boom. At the entrance of the Great Route, the overturned mountain, known as the first level, broke into powder under a terrifying fist wind, drifted around and fell onto the sea that had been completely frozen. On the other side, Vegapunk, wearing ancient armored suits and clones wearing the same style of suits, were holding various instruments and making various measurements on the red clay continent. After a while, Vegapunk raised his hand and signaled. "Captain Kyle, here. There is also an outlet for seawater here." "Oh well." Kyle, who handed all the professional things to professionals, responded instantly, and then walked directly to the location where Vegapunk was, watching several clones use spray paint to draw a size diagram that needs to be opened. Kyle immediately stretched out his arm. After probably mastering the force, the condensed magic bullet of light suddenly took action and hit the bull's eye. Boom! Another violent sound came out, and the mountains that had originally blocked the convergence of the sea waters of the 4 seas had completely disappeared. Then, with the efforts of the Baikal punks, Kyle continued to burst out one huge pit after another on the red clay continent. This bombshell took more than a month. 1 month is naturally not enough to relieve the popularity of the defeat of the 5 old stars. But with the support of the Revolutionary Army, under the support of the pirates at dusk, the Navy Marshal Aokiji also led the navy to revolt in Marinfando. The 2 sides of the army, as if they had agreed, ran against each other, and launched an absolute military attack on one kingdom after another in the world that was bullied by the world government or royal nobles. Usually, just an animal-based awakened transformed person is enough to suppress an island or a country. Now, the Revolutionary Army has taken out nearly 10,000 awakened people to transform people in one breath. In addition, the sea has been frozen, making the march even more. So in just 1 month, the world was completely out of control of the world government. If it weren't for the order of the 5 old stars, the Tianlong people would not have been allowed to leave Marinfando in this year. I don't know how many people of the dragon will be caught in this cleaning alone. But that's good. Because the Tianlong people gathered in all the time makes Kyle's time more convenient. After a month of hard work, Kyle and Vegapunk finally completed the complete transformation of the red clay continent. Now from a distance, the red clay continent, which divides the world into 2, is like a huge Lugo bridge, leaving countless bridge holes for interconnecting water supply. Next, as long as you wait for the frozen sea water to melt naturally, the world's marine characteristics will become more peaceful because of these circulating bridges. Chapter 284 Adventurers Guild. What will this world become? This may be the most question that ordinary people in the pirate world have asked God the most in the past month. Losing the 5 old stars and navy, as well as a large number of elite CP members, the entire world government structure and intelligence network directly showed huge faults, completely paralyzed. In addition to some strong men, such as the Knights of Gods, they can barely control the situation and control the situation of Mary Joa. The others have already been in a mess. Especially those senior leaders of the world government who exist with the Tianlong people. However, the final battle that everyone is looking forward to has not begun for a long time. The pirates disappeared again at dusk. If the Navy and the Revolutionary Army had not been fighting on both sides of the world and continued to liberate those oppressed kingdoms, people even thought that the newspaper was just a joke played by the pirates in the evening in the world. But on this day, the frozen world finally changed. The word, flow, has returned to people again. Kingdom of Goya, Windmill Town. As the first country in the East China Sea liberated by the Revolutionary Army, life here has not changed much from the past. One thing that has to be admitted is, Compared to other dirty places in the world, the Kingdom of Goya just throws garbage into one place and does not deal with refugees and homeless people. At most, this kind of behavior is not loving, at least it is much better than those countries that severely exploit the people and use their lives as tools. However, it is indeed time for a world to be so disgusting, and it is indeed time to bottom out and rebound. The center of a certain sea area. A merchant ship was trapped here due to the sudden freezing and had to spend this long month in the cold glacier. Boss, move, the sea water seems to be flowing. On the deck of the merchant ship, a sailor in a thick coat suddenly shouted excitedly. Although there has been flying around with the Peugeot robots of the Twilight Pirates, bringing warmth and food to those trapped in the middle of the sea. But the goods on the ship are all made by money after all. If you sell it one day earlier, you can finish the payment one day earlier. The most reassuring thing is only when money falls into your own pocket. He was naturally excited to see the ice suddenly melting at an incredible speed. Soon, the sea water became normal, and even a little ice chip was gone. This magical scene is exactly the same as when the sea water suddenly frozen more than a month ago. It makes people really want to be amazed. And the same exclamation appeared simultaneously in every corner of the pirate world. Just like some kind of signal, the frozen sea in the world suddenly returned to its original appearance in just half an hour. Immediately afterwards, some people who are sensitive to the climate noticed something strange. The sea water that had just recovered was extremely stable because it was suppressed by the ice layer. But as time goes by, the stability of the sea has been maintained for a long time. It grows strange. 3 days later. It's weird. This is really the weather that the new world should have. Looking at the sunny wind in the sky, the waves of the sea are calm, and even if there are some light winds and rain, they are within the controllable range. On the Red Fosse. As the only 4 emperors left, the fat cadre of the red-haired pirates, Rachi Lu, expressed incomprehensible doubts. On the other side, Deputy Captain Ben Beckman was sitting leisurely on a sun lounger holding a newspaper. Hearing Rachi's voice, he patted the newspaper in his hand and smiled helplessly. It seems that this world is really not the world we are familiar with. Those guys from the Twilight Pirates really did it. Ben Beckman reads a special interview with Vegapunk about the changes in the world in the newspaper, and a trace of inexplicable emotion appeared in his eyes. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and looked at his boss, red-haired Shanks, beside him. "Captain, there is a notice here. I think you need to read it. That guy Kyle seems to really be in power over the world." The red hair, who was basking in the sun lazily, heard the words of his deputy and slowly opened his eyes, revealing a posture of just waking up. What happened to those guys again? Because he was placed in the ice and snow for more than a month, the red-haired guy has now completely lying flat. Although he was very unwilling to give up, he knew from Kyle's methods. They are completely the existence of 2 worlds. Unless you lead the red-haired pirates to join the dusk, the world will only become more and more unfamiliar. At the beginning, when he went from being surrounded by the 4 emperors to an optional existence, Hong Hai and his crew did emulate for a long time. After all, not everyone can accept this huge psychological gap calmly. But as time goes by, their ideas have also changed little by little. Anyway, they are pirates for freedom and happiness. Since Kyle did not stop them from pursuing these 2 points, why should they care so much? Just keep going your own way. Maintaining this mentality, the red-haired pirates are still taking risks in the new world under the name of the only 4 emperors. Until they were frozen in place for more than a month. Nowadays, my red hair is so angry that I feel so frustrated. Something about the pirates in the dusk, think, listen. However, seeing that his captain just raised his ears and opened his eyes, the tacit understanding he had developed over the years immediately made him guess Shanks's playful mood like a child. But there is nothing we can do. Although he was also confused about this strange world, with his brain and wisdom, he still acted as actively embracing the new world. Although I can't understand you. But this notice of pirates was issued by Kyle himself. If you don't want to read it, I'll read it to you. Without giving Shanks any chance to refute, Ben Beckman read out the second page of the newspaper, which was ranked behind the People's Livelihood issues, but there was a huge amount of information. Hello, pirates all over the world. The West Sea is the country of flowers. The leader of the Green Pepper family of the violent group looked at the newspaper in his hand and suddenly slapped the table, with an incredible shock on his elderly face. What? The world government, is it just like this? How is this possible? The pirates in the evening occupied Marichoa. Ah, Dad, what are you talking about? On the side, Lau Kai was stunned. I thought this would be an ordinary family dinner, and he quickly stood up and ran towards Green Pepper. Immediately, he saw an article above the newspaper with the title Notice of the Pirates. The accompanying picture of the title is a chaotic corpse of the dragon in the earth. Holy Land Marichoa. Great Root, Alabaston. Princess Vivi's hands trembled looking at the contents in the newspaper. Although she is a member of Dusk, she even knows the power of Dusk pirates better than other outsiders. But when all this really came, she still inevitably felt something unreal. But this shock only lasted for a moment. Wei Wei suddenly opened a drawer in her princess's office, took out a phone bug from it, and said, Mr. 1, bring all the cadres of the Baroque Working Club to the royal capital. We must respond to Captain Kyle's call as soon as possible and create a special adventurer guild that is in line with the special kingdom of Alabaston. Sky Island, the island of gods Apayado. Gon Fowler, who left the phone, looked confused. Although he was also loaded with a character card, he was a member of the official member of the Twilight Pirates. But among all the members of the Twilight, he may be the one with the least contact with the Tiga. After all, Sky Island is not like other islands. The transportation and logistics problem here is too serious, so until now, the Pirates of Twilight have not carried out any transformation of the Sky Island. Under the leadership of Gon 4, this place is like hundreds of years, living a simple and peaceful life that can be seen at a glance. However, just now, Gon 4 received an order from the Tiga, asking him to find a way to build the empty island into a tourist area that can make people adventure and play. And we also need to build an adventurer guild with the characteristics of the Sky Island, and use the mission and reward system to create a public facility that looks like a game. Gon Fowler looked at the sky speechlessly. Why did he know every word in the command, but after being arranged together, he couldn't understand it at all? Is it the reason why I have never been on the Tiga? Gon 4 is puzzled. But after thinking about it, he immediately ordered people to call the 4 great envoys over. During the Aniro period, they set up 4 major trials on the Island of God. Perhaps you should be familiar with the characteristics of a dangerous amusement park, mentioned by Captain Kyle. So, it's better to leave this matter to young people like them. As an old guy, just wait obediently for the gold coins to be exposed. As long as you defeat yourself, you can give some rewards to the adventurer. Captain Kyle, this is what he meant. Red Clay Continent. The endless sea water was like a happy elves who discovered a new world, intersecting back and forth between the 4 seas. Although the price is to lose the famous natural wonder of the Kangshan Mountain, it is exchanged for the unprecedented tranquility of the Great Root. Holy Land, Mary Joa. The Revolutionary Army cadres and the naval executives called by Kyle were divided into 2 factions and sat on both sides of a large long table. This table was a high-end thing that the world government used to hold a meeting of kings before. But now, he was carried out by the crowd of the pirates in the evening and placed in the middle of the pool of blood and the corpses of the Tianlong people. As for I am, the true ruler of the Dragon Man. Perhaps, his purse strength is indeed very strong, even exceeding the sum of the 5 old stars. After all, he is an old monster who has lived for 800 years, and he can also use his infinite lifespan to control the ancient weapon of the Heavenly King. However, the gap is really too big. When Kyle, who has the ability to break star, does not plan to continue waiting, it already represents that the rule of the Tianlong people has completely ended. In Kyle's hands, I Am didn't even have a chance to transform, so he twisted his neck and tore it apart. Then another fire was so small that it was wiped out. Even the soul was made into dessert by the ant and distributed to others for use. It can be said that those who die cannot die anymore. With Ein's death, the world government that ruled the world for 800 years was officially shattered. Under the cleaning of the pirates and others at dusk, all the dragons were left without leaving any of them and cleaned them up. Those slaves were also temporarily placed in the Shambodian Islands below the Red Clay continent. After solving the world government, Kyle and the others naturally need to speed up their pace and make plans for their next steps. Wait. His Excellency Kyle, too don't understand. You mean, let the Revolutionary Army form a new world government and manage the world. On Kyle's right hand, Long, who was invited to attend the meeting, suddenly stood up, his face inexplicably confused and shocked. To be honest, after seeing the power of the Twilight Pirates, he was ready to Kyle to rule the world. No matter what, Kyle and Vegapunk worked together to completely conquer the leader of the Revolutionary Army with this practice. Everything that the pirates at dusk did is much more important to ordinary people in this world than what the Revolutionary Army did. Even before coming to attend this meeting, he had already discussed with the senior executives of the Revolutionary Army and agreed to join the Twilight Pirates and become a member of them. Unexpectedly, after a round of meetings, Kyle actually wanted to elect himself to form a new world government team and become the leader of this world government. It is flattering. However, when Kyle heard Long's excited voice, he was just calm. He smiled, then reached out and signaled Long not to be so excited, and sat down and said something. The word management is used very well. It can be seen that Long, you will indeed be a good manager. His Excellency Kyle. Long spoke again, but was interrupted directly by Kyle. Okay, there is no need to say more about the extra nonsense. Kyle smiled and said, I see all the actions of the Revolutionary Army over the years. Let you lead the new world is definitely the most correct decision right now. Certainly. The dragon people are so decayed, and it is not caused in 1 or 2 days. So, what do the Revolutionary Army wants to do after becoming the new ruler of the world? These need to be discussed carefully by your internal members. I believe that at least within 100 years, you should bring peace to the world. In addition, regarding the Navy's placement, Kuzan, you can just connect with Dragon. Very okay. Aokiji, who was also in a shocked state, nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, I received a call and was told that all the Tianlong people had been killed. I quickly brought people to Mary Chawa for a meeting. The meeting had just begun, and there was no preparation at all. I just went straight to the topic. Kyle's decisive way of doing things really scared him, the little marshal. Chapter 285. The goal is the Sea of Stars. Then if you two have no doubts, this matter will be settled like this. After explaining some policy details again and handing over some of his views to Long, Kyle completely declared the end of the meeting. Even after taking away nearly 1 trillion Bailey from the world government vault, all employees directly withdrew from Mary Chawa, giving this position that represents the highest point of world rights to the Revolutionary Army, or by the Dragon sect leading the new government. Rights and other things have never been what Kyle pursues. Taking advantage of the prestige of the world government that had not completely disappeared, he directly charged all trillions of Bailey into the system and gave a huge upgrade to the Tiga. Since someone in the universe can create astral-level weapon like the King of Heaven, then the defensibility of Tiga must be reached to the highest level. After all, not everyone in the Twilight Pirates can adapt to the environment of the universe. In addition, I don't know what the supply situation in the universe is, the Tiga is the guarantee of their lives. It's a pity. After level 10, every upgrade of Tiga requires Bailey in units of trillions. Kyle also thought about using other currencies to test it, but none of them had any effect. It depends on whether the Bailey created after Long reorganized the government team and could be recognized by the system. And the next period of time is the Dusk Pirates going all out to prepare for stepping into the starry sky. Although some cosmic pirates appeared in One Piece comics and were easily defeated by a Nero who landed on the moon, that doesn't mean. In fact, the Twilight Pirates have been looking for the group of cosmic pirates that appeared on the moon in the original timeline. But for some reason, they have never been found by the explorer sent by Vegapunk. There was no way. Kyle had to rely on his hopes to contact alien civilizations after leaving the solar system. The world was inexplicably changed hands, and a lot of messes fell on Long and Kuzan's heads in an instant. The original world government franchises were also trembling, not knowing what would be the fate of meeting their destiny. All of this has long had nothing to do with the Twilight Pirates. Half a year later. The original ruins of the desolate mountain peaks are now at the Pirates Aviation Research Center at dusk. Mr. Monkey D. Long, president of the world government, and Kuzan, director of the World Maritime Police, led their respective confidants to take their time to see off for the pirates at dusk. The size has exceeded the coverage area of the Red Clay continent, just like in front of the Tiga, a giant island. Long and Kuzan looked at Kyle and the captains of the team in dusk with emotion and bitter smiles blankly. His Excellency Kyle, will you come back? Long stood there, looking at the reluctant expression on his Vice President Sabo's face behind him. The three brothers who finally reunited are now going to part ways again. And it is still in the endless starry sky of the universe. This strange sense of estrangement even makes people feel that it has transcended life and death. Kyle obviously noticed the expressions of his two captains, and he smiled loudly. Don't worry, this is the base camp at dusk. Besides, this is a planet I have captured with my own hands. Now you are just letting your revolutionary army take charge. If you don't manage it well, I will come back and replace people at any time. Stepping into the starry sky does not mean you have to cut off from the pirate world. They just took the place of the pirate world and went to inspect the broader world in advance. Please rest assured. Long Leorin smiled and suddenly pounded his hand on his heart, assured Kyle. I will definitely strictly monitor the Revolutionary Army and ensure that the affairs of the Tianlong people will not appear on this planet again. Well, you should work harder. Kyle responded with a smile on his face. However, in fact, he did not think much of Long's guarantee. History is a wheel that moves forward at the same time, the same thing is constantly repeating. People who have never experienced it always think that they can do well and sacrifice themselves. He believed in Long's determination and also in this group of people who fought for the revolutionary cause with him. But decades later, the New World government and other people had sons and grandsons. These descendants who almost possess the whole world appear as soon as they were born. Can the New World government still ensure purity and flawlessness? Kyle didn't expect much about this. Anyway, that has nothing to do with him. Because their future will no longer be limited to this. Certainly. In order to avoid waiting for the pirates to return to the pirate world again at dusk, and to feel like they are going home instead of being treated with guns and cannons, Kyle also left a secret move for himself. That is, the Adventurer Guild was established around the world like mushrooms after a rain and a complete adventurer system in half a year. All the senior executives of this Adventurer Guild were formed by members of the Twilight Pirates who did not want to leave this planet. In addition, Kyle also used the ability of surgical fruits and transforming human technology to help each of them undergo an ageless surgery. In other words, they now have an immortal lifespan, which is enough to allow the pirates to return to the pirate world and see a group of familiar faces. And because of their absolute loyalty to the Dusk, even if they are allowed to work in one position for a lifetime, they will not cause any disgust. Powerful power and immortal lifespan can also ensure the status of the Adventurer Guild in the pirate world. The purpose of this guild is to give those gifted or unwilling to surrender to the status quo in the pirate world a chance. Pirates or something are definitely not allowed to exist anymore. But in order to give those guys who like to make noise, the Adventurer Guild was born. Although the Great Root has disappeared and the sea has become relatively peaceful, the world is not invisible at all. The huge sea beasts living in the deep sea, the strange creatures living in seclusion on uninhabited islands, and the Boeing Islands disguised by a large plant. These are all sources of danger, threatening ordinary people who want to live a peaceful life at all times. With the existence of the Adventurer Guild, they can report various danger information to guilds around the world, and then the guild sets different levels of adventurer tasks and corresponding returns based on the degree of danger. Those who are unwilling to rest can register as adventurers, starting with the low F level, completing the task step by step. Eventually becoming an SSS-level adventurer can even challenge the senior leaders of the Adventurer Guild. Once you are recognized by the senior leaders or defeated the senior leaders, you will have the opportunity to join the Dusk Pirates. Certainly. The last step is just a prospect for the future. If you want to achieve it, you also need to see how civilization and strength are in the starry sky. Helping the pirate world connect with the starry sky as soon as possible is also one of the things Kyle wants to do. After all the things that should be explained were explained, under the guidance of Little Tiga, the Pirates of Twilight returned to the huge Tiga. Kyle, who was standing at the bow of the boat, glanced at Long and others down, and then the corners of his mouth suddenly rose. Finally, can you take this step? As he said that, he turned around. Behind him are tens of thousands of long-awaited pirates. They stood in turn according to their respective teams. Their team captain stood at the closest position to Kyle. Young guys, are you ready? Kyle, who had always been cold and calm in everyone's eyes, suddenly smiled like a child who was about to enter a new environment, excited and curious. Just now. All the members of the Dusk are not more calm than their captain Kyle. After hearing Kyle's question, even the old guy who was over 60 years old raised the great Zanpakura in his hand excitedly and shouted with everyone. Prepare, Captain Kyle. The surging momentum instantly emerged from the deck of the Tiga and rushed towards all directions. In an instant, even the clouds in the sky took the initiative to avoid it, making way for this group of people to the new world. But at this moment. Very good. A more terrifying and powerful aura burst out from Kyle instantly, like a tsunami that destroyed the world, directly suppressing everyone's aura. Kyle clenched his fists and waved it upwards. Then let's go. New world, we are here. Rumbled Tilda. With Kyle's order, Little Tiga instantly activated the ability of the floating fruit, causing the huge hull to rise up instantly, like a mountain uprooted and flew into the air. The dragon on the ground was already overwhelmed by its previous momentum, and now he saw such a huge creature flying into the air again, and was shocked in his heart. But this is also the main purpose of him bringing the senior executives of the Revolutionary Army here today to watch the ascension ceremony of Kyle and others. Just as Kyle had no confidence in the world government established by the Revolutionary Army, Long knew very well that human hearts were a terrible thing. Therefore, in order to enable the new world government to serve the people in a practical way and prevent the Tianlong people from happening again, he deliberately let the current senior officials of the new world government experience the horror of the pirates in the dusk. Although these friends were revolutionaries who had been through life and death with him, victory came too suddenly and too easily, and he would also worry that someone would forget his original intention and become a new Tianlong man in private. I hope that after seeing the horror of the pirates in the evening, they will remember that there is a sword of Demoris hanging above their heads at all times. Once they made any violation of the principles, the sword would pierce their bodies immediately. This is also the main purpose of His Excellency Kyle's establishment of the New World Government, the Maritime Police Department, and the Adventurers Guild. The world government is responsible for people's livelihood, economy and production construction. The sea police are responsible for public security issues in the sea and around the world, and the Adventurers Guild gives those dishonest young people an opportunity to move forward. Only by checking and balancing each other can the system be better avoided. Thank you for everything you have done for this world. Looking at the boat bottom that was getting smaller and smaller in the sky, the dragon murmured silently in his heart. Tiga flew at high speed. Because the momentum released by Kyle and the dusk had already penetrated the sky, the road was unobstructed. The Baihai and Beibaihai, which should have existed at a height of 10,000 meters, have all disappeared. In this way, the Tiga took off all the way, and soon left the gravity range of the pirate world and entered a brand new area. This is the starry sky. Even though I have walked into the starry sky many times, Kyle is now extremely excited. His eyes swept towards the crowd at dusk. Nowadays, their physical strength is no longer afraid of the universe environment. They are all lying on the ship bars, enjoying the beautiful scenery of the starry sky. In order to avoid being thrown out of the ship because Tiga is too fast, Vegapunk also specially made a gravity belt for everyone, which can specifically generate gravity with Tiga, so that they can be compared with the pirate world feel the same. Many people even lay on the bars and look down hard. Even though the starry sky was filled with the same scenery, they still couldn't help but be curious. Especially Luffy, the guy he joined the dusk was to step into the starry sky. Now that my wish is fulfilled, I can't suppress my inner joy, and I directly entered the 5th stage, happily turning around the Tiga. Looking at the lively scene on the deck, Kyle couldn't help but smile. But he had already visited the starry sky near the pirate world, and there was nothing at all, so naturally he wouldn't be as curious as everyone else. However, he did not disturb the other people's enthusiasm, but instead asked little Tiga to prepare for a banquet. It's the first time I entered the starry sky. How could I miss the celebration banquet on such a memorable day? As for your order, Captain Kyle. Little Tiga, who was also the first time to step into the starry sky, had no less excitement on her face than anyone else. Hearing that the banquet was about to be held, he immediately shook his figure and conveyed the captain's order. A simple but extraordinary banquet is about to be held. Traveling in the starry sky is destined to be with loneliness and loneliness. Fortunately, their years of experience in pirates have long helped them to face loneliness, and they can be happy no matter where they are. Time passes slowly. The Tiga was also in the universe and flew for several months. The more than 100-day trip has calmed down everyone's excitement at dusk, and returned to their respective positions to do what they should do. But at this time, Kyle and Vegapunk walked out of the cabin and came to the edge of the Tiga. Because just now, Vegapunk suddenly asked Tiga to report to Kyle, saying that there was a strange signal that he had just passed by Tiga and was discovered by him. At the same time, on a huge desert planet far from the solar system of the pirate world. In a large base. Report to the boss, there is a large spacecraft that has not been recorded and has just entered our defense range. Is it from Star Federation? It seems no, boss. Judging from their spaceship, it is probably the native who has just developed interstellar flight capabilities in the nearby star field. Oh, there is such a planet nearby. Send someone to contact them and find a way to find out their planet coordinates. While their planet has not yet registered with the Star Federation, maybe they can sell it at a good price. Hey. Chapter 286 Star Federation and the Four Great Civilizations. You mean, we are likely to encounter alien civilizations? Hearing Vegapunk's report, Kyle's eyes lit up suddenly. Although they have been prepared for a long time without results. But after sailing for several months, I didn't see any signs of existence of creatures. Even Kyle, who knew that there must be other civilizations in the universe, couldn't help but feel a little worried. Now that he heard hope from Vegapunk, he was naturally very happy. Kyle immediately asked, "How is it? Can you contact that signal?" Quote, on the Tiga, many phone bugs that had eaten the fruit of whispering copyright were raised, but he was not worried about having language barriers to the other party. The most important thing now is that Kyle needs to grasp the information of cosmic civilization as soon as possible so as to give himself and his partners some motivation to continue moving forward. However, under Kyle's expectant gaze, Vegapunk shook his head gently. No, Captain Kyle. The signal just now seems to be just for monitoring and does not have the ability to receive our signals. That's it. Kyle smacked his lips, but was not too disappointed. He believed that Vegapunk's judgment would not go wrong. Since he said there were other civilizations nearby, it must be true. If his most powerful brain can make mistakes, then what risks will their pirates take or explore the universe at dusk? It would be better to go back and be a local emperor honestly. Thoughts flashed, Kyle looked up and looked around. Because of fear of being swept into the gravity of other planets, Tiga has been sailing around other planets. But since there is a monitoring signal nearby, it means that there must be intelligent life on a certain planet in this star field. And what Kyle could think of was naturally prepared for. After seeing Kyle's thoughts, he immediately reported to Kyle. Please rest assured Captain Kyle, I have sent out a reconnaissance robot just now. Although their exploration scope is not very broad, if they have previous signals as beacons, I believe that it will be a result soon. Well, you're more reliable. Kyle nodded and expressed his approval to Vegapunk. Immediately, he didn't plan to care about so much, so he left everything to Vegapunk and the others. After all, I have specialized in my profession. However, just as Kyle was thinking so, an unexpected discovery made his expression stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Wait a minute, Vegapunk. Kyle suddenly smiled. It seems that we don't need to explore anything anymore. Someone is here to come. Huh. Vegapunk was also stunned, but soon he was smart and realized something, and remained silent, with a look of expectation flashing in his eyes. At the same time, within the range of Kyle's terrifying domineering spirit, a spacecraft, which is about 1/10 of the Tiga, is quickly rushing towards their location. In order to meet alien civilizations as soon as possible, Kyle even deliberately asked the Tiga to turn the direction and rush to the mysterious spacecraft in 2 directions. Not long after, the 2 spacecraft officially met. It's indeed a group of barbarians. They actually made the aircraft into an ordinary sailboat. It seems that they accidentally got some ability to fly to the universe, and then rushed out of the planet without knowing anything. Seeing the retro look of Tiga, Io immediately felt a sense of superiority in his heart, and a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although the other party's spacecraft is slightly larger, he is confident that with the weapons on his spacecraft, he can definitely easily deal with the other party. This is his confidence in the deputy captain of the Razor Space Pirates. But self-confidence is self-confidence. In order to allow these indigenous people to obediently reveal the coordinates of their planet so that they can sell them at a good price on the black market, he still had to pretend to be a good man. Recalling the words he had deceived the natives before, he stepped on his foot and floated directly in the starry sky. The combat uniforms on his body instantly gave him a forward force, allowing him to fly towards the ship of the Tiga. Who are you? As soon as he arrived above the Tiga, Io directly asked Kyle and others in a condescending state. The starry sky in the pirate world is slightly different from the starry sky on the Earth. Although there is no oxygen here, there is another gas that can be used for sound to spread. Io landed slowly and came to the deck of the Tiga. He was not at all wary of this group of natives who had just left the planet and were on interstellar travel. However, just as he was about to continue speaking, a strange look suddenly flashed in his eyes. What's wrong? This spacecraft not only uses wood on the outside. Even the inside is actually wood on the inside. Wood that can adapt to the universe environment. And why do I feel that the quality of this wood is even harder than our starry warships? Could it be this is still a planet with high-level resources? Quote. I've made a fortune now. In the universe, there are countless planets with intelligent life. Even if you draw the coordinates of the planet, it will only make a small profit. But if high-level resources can be produced on this planet, then these resources themselves are hundreds or thousands of times more valuable than the planet itself. Thoughts flashed, and a ruthless look appeared in Io's eyes again. With high-level resources, I can even create my own universe pirate group, and I no longer need to look at other people's eyes. This matter seems to be a long-term plan. Io was thinking so much in his heart. But at this moment, a sound suddenly came into his ears, frightening him to the point of being stunned. Long-term plan. In this universe, it turns out that they are not good at it. Quote. The shocked Io raised his head and suddenly realized that the person who was talking was the only young man between the 2 old and young people on the deck. But his eyes to the young man suddenly tightened, as if he was being looked at by his whole body. Yuahaha. Under nervousness, Io subconsciously wanted to show his normal state, but fortunately he finally reacted. Why do you break into the Razor Star domain without authorization? Don't you know that entering the Razor Star domain requires reporting to the Star Federation in advance? Of course, the Razor Star domain does not exist. However, in the policy of the Star Federation, entering the star domain of some nobles or organizations does require sending an entry application to the other party in advance through the Star Federation, otherwise they will be directly extinguished in the universe on the charge of intrusion without authorization. The reason why Io said this is, on the one hand, it is to intimidate Kyle, and on the other hand, it is to prevent the other party from pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and to touch the other party's bottom. And Kyle and others' performance was indeed not as expected by Io. After he said the 3 words, Star Federation, the other party immediately showed a look of confusion and curiosity. That way, it was exactly the same as the natives on the planet who came to the starry sky for the first time. It's okay. It seems that I am going to make a lot of money. Io laughed wildly inside. But the next moment, his expression suddenly became horrified. A big hand suddenly appeared and called it directly on his face. Interesting. Kyle's mouth raised lightly, looking at the alien creature in front of him who seemed to have a human body but had a snake-like head, but had a dog's head on his face. Without giving Io any chance to resist, powerful spiritual power instantly poured into his brain. Countless information suddenly poured into Kyle's mind. If you can do something, don't make a noise. After discovering that Io's strength was just at the level of the 7 warlords C, he did not talk nonsense and instantly activated his telepathy skills to retrieve useful information in Io's mind. Nowadays, the most important thing for them is to have information about the interstellar world. This is really sleepy and someone gives you a pillow. After a few dozen seconds, Kyle suddenly let go of his big hand that was tightly clasped on Io's head, and then a light suddenly flashed out in his eyes, bright and dazzling. This starry sky is indeed as exciting as he imagined. First of all, through Io's memory, Kyle learned that this universe was ruled by an organization called Star Federation. I don't know if it was because of Io's humble position. In his memory, there was no location where the Star Federation headquarters was located, and no one knew who the actual ruler of this organization was. But there must be a base of a Star Federation in each galaxy. And all civilizations in this galaxy must obey the orders of this Star Federation. Those who follow the rules of the Star Federation will be protected by the Star Federation. If you disobey, although the Star Federation will not attack it, it allows all other civilizations or organizations to burn, kill and plunder it. In general, this Star Federation can be regarded as a law-abiding and neutral camp. Under its rule, the major galaxies were still living a peaceful life. However, this Anshung is only aimed at civilizations that have the ability to fly out of the planet. Other civilizations that have not been registered in the Star Federation, once discovered, will be the key targets of collectors of major planets or slave vendors. In addition, the Star Federation seems to divide all civilizations into 4 categories according to the characteristics of each major civilization. The technology side, the magic side, the physical cultivation side and the most mysterious rule side. The characteristic of the technology side is that knowledge is power, and it can usually create powerful weapons that have both a large range and accuracy. The most representative technology side civilization is a spaceship that can be rebelled by artificial intelligence, killed the intelligent creatures that made them, and then transformed the entire planet into a spaceship that can move freely and fight. It is said that its most brilliant record is that with the power of a planet, a noble who ruled the galaxy did not dare to take a step forward. I was afraid that I would be killed by the 3 no-matter zone of the Star Federation. The reason was that he said something in public that he looked down on artificial intelligence. Of course, this planet is the product of the original smart creature's collapse, and it is also the most representative example. On other technology sides, most of them still have biological organisms, and their power is mainly driven by Gundam or warships. A few strong men are like Bergapunk, who build themselves a battle armor, and some will transform their bodies and ascend mechanically. The energy side, also known as the magic side and the immortal side, is a general term for civilizations that use various energy, nature, life, or soul, to strengthen themselves or engage in battle. They are usually able to control the power of nature, or some mysterious power in the starry sky, or their own powerful energy, and then condense it into attack methods to cause damage to the enemy. Some strong people can even mobilize the energy of the starry sky to carry out long-distance destructive strikes on hostile planets, or they can release their supreme power, with huge lethality. But in Io's memory, there is no distinctive exception on the energy side. But that's not because of its weakness. It is just the civilization that accounts for the most proportion in the entire universe, belongs to the energy side. According to the report presented by Star Federation, more than half of the civilizations registered in the Star Federation are evaluated as the energy side. The body is the famous hometown of a reckless man in the universe. Usually, a group of planets with strong physical bodies but no other talents are known as physical cultivation. The difference between them and those guys in the energy side who use energy to strengthen their bodies, it is that they really only cultivate their bodies. The flesh becomes sanctified. Although there are very few strong people in the physical cultivation civilization, no one dares to underestimate the powerful people in the physical cultivation. Anyone who can leave his planet and cross the void with his own body is not a fuel-saving lamp. And these people are usually gifted. Once they are exposed to the power system in other civilizations, they can often quickly control their power at a speed that makes the civilization's worldview explode, and perform stronger than them. Therefore, every strong man in the cultivation side of civilization is a popular hot commodity among major organizations in the starry sky. But at the same time, the strong man who practices his body is also a recognized reckless man in the universe. Perhaps because they can use their physical bodies to cross the void without any constraints, their personalities are more proud and free than anyone else. Besides, there is the rarest and most mysterious civilization in the universe, the rule side. The emergence of such civilizations often causes a stir among several galaxies nearby. Because this kind of civilization is too weird. There was once a strong interstellar man who could destroy a planet with one finger. I want to conquer a rule-like planet and join him. Then, people forget that strong man. I don't know his name, and I even forgot his existence. It was just because other capable and patriots under the strong man always felt something was wrong, and then through some clues, he found that he might have a boss, and that boss might have trouble with that rule-side planet. Then, his boss disappeared for no reason. When he guessed this, he was completely stupid. Then this capable man immediately made his discoveries public through the Star Federation. It was also from that moment that everyone stayed away from the planet on the rule side, regardless of whether it was powerful or not. Chapter 287 The Pirates of the Space. Star Federation 4 Major Civilizations. After digesting Io's memory, Kyle suddenly opened his eyes and showed an interest. Interesting. It's worthy of being the vast universe. There are countless powerful people who suppress the entire galaxy. Compared with such a guy, I just reached the point where I became a star-breaking star, and I don't seem to be considered a strong man. Kyle laughed self-deprecatingly, but there were burning eyes bursting out from his eyes. Finally. Sure enough, this world is not dominated by the pirate planet. In the vast starry sky, the truly brilliant moment is about to take place. I don't know if it was because I stayed with the idiots in the pirate world for too long, but Kyle's heart inexplicably began to look forward to the future. Of course, to put it simply, it is. He started to second place again. Bang! A snap of fingers suddenly rang out in this quiet universe. Io suddenly opened his eyes, and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. Strange, where am I? The familiar starry sky, strange young people and old men, strange wooden aircraft. Looking at everything in front of him, Io's soul trembled suddenly, and then he instantly reacted. Oh, by the way. There are two guys who escaped from the nearby star domain here. They want to join their Razor Pirates, so I hope they can recommend them. This younger boy is Kyle, the boss of this group, and the old man is Bergapunk, but that doesn't matter at all. After sorting out the memories in my mind, although Io felt a little strange, he still quickly sorted out his thoughts. In an instant, he immediately took up the airs of the superior, glanced at Kyle, and then coughed twice. Ahem. It's not that easy to join our Razor Pirates. Very good. It seems that even in the starry sky, not everyone can resist the double hypnosis of Udu plus telepathy. Seeing that his psychological suggestion seemed to be very successful, Kyle immediately laughed again. But on the surface, he still showed a vigilant and cautious look. Mr. Io, the promised reward has been given to you before. According to the transaction content, you need to successfully introduce us to the Razor Pirates, so that we can have a place to stay in this star field. Haha tilde. As if he was greedy for the non-existent reward, Io grinned. Don't worry. I won't deceive you poor guys. Depending on your appearance, you have offended the nobles in the star domain, so you have to run out. There are many guys in the Razor Pirates who have the same experience as you. I believe you will integrate into this big family soon. Since he is a future member of the pirates, Io certainly won't mock Kyle and others anymore. You guys drive the spaceship and come with me. Io didn't see any movement, but a sudden energy fluctuation came from his space suit, carrying him to fly towards his spaceship. Looking at Io's back as he left, Kyle's eyes kept flashing. He had already made plans to join a certain force. Especially after learning that even the star-breaking powerhouses were countless in the universe, Kyle planned to let go first. Of course, it is impossible to join the Razor Pirates or something. From Io's memory, he could clearly see. The Razor Pirates are now being wanted by the Star Federation because they robbed a noble family in their star field. Although pirates are Kyle's old profession, they are also the most unrestrained profession in the starry sky. But a mere deputy captain, the Razor Pirates with only the level of the 7 warriors, is not worth too much time Kyle and them wasted. The real purpose of his request to Io to take him into the Razor Pirates field this time is to prepare to conquer the leader of the Razor Pirates. Then use this as a pedal to officially start conquering an adventure of the starry sky. However, this is a starry sky with strong people after all, so they should act carefully. Looking at the Razor spacecraft leading the way for the Tiga, Kyle's mouth showed a faint smile. 2 spacecraft, one small and one large, flew towards a huge planet at the same speed. From the outside, this planet is extremely desolate. From a distance, it looks like a large soil ball with a mushy surface, and there is no trace of water or vegetation color. But there are all kinds of wonders in the world. Although there is no water or vegetation here on the surface, there is a complete ecosystem under the surface of the planet. And this is also the main reason why the fleeing Razor Pirates chose to hide here. The appearance of this planet is the best protective color to help them avoid the search of the Star Federation. At this time, the observation room of the Tiga was inside. Kyle and the cadres at dusk looked curiously. Everyone is very excited when it comes to alien life for the first time. What do you mean, Captain Kyle? Will we need to start a massacre in a while? The dazzling light of light flashed slightly, and Aniro, who was about to be unable to suppress his heart, suddenly asked Kyle. But Kyle shook his head gently at him. Don't be anxious first. This is not a world we are familiar with. In order to avoid the captain of the Razor Pirates hiding secret methods that Io didn't know, it's better to understand the other party's methods first. Yes, Captain Kyle was thoughtful. Anilu, who had begun to learn to flatter, grinned. You guy tilde. Kyle glanced at him with a funny look, then stopped caring and put all his eyes on the big screen in front of him. The observation room is not a system facility. Instead, a 360 degrees blind spot-free external camera built on the Tiga by ship workers such as Frank and scientists such as Bega Ponk. Although it only allows you to see the outside world inside the Tiga, you can combine the huge body of Tiga and protect and maintain the monitoring device. This can be regarded as one of the rare non-automated major projects on the Tiga. Following Io's spaceship, the Tiga soon landed into a desolate planet. After a sway left and right, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the sight of Kyle and others. According to Kyle's memory of exploring Io, the Razor Pirates seemed to have mastered some mysterious illusion formation, blocking the hole that entered the underground world. It is precisely because of this formation that they avoided the pursuit of the Star Federation. As the formation, this is a power that has never appeared in the pirate world. After seeing the magic of the formation with his own eyes, Kyle's eyes flashed and he thought to himself. During this time he was actually thinking about which of the 4 major civilizations planned by the Star Federation. Although these 4 major civilizations are not as obvious as imagined. Especially scientific civilization and energy civilization, many things between the two are mutually common, so the integration of energy systems between these 2 civilizations is also very common. For example, in the energy civilization system, many people also pour energy into their bodies to achieve the effect of strong physical civilization. In scientific civilization, some people will also engrave formations and magic inscriptions on weapons, turning them into magic technology with more functional richness. Gun. However, relatively speaking, physical cultivation civilization and rules civilization rarely communicate with other civilizations. The main reason is that most of the physical cultivation civilizations are reckless men, with a stubborn mind, fully trusting their own physical strength, and unwilling to waste their energy on other things. Because the rule civilization is too mysterious and rare, it is a rare species in itself, so naturally there is no large-scale interaction with other civilizations. But which civilization does the pirate world belong to? From the perspective of armed and domineering aura, where everyone can practice, the pirate world is undoubtedly very consistent with the characteristics of the civilization on the side of physical cultivation. However, there are still various messy fruit abilities here, as well as some uncommon, but there are indeed people such as Quinn and Vinsmic who transformed themselves through science. Quinn, Vinsmic and others obviously belong to the technology side. The natural system and some superhuman fruit abilities of the release type, as well as some phantom animal species, are in line with the characteristics of energy-side civilization. In addition, there are a series of obvious rules-side powers such as childlike fruits that can be directly forgotten by the world, surgical fruits that can directly give people unlimited life abilities, and door fruits that can open doors anywhere. The power on the rule side, even the character card drawn by Kyle, rarely has this ability. But many of the fruit abilities in the pirate world meet this characteristic. I have to say, the entire pirate world is really a microcosm of the starry sky system, a great fusion of energy in various systems. At the end of the universe, at the pirate. After passing through a dark cave, the screen that was originally in night vision suddenly lit up. The next second, a brand new world appeared in front of Kyle and others. At this time, another sound came from the spaceship in front. "Come on, I'll take you to see Captain Razor." The language spoken by the voice was very familiar to Kyle and others, just as Io said to Kyle at the beginning. In the formal world of pirates, the common language of intelligent life. Based on the information Kyle collected from Io's memory. It seems that countless years ago, a cosmic power on the rule side activated its own abilities at a great cost to limit communication between cosmic lives to the same language. Since then, even if the wisdom civilization from the primitive planet has just emerged, the words they created may be different. But the words and pronunciations are automatically turned into common words in the universe. This is the horror of the strong. So Kyle can fully understand what Io said. There is no need for Io to remind me that after entering the underground world, the Tiga directly accelerated and just kept up with Io's spacecraft. Soon, on a huge platform, the Tiga slowly landed. On the side of Kyle, he led a dozen cadres to jump down from the high hull of the Tiga. On the other hand, Io also led his subordinates out of the spacecraft. Under the natural environment, Io, who took off his space suit, revealed his strange figure. "I'll agree first. I'm here to recommend you to join the Razor Pirates. When you meet the boss later, don't make any noise. You can only speak when I ask you to speak. Remember your identities. Don't worry, Deputy Captain Io." Kyle smiled and obediently dealt with O. Yeah, Io nodded, and he was very satisfied with Kyle's attitude. However, when he swept his eyes to everyone behind Kyle, he felt inexplicably strange in his heart. No way. Even with Kyle's hypnotic power suppressed, the aura of many cadres at dusk was still too strong. At this moment, as soon as they got off the ship, they immediately attracted the attention of other pirates of the Razor Pirates. Fortunately, Io, who was completely hypnotized, just muttered in his heart, and then led Kyle directly to a starry warship several times larger than the Tiga. Although the Razor Pirates are just a bug-like little person in the eyes of the Star Alliance. But the Razor Pirates' methods are also considered to be out of the bottom among the pirates of the universe. Under the leadership of Io, Kyle and others soon took a transportation device that was transparent on all sides like an elevator at the door of the starship. In a few minutes, they arrived at the center of the starship, a hall mixed with a little bloody smell and coldness. At this time, in the center of the hall, a male creature with dark gray body, large body and snake head was sitting on the throne of the hall. It is different from the snake-headed human body of Han Cook's two sisters who ate the snake fruit. This creature seemed to be the head of a giant, turning into a giant python. Very strange. Although I'm of the same race, Io, who is much thinner, came forward to report. Master Razor, these guys have just escaped from their star domain and want to join our Razor Pirates. I wonder what you think. The Razor, sitting on the throne, was obviously stunned for a moment. He blinked the cold snake eyes, and after a long time of calm, his eyes swept directly at Kyle and others, showing a cold smile. Your Excellency is such a good method. It seems that my deputy captain must have been hypnotized and controlled by you, right? As he said that, he looked at O again and sneered. Io, do you still remember what the mission I gave you? Of course I remember. You asked me. Io's tone was stagnant, but he couldn't continue. After a moment of silence, he instantly realized the meaning of Razor's words. After receiving this reminder, his mental power, which was not very strong, was instantly broken. Then he suddenly turned around and looked at Kyle and others with fear. Damn it! You actually dare to hypnotize me. Captain Razor. Sorry. I was caught. Io, who understands everything, grits his teeth. I apologized to my captain, but I felt panic in my heart. Although his strength is not as top in the universe, he is not an ordinary miscellaneous fish. But the other party was able to hypnotize himself without his knowledge. Then how strong are these guys? Let's go and find Alna to punish yourself. A fierce light appeared in Razor's snake's eyes, and he looked at his deputy captain in disappointment. Then, he looked at Kyle and others. Little devil, I've specially hypnotized O and asked him to bring you here. Your purpose should be me. Chapter 288. Congratulations, you are away from the novice period. I am worthy of being a big shot who can command a pirate group in the universe, but I can see through it at a glance. Kyle looked directly at Razor, with a faint smile on his lips. This distance is enough for him to kill or hypnotize Razor in an instant, so naturally there is no need to hide it. Anyway, no matter what kind of trump card he has, he can no longer escape from Kyle's palm. When Razor's big hand slapped the handrail when he heard Kyle admit it bluntly. Pung! The huge palm force penetrated the unknown cosmic alloy, making a dull loud noise. What a courage! Razor couldn't say whether he was laughing or shouting in anger. Depending on your appearance, it should have nothing to do with the Star Federation. When you first come to the starry sky, you dare to directly provoke the starry sky forces. Instead, Razor's tone suddenly calmed down. But you can hypnotize Io without any reaction. You can see that you should be very confident in your hypnosis methods, right? But you don't think hypnosis is a rare ability, right? A sinister eye flashed in Razor's eyes. In the vast starry sky, there are endless possibilities. Hypnosis and mental shock are naturally not new methods. But not everyone has the ability to resist spiritual power. Therefore, among major trading planets, protective props for mental power and soul are also very common. Although the expensive price has discouraged many people, there are still endless buyers. It just so happened that Razor was one of the endless members. In his mind, there is a magic circle that can resist spiritual impact. Under the effect of this magic circle, unless the other party has dozens of times more mental power than him, don't try to affect him at all. And this is also Razor's confidence in facing Kyle. Boy, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Razor said, join my pirate group obediently. For the sake of you being a hypnotist with relatively rare abilities, I can leave it alone for what happened before. It just so happens that their pirate group does not have the talents in mental power and hypnosis ability. After absorbing these guys, their strength will be further strengthened. However, when Razor raised his head again, he expected that the other party would find that the hypnosis ability was useless and then showed a panic-looking scene, but it did not appear. Instead, a pair of deep blood-colored eyes suddenly enveloped his entire world. So that's it. Is this your support? Click click. A sound that only Razor could hear was as if glass was broken suddenly sounded. Razor suddenly widened his eyes, revealing his panic, who found that he was ineffective and panicked. No, impossible. This is impossible. The Razor sitting on the throne suddenly rioted, and the thick python head swung violently in the air. His body also subconsciously stood up, left the position of the superior, and staggered forward. At this moment, the offense and defense are different. Impossible. Kyle showed a teasing look and walked step by step towards the throne belonging to the captain of the Razor Pirates. And the snake head waving in the air was directly ignored by him. Nothing is impossible. Bang. Kyle sat on the throne and watched the mind-controlled Razor slowly kneel in front of him. Except for the twisted snake head that proved that he was still struggling, his body was completely disobeying his orders. The power of Razor may be good. Under Kyle's observation, his strength was as good as I Am, who was strangled to death by him at that time. However, if Kyle hadn't deliberately shown mercy to protect him, he would have been idiot by magic impact. Obviously, his mental protection prop is not very advanced, otherwise such terrifying side effects would not be hidden. Boom. Under the influence of spiritual control, in front of Io and the senior executives of the Razor Pirates, Razor suddenly knelt down and made a gesture of surrender to Kyle with both hands. Kyle smiled slightly. Okay, maybe we can have a good talk now. Yuho or you. The guy who just walked out of the planet is definitely not so powerful. The Razor, which Kyle deliberately retained part of his consciousness, had a hideous snake-like head and still refused to accept reality. But Kyle no longer wants to have too many ink traces with him. Boom. The terrifying domineering aura suddenly surged out of Kyle's body, like a ridge falling from the sky, pressing hard on the thunder present, all members of the Snake Pirates. Don't be too full of words, Mr. Razor. The universe is infinite, anything is possible, isn't it? Kyle smiled gentlemanly, but his eyes showed contempt for life. Just a glance, Razor, who was so overwhelmed by the domineering spirit, felt like his life was being held in the palm of his hand. Swish. The momentum comes quickly and goes quickly. Kyle did not oppress Razor and others too much. After all, he still needs Razor and the others to help him learn more about the starry sky later. After scaring Razor's crowd, Kyle controlled Razor's body again and let his eyes look at him. He spoke slowly. I'll give you a chance, too. Either surrender or die. You choose. 1 hour later. At the top of the starship, the huge flag representing the Razor Pirates was pulled down by Io and a group of little brothers. Hurry. Move quickly. Don't annoy Mr. Kyle. You too. Is it so hard to pull a rope? What's the point of using it for you? Although he changed his master, but his identity did not change much, cursed his subordinates and directed the change of flags. A moment later, the original Razor pirate flag was broken into pieces by a group of minions with huge scissors. The pirate flag representing dusk hung high above the huge starship. At the same time, this also means that this starship has completed the change of ownership. Under absolute deterrence of force, Razor, a pirate at the bottom of the starry sky, had no power of resistance and could only choose to bow to Kyle. After Razor's supplement, Kyle also gained a more detailed understanding of all forces in the starry sky. First of all, the power level in the starry sky. No matter what the profession is, under the planning of the Star Federation, all the strong men are divided into 7 levels: inequality, planetary, star, universe, domain master, realm master, and immortal level. In addition to the immortal level, each realm is divided into small realms of level 1 to 9. Not being in the ordinary means being ineligible to rely on oneself to survive in the starry sky environment. Just like in the entire Razor Pirates, except for Razor and Io, they all belong to the level of being in the low-level position. EO and Razor are planetary level 1 and planetary level 6 respectively. Generally speaking, existences with a planetary level above 5 can already be a domineering person on some remote planets and become the overlord of one side. Just like the Razor now. But if it is a key planet under the Star Federation, planets below level 5 can only be considered as the lowest level of society. They are generally in a simple service industry and work for other high-level strong people. If you are above the planet level 5, you may get a little bit of face job, but you are just going to serve the lower level personnel to serve the first-class guy. The planetary rank must work for the star level, and the star level must work for the cosmic level layer by layer, repeating over and over again. Perhaps only by becoming the highest point in the universe can one succeed in obtaining true freedom. But who can guarantee that immortality is the end of the universe? The planetary rank is the overlord of the planet, the star rank has the power to break stars, and the universe rank, as the name suggests, has the ability to dominate a universe. As for the Domain Master, Realm Master and other subsequent ones, they are no longer the level that Razor can touch. It is said that the person in charge of the Star Federation of this star field is a strong man at the peak of the universe. He can suppress the entire star field with his own strength. According to this logic, Kyle boldly guessed that his current strength is probably at the late stage of the star level. As for how much it is still far from the cosmic level, it is impossible to evaluate because there is no experience in it. However, in the late stage of the star rank, it is enough to become a guest of honor for some noble families in a star field and enjoy generous treatment. You can get a lot of resources without doing anything every day. It's a pity. It seems the system does not plan to let me be a good person. In the occupied hall inside the starship, Kyle raised his head and looked at the prompt message that was not focused as if it did not exist. A player has been detected to have been exposed to advanced currency resources and triggers automatic update conditions. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to the players, they have successfully passed the novice stage. After the update, the system officially launches the full version. Please wait patiently. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket updated. 20 hours 15 minutes and 45 seconds close black lens bracket. P.S. During the update period, please keep the pirate identity to avoid causing data confusion. Close black lens bracket. Just a few hours ago, Kyle saw the universal currency in the universe in the starship, a Star Alliance coin issued by Star Federation. Because Bailey issued by the New World government is no longer recognized by the system, Kyle is also eager to find a new currency or something that can replace Bailey for system recharge. And at that moment, Kyle suddenly received the system's update reminder. The update time of a day is nothing to him. After all, except that the system cannot be used, the power bonus on him has not been affected in any way. It just surprised Kyle. The system he used to play was actually just the novice stage. At this moment, even if he knew the updated system it will become stronger, but he still feels inexplicably melancholy. It's like you've finally licked it for a long time, and finally chased the goddess into your hand. Turned her head, but found that a beauty who was more shining than the goddess suddenly appeared in your life. What I once cherished suddenly became less important. Fortunately, Kyle was not broken up, but used the goddess in his hand to exchange for a new goddess. The day passed quickly. In order to meet the system as soon as the system is updated, Kyle didn't even have a rest and just waited for the system to be updated. And when his consciousness could sink into the system again, a brand new interface appeared in front of him. The original system interface was a simple version of the mobile game he had played. The background was an ordinary port, and then it had Captain, Backpack, Partner, Game, and Dock, Close Black Lens Bracket 4 options. After the update, not only the system's background was replaced by an infinite universe. Even the options include 2 additional options, Territory, and Recruitment. Kyle did not rush to check the 2 newly emerging system functions, but instead opened the Captain interface in order. Sure enough. A familiar and unfamiliar interface instantly appeared in Kyle's mind. And he also noticed the strangeness of this interface at the first time. There has been no change in the basic information of the captain's name, level and combat power. But behind Kyle's captain's skills, each has an unexpected and surprising plus symbol. Anyone who has played electronic games can know what this plus represents. This shows that these captain skills of Kyle can also be improved through upgrades. As his strength continues to increase, Kyle has long discovered that some captain skills are no longer able to keep up with his pace. For example, B-level rolling eyes and B-level instant movements. Although both of these are relatively powerful skills, they are not completely useless. But compared with other A-level S-level skills, the help they bring to Kyle is indeed limited. More importantly, even those skills that have been systematically rated as S-level, there is an additional plus symbol behind them. Although not very sure if it is really as Kyle thought, even the powerful S-level skills can be enhanced again. That was really a surprise to explore the universe. Thoughts flashed, Kyle tried to click the plus sign behind the B-level rolling eyes. In an instant, a prompt message popped up. The skill upgrade props are not detected in the backpack. Please make sure that the conditions are sufficient before upgrading the captain's skill level. Close black lens bracket. Obviously, in order to upgrade these skills, Kyle still needs some props that he had never seen before. After turning off the inoperable captain's interface, he opened backpack again. Overall, this interface is the same as before, with nothing changed. The dimension has an additional ability to organize one click, which can be arranged by itself according to type, level, rarity, etc. This saved Kyle a lot of time, but that's all. In order, he opened the partner interface. Unfortunately, there is no scene where Kyle expects to be a partner in the stars or the level of promotion. Except for the upgraded portraits of some of the partners, there was surprisingly no change here. Kyle's mood also became a little depressed. But the downturn did not last long, because soon, the glass interface brought him a big surprise. Chapter 289 It's all gone. The original gating machine only has 3 options: ordinary, high quality and legend gating machine. After the system upgrade, there is also a 4th option here, the mythical gaming machine. After the new Bailey was invalid, the system also successfully updated the exchange rate of the new currency. 100 W Bailey equals 1 star coin. In other words, 1-star coalition coins can be used to draw an ordinary gasoline machine once. The price required for the myth gagging machine to draw a gagging machine is 1,000 star coins. Convert to Bailey, it would be a total of 1 billion Baileys. This level of gasket machine is probably difficult to support with the economic background of the pirate world. But in the starry sky, even the Razor Pirates, a small pirate group living in the cracks of the starry sky forces, can spend hundreds of thousands of savings. All I can say is, in the starry sky, the system has made great efforts. The prize pool of the mythical gasket machine is also AA level reward, and the shipment rate of S level prizes is naturally greatly increased. And in the system introduction, in this gas machine, you can also get rewards of S level or above. Turn off the galvanized interface and open the dock system. The surprise continues. The upgraded dock system has an additional feature that Kyle has long been looking forward to. That is the small dock function. Starting today, Kyle can already bind other means of transportation owned by the Dusk Pirates by spending star coins. Whether it is a starship that travels around the universe or an ordinary ship, it determines how much star coin you need to consume based on the size of the ship. Define it as yellow after the pirates, ships are dumb, Kyle can purchase facilities on these squadrons. The squadron and the main ship Tiga share the level, but purchasing facilities costs twice as much as the main ship. In short, the entire new dock interface is densely filled with 2 words, spend money. Kyle tested it and tried to snatch the asteroid-like starship he had just snatched from the Razor Pirates, and then got a prompt that it would cost millions of star coins. Obviously, although this new feature is good, it is not what he should consider at the moment. After reading a few old interfaces, Kyle's eyes turned and focused all his attention on another additional option interface after the system was updated. Open black lens bracket territory close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket conquer the people close black lens bracket. This is a feature he had never seen before when playing the pirated mobile game. I don't know if it was the latest content that he updated after traveling through time. Click the Territory button, and a chaotic and dark interface suddenly appeared in Kyle's mind. In this chaos, only 2 light spots are releasing light and dispersing the nearby darkness. Kyle subconsciously lit one of the light spots, and a brand new information interface popped up. Planet, unnamed. Open black lens bracket level, 0 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket population, XXX close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket special products, none close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength system, none close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket volume, XXX close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket land area, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ocean area, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket loyalty, 45% close black lens bracket. A long list of information instantly occupied Kyle's entire brain, recording various information about a planet in detail. This is. Kyle paused, his eyes shining slightly. Immediately afterwards, he immediately focused his consciousness and pointed it on the top of another light ball. In an instant, an interface with a small difference pops up. Planet, Pirate World. Open black lens bracket level, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket population, XXX close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket special product, Devil Fruit close black lens bracket. Strength system, Demon Fruit, Domineering Spirit, Kendo and others. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket loyalty, 93% close black lens bracket. Sure enough, does another light point represent the pirate world? So, the territory interface should represent the planet that I or the Twilight Pirates can command. After carefully comparing the differences between the 2 information columns, Kyle immediately came to a conclusion. Not only can you report various information about the planet in detail, but you can also list the loyalty of the planet. This interface seems to be more useful than I thought. Looking at a number of 45 and 93, Kyle thought to himself. According to Razor, the planet they currently live in has not evolved intelligent life, so when Kyle forcibly conquered the Razor pirates that ruled here, he naturally gained the dominance of this planet. This is also the reason why this planet appears on the system bar. But now the only one who surrenders and knows Kyle is the top leaders of the Razor pirates, so his loyalty is only 45%. This also represents the loyalty of the Razor pirates to Kyle today. But it doesn't matter. The emergence of Star Alliance coins successfully broke Bailey's restrictions and allowed Kyle to continue to draw character cards and props. The more partners loaded with character cards, the stronger Kyle will become. In addition, the dock system has now turned on the fragmentation mode, and the training room will not be limited to the Tiga. In the future, all parts of the universe will have places where members of the pirate group can practice. Anyway, there are surgical fruits, lifespan and other things are no longer something that limits him. As long as you develop with peace of mind, don't be tempted. Sooner or later, he will become the strongest person in this starry sky. Close the target interface. In addition to helping Kyle view planet data, this new feature is actually a precise star map. Just now, Kyle roughly estimated the distance between the pirate world and the planet under their feet, which happened to be an integer ratio with the data on the territorial interface. With this function, you will no longer have to worry about Tiga getting lost in the starry sky and not being able to find the direction to go back. Kyle's consciousness came to the last new function, Rain to the People. Click on the interface, and a dense piece of data instantly came into his mind. Each represents a smart life. Billions of detailed data. If it weren't for the systematic protection measures, these data alone might have made Kyle feel a little uncomfortable. Soon, he understood the use of this function of leading the people. In this interface, Kyle can retrieve information about all intelligent life in the planet controlled by Dusk. I won't talk about basic information such as name and age. The more information I have is the combat effectiveness, ability, potential, and loyalty of people on the planet. Every point of everyone is clearly marked. And Kyle can also conduct conditional searches in this interface, such as sorting loyalty from high to low or from low to high. In this way, he can discover who is more qualified to join the Dusk, or discover the borers that may exist on the planet. Again, combining information such as potential and ability can also allow Kyle to select the right character card to load even if he doesn't understand or even meet for the first time. Not bad, not bad. Above the throne, Kyle nodded gently, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This round of system updates not only solved his confusion about being unable to recharge, but also introduced many practical functions. For him, this naturally added a lot of help to the pirates entering the starry sky at dusk. After understanding all the new functions, Kyle no longer hesitated and took out the Star Alliance coins he had previously looted from the dimensional space. 1W Star Alliance coin. Try the water, mythical gaming machine, 10 consecutive draws, you will go away. Wow! As Kyle's consciousness moved, a colorful ray of light instantly occupied his entire line of sight. The light shines and is sacred, as if it really comes from heaven, making people yearn for it. The next second, the glittered gamblers with a bright face rolled out of the glitter machine, flew into the air where Kyle's sight, and opened one by one. Congratulations on obtaining A-level props, character card Shimibetsu Shoku. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on obtaining A-level props, super experience book. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on obtaining the A-level prop, Zanpakura. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on obtaining the A-level prop, Awakening Stone. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations on obtaining S+ level props, character card 3 Hall C Meeting Master Neja. Close black lens bracket. Yeah. What's going on? Seeing Kyle having 9 A-level rewards in a row, he thought that the first 10th consecutive time he had entered the starry sky was about to fall. A message that he unexpected suddenly broke into his sight like a meteor. S+ character card. Is this what the system says is the reward that surpasses S level? And the master of the 3 Halls C meeting. Isn't this the Jade Emperor's title of Neja's divine position in Journey to the West? So, this Neja's character card is from a god in Journey to the West. Is this mythical gating machine? It's true that myth. Although Kyle has drawn S-level god-like characters like Thor, before. But the gods of Marvel and the gods in Journey to the West are completely two species. The power and ability of Marvel's gods, or Western gods, are still at the most superficial understanding of power. Especially in Marvel, it is particularly obvious. But in the Eastern mythological system, the existence of Tao sets up the divine system to a level that it reaches its peak and cannot catch up. Perhaps, this is also the reason why Neja was systematically rated as S+. However, there are no ruthless people in Marvel. Speaking of which, Thor is not considered a top combat power in Marvel. There are many guys who are stronger than him in the vast universe, and they are also a lot of people. In addition, above the earth gods like Thor, there is a group of gods who come forward, as well as the 5 major gods that are about the same as Tao, and control the universe of death, eternity, infinity, annihilation, and planetary devours. God. In Kyle's view, the level of these 5 gods is even far beyond that of Neja in Journey to the West. Maybe, then Kyle needs to have more star coin, greater power, and more territory to unlock it. I happily added this S+ character card to the backpack. After thinking for a while, Kyle did not choose the mythical gauge machine again, but turned his attention to the legendary gauge machine and boutique gauge machine he was familiar with. Nowadays, his star coins are limited and cannot withstand the toss and things. In order to avoid accidents, he planned to incorporate the entire Razor Pirates and load character cards for it. According to data reported by EO, there are about 3,000 Razor Pirates. In Kyle's backpack, before destroying the world government, more than 2,000 low-level character cards were reserved. The rest, he plans to use star coin to draw the balloon and make up for the number. Considering the issue of phase nature, Kyle speculated that most of his first pot of gold in the starry sky might have to be consumed on the high-quality gasoline machine. In a blink of an eye, a week passed. Although there is no normal concept of time among different galaxies, Kyle's system prompts and Vega-Punk's homemade time device do show that a week has passed. After this period of trouble, Kyle finally completed the inclusion of the Razor Pirates, attaching their character card to everyone. At this moment, inside the main hall of the starship, Razor looked flattering, waved his huge snake head, and reported to Kylehui. Captain Kyle, according to our investigations over the past period, it is very likely that there is a vein called interstellar meteorite on this planet. According to the market price of Star Federation, the interstellar meteorite of this ore vein can sell millions of Star Federation coins. Speaking of this, Razor's tone suddenly paused. Originally, he was in the practice room of Tiga, enjoying the pleasure of increasing his strength with his former deputy EO. But Kyle suddenly asked little Tiga to call them here and asked them how to make money quickly. Of course, they are very clear about this method of making money quickly, that is, to steal the money of those rich people. The hundreds of thousands of Star Coalition coins were stolen from the last interstellar nobles, and then they were wanted by the Star Federation and had to hide in this planet with an underground ecosystem. But now, if Kyle asks them to make suggestions, they can only use regular methods. Interstellar meteorite is a common material for building starships. The market demand is huge and there is no need to worry about sales issues. The only thing you need to care about. It's just something. Kyle raised his eyebrows and signaled Razor to continue. Razor's eyes turned and he sighed. It's just that the collection of interstellar meteorite iron is really too difficult. As far as I know, there are only 2 ways to collect interstellar meteorite iron. Oh, let's hear it. Kyle continued to ask. Razor no longer hesitated and directly said what he knew. The first method is very simple, which is to purchase or rent a machine to collect interstellar meteorite iron ore from Star Federation. The price of the machine is not expensive. If you buy a second-hand one, you will need about 100,000 yuan. If you rent it, you can probably save half of the money by hollowing out this mine vein. This method is indeed not difficult. Although the Razor Pirates and their starship have been wanted by the Star Federation, the Tiga is still a white one now and has no bad records. They can take the Tiga to the nearby gathering planet to purchase rental machines. Unfortunately, 7 days ago, all the funds of the Razor Pirates had been spent by Kyle. Chapter 290 Mining. Ahem. Kyle coughed twice, then waved his hand and said. So FUD is the second method. He did not tell Razor and others that the magical power in them actually came from the hundreds of thousands of star coins. It's not that Kyle is defending them, it's just that he doesn't have the right opportunity. In fact, Kyle didn't tell anyone about the characteristics of the system. The rest of the pirates in the Twilight were also vaguely discovered after being together for a long time. The second type. Razor's tone paused, his eyes flashed slightly. The second method is to find a cosmic-level strong man to be a miner and collect the ore veins with pure power. But the cosmic-level powerhouse. Speaking of this, Razor immediately smiled bitterly. If you ask a strong man of that level to take action, the appearance fee will be several times the total price of this ore vein. This is simply impossible. After hearing Razor's words, Kyle suddenly fell into silence. Just when Razor thought that his new boss was reluctant to buy a mining machine, Kyle suddenly raised his head and asked him. You said it was that interstellar meteorite, which should also be a kind of metal, right? Ah. Razor was stunned for a moment and looked at Kyle for some unknown reason. After a while, although he didn't understand why Kyle asked this, he nodded quickly. Of course. Star meteorite is of course a kind of metal. That's good. Kyle nodded, a stream of light flashed in his eyes that was not easy to detect, and he immediately stood up. Let's go. Ah. Razor was stunned again. Go away. Where are you going? He just joined the Dusk, but he really couldn't keep up with the new captain's brain circuit. Just like he grew up in the starry sky, he should have more distant knowledge than the natives on the planet, but he always showed his face beside Kyle. Faced with Razor's doubts, Kyle's mouth slightly raised. "Where are you going?" "Of course I'm going to get our mine. I don't know the location of the mine, so I'll leave the work of leading the way to you." "Aho!" Razor was stunned and pursed his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything more and led the way. The two of them rode on a small spacecraft, and the blue flames gushed out, pushing the spacecraft to fly quickly towards the other side of the planet. There is a very strange plant in the soil of this planet. The tops of them can absorb external light energy and then release it at the bottom. So even in the underground world, there is no need to worry about light here at all. Soon, the small spacecraft came to a strange mountain. In the operating chamber, Razor, who was driving the spacecraft, reached out and pointed to one direction of the large screen in front of him, and signaled to Kyle. "Captain Kyle, the ore of the interstellar meteorite is under us. What are you planning to deal with this ore vein? If we don't want to collect it myself, in fact, after the limelight is over, we can actually make a small profit if we find a planet with a black market and sell the coordinates of this planet. It should be said that local snakes are worthy of being local snakes. He has been hiding at the bottom of the starry sky for many years, but he has many side ideas." "But no need." Kyle reached out to signal and interrupted his suggestion. Immediately afterwards, he showed a confident smile. "How can such a profitable business be used to get rid of the big head for nothing and take the small head by yourself? This is not in line with the style of the Twilight Pirates. Thunder Snake, you must learn from the captains this and learn from their appearance of being afraid of heaven and earth. Quote, don't worry, even if you cause trouble, I will still be behind you." Taking the opportunity to make a wave of Razor's sense of belonging, he allowed him to integrate into the dusk faster. Kyle stepped on the void and stepped forward with a smile on his face. This money is really worth making it. His eyes blurred, and his consciousness instantly focused on the captain's interface. There, a skill he had just obtained after reaching level 11 a few days ago was emitting a magical brilliance. S-level skill, Control Metal. This is an iconic skill from the S-level character Magneto. Unfortunately, Magneto's ability should be the magnet force, one of the 4 basic forces in the universe. However, the system seems to have decomposed Magneto's ability and picked up the ability to control metal separately. Originally, Kyle was still struggling with the ability to control metal, which was completely inconsistent with his combat style and was extremely inferior to him. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, I actually had a place to use it. As the interstellar meteorite iron that only cosmic-level powerful people can deal with. I wonder if I can do this in my late-stage stellar rank plus control of gold. A blue and blue magical light suddenly appeared in Kyle's eyes, and the skill that controlled the metal was activated instantly. Instantly. His world has undergone tremendous changes. At this moment, Kyle's consciousness seemed to spread around in an instant, attaching to all the nearby metals. And these metals, like Kyle's body, can be freely manipulated by his consciousness. Is this metal control? Kyle murmured, then gathered all his consciousness towards the metal dragon inside the Rocky Mountains. Compared with ordinary metals, interstellar meteorite iron is very conspicuous, just like a diamond suddenly appearing in a group of peanuts. In addition, in the universe, it seems that there is a higher and rarer metal, the higher the purity of the ore veins. There is no impurity in the entire interstellar meteorite iron vein, and it is all interstellar meteorite iron that can be sold directly for money. Restraining his inner expectations, Kyle instantly activated his ability, trying to drag the interstellar meteorite out from under the rock. However, a resistance that would not appear on ordinary metals also began to affect Kyle's control over the ore veins. Kyle's raised arm suddenly paused, feeling the dull and heavy feeling in his consciousness. He instantly understood that this might be the difficulty of collecting interstellar meteorite iron. Sinking. Extremely heavy. Heavy. Very heavy. If it is an ordinary metal under Kyle's ability, it can be bent at will. Then this interstellar meteorite iron is a thick and extremely long steel bar. Not to mention renovating it, it's all too hard to lift it up. Get it for me. After a long time of invincibility, Kyle, who had met a brand new opponent for a long time, instantly widened his eyes, exerted all his strength, and sweat was flowing on his forehead. He hasn't done his best for many years. Who would have thought that digging a mine would make him sweat? But fortunately, under the explosion of Kyle's roar, his terrifying mental power directly condensed into a sea, increasing the power of the skill that controls metal. Next second. Under the scene where Razor was stunned and dropped his chin, a mineral vein that could not be seen at first glance suddenly flew out from the ground. The rumbling sound of falling rocks falling was like thousands of thunder roaring, deafening. The born veins also began to become regular shapes under Kyle's control, compressing volume and reducing transportation costs. I'm a real mother. With a click, Razor took action by himself, raised his chin back, and made a sound as shocked as if he was drumming a noble palm towards Kyle. More than 10 minutes later, Kyle finally folded the interstellar meteorite iron and then removed the skill effect. With a thud, the huge mineral vein fell directly to the ground, smashing the earth into a painful wail. How about it, Razor? Star meteorite, it should be sold at the price you mentioned. Ah. Razor was stunned, then nodded vigorously and answered repeatedly. Can. Oh my god, the new boss, is so amazing. This is really the power that people who have just stepped out of the planet can possess. At this moment, Razor was extremely glad that he was a cartilage creature and had no tough habits. Otherwise, he might not be qualified to stand beside Kyle and speak. Razor spitted out a letter and said, Captain Kyle, it seems that my subordinates are wrong in their estimate. This interstellar meteorite iron ore vein can sell at least 200 W-star coins. What? Hearing this exaggerated number, Kyle suddenly felt shocked and his eyes flashed. In just a moment, I made so much money. Perhaps, mining in the starry sky seems to be a good way to make money. Here, Razor's shock did not decay with the output of his words. He was still trying hard to explain. Captain Kyle, if we are not in a hurry to use money, I suggest you wait a little longer, Captain. A grand auction will be held next year on Lake Planet. Although the interstellar meteorite is not a rare thing, the appearance of such a large group at one time will definitely scare those guys who make spacecraft for a living. Maybe it will cause a snatch, or even sell 300 W. The price may be. Interstellar meteorite is an essential material for manufacturing advanced spacecraft. This commonly used high-quality metal has never had to worry about sales. However, in the face of Razor's suggestion, Kyle was not shaken at all. He waved his hand and interrupted the endless Razor, and then said directly, No need to be so troublesome. Compared with the extra star coin, time is more important. As he said that, he looked at Razor seriously. Rawr, contact your previous channel and find a reliable one and sell this interstellar meteorite as soon as possible. If the other party pays quickly enough, we can even give a small discount. Now in the practice room of Tiga, tens of thousands of pirates are still working hard to level up in a destructive way. And the experience they gained through upgrades will be gathered in an overflow form to Kyle, helping him become a cosmic-level powerhouse as soon as possible. If he gets Star Alliance coins earlier, he can start it earlier and recruit more people to join the Dusk. At Kyle's order, although Razor was puzzled, he could only waste a little useless life and exchange it for millions of star coins, but he still acted immediately and took a look in the starry sky. I asked about the contact information one by one through my channel. A few days later. In the vast starry sky, the Tiga hovered among the stars. Behind Tiga, there is a large piece of interstellar meteorite, which is many times larger than Tiga. Today is the day for them to trade with a cosmic black market merchant. After contacting other cosmic forces for the first time, Kyle, who was excited, asked the Tiga to drive the ship to the agreed location early. Obviously, an experienced trader on the other side will definitely not be the same as Kyle, and occasionally reveals some of the childish character. Just 10 minutes before the agreed time was about to arrive, a spaceship that was like a golden ingot and extremely eye-catching in the dark universe slowly came to the front of the Tiga. Yuanbao's head opened like a cabin door, and a fat man in a golden space suit suddenly flew out from inside. With just a glance, his attention was focused on the hull of Tiga, and he did not look at the interstellar meteorite behind Tiga. It's amazing tilde. This, what a precious wood. Without waiting for Kyle's invitation, the fat black merchant flew directly to the vicinity of Tiga, stretched out his palm with heavy gloves, and started to touch the hull of Tiga. It should be said that he is a businessman who specializes in business. He is so far apart, but he can still see the preciousness of the Tiga at first glance. Obviously, with the continuous upgrading of Tiga, the materials that make up Tiga are also constantly evolving. Now, it has reached a rare level that can shock all knowledgeable black merchants. But, seeing that the fat black merchant was touching Tiga and didn't play with it, Kyle, who didn't want to waste his time, coughed twice. And these two sounds also successfully attracted the attention of the fat black merchant. "Oh, sorry. He apologized, realizing something. He said apologetically, "I have a problem. Once I see something precious, I can't help but get fascinated." "You're what Razor said, the universe pirate who wants to sell interstellar meteorite iron." "It's me, that's right." Kyle nodded, and his eyes swept around the fat man without any fear. The fat man looked back and noticed the interstellar meteorite iron in an instant. He did not come forward to check it. He just glanced at it and said directly, Not bad. It's the best interstellar meteorite. I didn't expect it to have so much. The market price of your batch of interstellar meteorites can be between 220 to 250 W. But I believe Razor has told you that the price of our black market can only give you 180 W star coin. No problem. Before the fat man could finish his words, Kyle waved his hand and interrupted, and said, "These are all stated in the contact device before, there is no need to repeat them. I just want to know that as agreed, you brought cash, right?" "Yes." When one of the few customers who meet such a reasonable customer, a trace of relief appeared inexplicably in the eyes of the fat businessman. A snap of fingers came out. Since the Yuanbao spaceship, several giant figures flew out instantly, and began to take out star coins and transport interstellar meteorite iron inward. And each of them had a long list of long bar codes engraved on their foreheads. This is the symbol of cosmic slavery. From this point of view, we can see that the universe is actually no different from the pirate world. Chapter 291 Port Planet. A slave. Looking at the group of little giants carrying star coupons, Kyle suddenly recalled the rules of cosmic slaves in his mind. Generally speaking, most of the slaves that appear in the Star Federation are from those who have not yet appeared in the Star Federation. It is a planet discovered by other cosmic forces. In the laws of the Star Federation, the ownership of the planet without interstellar civilization will belong to the first discoverer. As for whether to discover whether a person wants to help the planet enter the starry sky, or to make a fortune using the planet's resources, or to sell the residents of the planet to the slave market as slaves, it is entirely up to discovering the person to decide. From this law, we can see. The Star Federation has never been directed at the weak. As for other cosmic slaves, they are either idiots who lose themselves by gambling, or prisoners who are secretly bought from prison guards. In short, they will not be any way to see the light. Soon, the transaction was officially completed. The fat black merchant took out a mysterious space prop, took in the interstellar meteorite iron several times larger than the spacecraft, and saved it well. Ha, I owe both goods. I'll have another deal next time. I'll just contact me directly. This is my contact information. A business card made of unknown materials was handed to Kyle, and the surroundings of the business card were a circle of black gold marks. In the middle, there is a name and contact information written openly, Polson Bandy XXXXXX. Polson. Seeing the name on the business card, Kyle was stunned for a moment. Because in the memories he had plundered from Io's mind, this seemed to be the surname of a relatively famous noble in the nearby Big Star field. Before Kyle's thoughts turned, the fat man on the opposite side seemed to be ready and laughed first. "Yes, I'm from that Paulson family. Just a hey. The fat man smiled relievedly and continued to explain. My father failed in the struggle between the family faction and was punished and was not allowed to step into the galaxy controlled by the family. But fortunately, the Paulson family still recognizes the identity of our family members, so I can only use this identity to make friends with each other and barely make a living in the black market. I see. Listening to Bandy's bloody life experience, Kyle narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at him scrutinizedly. Being able to easily take out millions of star coins, even if it is a sure-making deal, but what Bandy calls, barely making a living, is better than Pol, who is known to many EO members of the Sen family have even achieved even more success. In an instant, a light flashed in Kyle's eyes. This down-and-out nobleman from the black market seems to be a good opportunity to introduce them to the Star Federation. Mr. Paulson. Kyle put away the other party's business card, but suddenly his tone became calm and smiled. I don't know if you want to go back to the Paulson family. Even controls the Paulson family. Although the Paulson family has a considerable reputation in this star field, the strongest man in the family is actually just a strong man in the mid-stage star realm. And on the surface, this family has only 1-star rating. For the former Razor Pirates, this may be a behemoth, so it gave EO that impression. But for Kyle in the late stage of the star level and the Twilight Pirates, which have many planetary peak powerhouses, this is not an enemy at all. But the Paulson family is an orthodox force in the interstellar world. Every once in a while, they provide some resources to the Star Federation to maintain this identity. If Kyle rashly attacks such a force, it will definitely cause the Star Federation to hunt down. By that time, not to mention that they want to hide from XZ like the Razor Pirates, even the planet in Pirate World will lose the possibility of joining the Star Federation forever. But if there is an orthodox Paulson family member who guarantees their identity, then their freedom of action will be much higher. After all, Star Federation will not participate in the struggle within the family. Retake back the Paulson family. Bandy's mouth twitched, and she showed a complicated expression of bitter smile and sneer, and shook her head. Stop making such jokes, brother Kyle. The Paulson family is not something you have a little pirate group like you that is famous for fighting against. I appreciate your kindness. Remember to call me if you have any business in the future. After saying that, Bandy turned around and made the move to leave. As for the rude words that Kyle said were just a joke that he treated as a little person. However, at this moment, boom! A violent roar suddenly echoed throughout the universe. The void and dark universe suddenly became extremely incandescent at this moment, just like a star descending, illuminating the entire world. Bandy, who was about to board the starship, shivered all over. He listened to the explosions coming from his ears one after another, and turned his head carefully. Suddenly I saw. The young man who was just amiable and sad to talk to him was slowly retracting his arm. As a magician, Bandy clearly felt the terrifying light-based magic energy remaining in the young man's palm. Immediately, he looked in the direction Kyle's arm was right in front. I saw that in the extremely distant universe, a planet that was just desolate, disappeared completely at this moment. Bandy's eyes widened in an instant. He turned his head, his eyes extremely hot. At this moment, bandiming white. It seems that I have found a treasure. A few months later. Monty Star Domain 12138 Galaxy. The Tiga, following behind the Yuanbao starship, slowly landed to a huge interstellar port. It is called the port, but this is a huge planet at the entrance to the inner layer of the Monty Star Domain. The size of this planet alone is almost as huge as dozens of pirate worlds. This also made Kyle and others sigh at the vastness of the universe once again. Hello, Mr. Kyle. As soon as the Tiga landed, an exquisite middle-aged man in a housekeeper's suit came to Tiga on a disc-type aircraft and said to Kyle, I am Victor Gord, and I am Lord Bandy's life butler and business assistant. Because Lord Bandy wants to apply for a pass to enter the galaxy inside the star field for several people, it may take a few days. The adults specifically told me to serve the adults. This is the port planet entering the inner layer of the Monty Star field, so the commerce and trade are very prosperous. If anyone wants to go shopping here, I can serve as your tour guide. Oh, that couldn't be better. Kyle grinned, accepted Bandy's kindness directly, and followed the tour guide named Gaode and walked off the Tiga. Behind him, there were also a large group of cadres at dusk. Considering that the pirates at dusk have no fame and foundation on the interstellar planet, Kyle did not allow everyone to move freely, but only gave these cadres some small privileges to accompany him to enjoy the scenery of the alien planet. It should be said that port cities are worthy of being a hub of transportation. All kinds of strange-looking aliens can be seen everywhere on the entire street. Kyle originally thought that creatures in the pirate world were already imaginative. I didn't expect that there was even more unconventional place in this world. Hey, Luffy, don't cause us trouble. In the evening crowd, Ace grabbed Luffy's arm that had stretched out and wanted to take a street fruit stall, and warned him. After saying that, Ace directly punched Luffy in the head, and instantly smashed a big bag like Shinshiba on his head. At this time, Luffy had completely integrated with the abilities of Nika Fruit, so there were many more characteristics that only cartoon characters had in their body. For example, a big bag appears on the head after being beaten, and a small bandage appears on the body after being beaten, etc. Woo tilde it hurts so much, Ace. Luffy covered the red bag above his head, and a crying voice appeared on his face, feeling very aggrieved. But Ace, who has long been used to his younger brother's personality, wouldn't he relax easily? Luffy's personality may be affected by the ability of the fruit, and he is somewhat nonsense. So at this critical moment, he must help Captain Kyle look forward to Luffy, so he can't let anything happen. At this moment, the white beard, who was following Kyle, suddenly stopped, with a look of confusion and embarrassment on his face, and suddenly shouted. "Brother Zoro! Why are you walking there alone?" Zoro, who was walking forward, suddenly raised his head and found that there was no familiar figure in front of him. "Yu, you are worthy of being Captain Zoro. You can easily do things we can't imagine. In such a compact place, you can actually get lost without distractions. It's such a rare innocent heart." Doflamingo on the side suddenly spoke. I don't know if it's sincere praise or the yin-yang Zoro. However, with his personality, the latter is probably more likely. HMPH. A bunch of stinky men. Hankook was beautiful on his own. Under the power of the sweet fruit, her charm has transcended the race. Just walking on the street can cause many aliens to stop frequently. There were even two guys driving small aircraft, who had been staring at Hankook and directly bumped into each other, causing a major aircraft disaster. However, when the two bloody drivers finally crawled out of the aircraft, they immediately did not go to the other party to shirk responsibility, but quickly sorted out their clothes and ran towards Hankook. If Luo hadn't suddenly opened the room space and aroused the two of them's vigilance, they might have talked to Hankook now. Those who can get a driving license in Star Federation and drive a plane on the street must have the worst status as a rich child. For these guys who stand at the end of their lives at birth, they are still very caring about their lives and naturally they will not step into places where dangers may occur. Compared with Luo Lei Happy's approach. The four powerful guys, Eniro, Barrett, Kaido and Anti, saw that someone wanted to approach them rashly, and they directly released a terrifying momentum and pressed towards the two guys. They were so scared that they didn't dare to move at all. The ant even laughed wildly. Amazing Captain Kyle, I think the speed of those two aircraft seems to be very good. Otherwise, let's take them away. Hearing this, Kaido directly retorted, Idiot Lingling. This is not a pirate world. Don't do things that may cause us trouble. What's the matter? Barrett's eyes swayed left and right, patrolling back and forth in the crowd. I see that the people here are just that powerful. On this street, the strongest ones are not much different from O. They kidnapped them directly and blackmailed them a ransom, and then we went out to hide like Razor for a while and just developed secretly. I'm also a simple-minded idiot. Before anyone else could speak, Enelu cursed. Barrett, you really should practice your domineering attitude. Didn't you notice that in the shadow over there, there is a guy with similar strength as you? They should be the guards of this city. Bastard, who are you talking about? Do you want to fight? HMPH. If you want to fight, I'll do whatever you want if you go back to the training room. Come on. I've gone a step further and become the captain of the third team. A group of guys with completely different personalities, ambitions and interests soon started to clamor in public. Kyle, who was walking in the front, didn't care. Instead, the corners of his mouth gently raised and ate the melon without saying a word. Anyway, the strongest person on this planet is just a guy from the early stage of the star. After dealing with the interstellar iron, Kyle suddenly found that he seemed to be muttering about his strength. The rating he gave himself before was in the late stage of the star. But that is actually the result of Kyle not calculating system skills and evaluating the strength of his body alone. Nowadays, with his continuous enhancement, the effects that those skills can bring are naturally terrifying and astonishing. Breathing can increase his power by percentage, super intuition can predict all dangers, dragon-destroying magic can burst out terrifying elemental damage, and the memory of the thief can bring him the ability to adapt to any battlefield. Yudu and telepathy combined, it can form a powerful hypnotic effect. Roll your eyes to make your vision have no dead corners, space movement ensures mobility, and a serious punch to eliminate the opponent at the rule level. Except for the dimensional space that is of pure storage capacity, the control metal and Kyle are incompatible. Kyle's own strength, coupled with these messy skills, felt that even if he met a strong man who had just reached the cosmic level, he would not be able to fight. Of course, even if you are strong, this power cannot be used at will. It is better to reduce conflicts. After hearing the friends scolded each other for a long time, Kyle finally spoke and interrupted their quarrel. He smiled and looked at the city with a scrutiny. There are people coming and going here, and the flow of people is so large. If this planet can be defeated, I will probably get a lot of Star Alliance coins. Chapter 292 Intercept. Geode, who was walking in the front, listened to the explosive remarks coming from time to time, and the cold sweat on his forehead instantly spilled. Is there really no problem with these guys? Although Lord Bandy had repeatedly emphasized to him before that the pirate led by Kyle has extraordinary identity and strength, and it may be a bit troublesome to serve him. But who would have thought that they would dare to say such disobedient words on the street? If the patrolling Star Federation soldiers heard this, wouldn't they be captured on the spot? Although Lord Bondi is a little bit shameful with the Planet Master, he can't be so unscrupulous. Ahem. Gouda coughed twice, just about to remind everyone in the pirate group at dusk. But at this moment, Kyle took the lead in speaking. You guys, please calm down a little. Don't think that you can be at will when you reach the stellar level. You still have a way to go before you become a real strong man. For Hao and Xingyu, our current level is just the pirate groups in the pirate world that just gave a bounty of over 100 million yuan. I don't have a secret person in my mouth. I've caused trouble for the pirates. Don't blame me for turning against others. Ah. Barrett scratched his head in confusion. Are we so weak? What do you think? Kyle raised his brows, but his face was a slight smile. Obviously, what he said before was just to scare everyone. After staying with these lawless guys for a long time, I naturally realized their personalities. What's more, because Kyle had never known the boundary between planetary ratings and star ratings before, he thought that those guys who did not have the ability to break stars were just the peak of the planet. After the instruments on the Bondi starship, he realized that all the senior officials at dusk had entered the stellar realm. From the very beginning, Kyle misunderstood the concept of a star-level strongman. He thought that only if he destroyed the planet with one blow from the outside, like Vegeta in Dragon Ball, was worthy of being called a star. In fact, as long as the planet can be destroyed by personal means, regardless of time or method, it will be called a star. The instrument that evaluates whether a strong man is a star is used to create a virtual planet through magical means. As long as this planet can be destroyed, it will be evaluated as stellar. This is naturally not a talk for the people of the Twilight who have all kinds of strange abilities. Down. Not to mention cadres, if they are evaluated according to this standard, the star rating inside Dusk is more than that. However, even the strongest Whitebeard under Kyle was only evaluated as the first-order star. It is enough to see that the stellar rating is easy to advance, but it is not that simple to climb up. A strong man who obtains combat power registration through this instrument will also directly transmit his identity data to the terminal of the Star Federation. In this way, if any staff from the Star Federation carry identity detection instruments, they can naturally know the combat power level of Whitebeard and others, and in some aspects of their affairs, they will also give the star-level strong people the benefits they deserve. It is precisely in order to collect information from the powerful people in the universe and better control the universe that the Star Federation has developed such a machine. Fortunately, Kyle is not opposed to contacting the Star Federation, and even wants to find the Star Federation's office as soon as possible and register the planet where the pirate world is located. So after everyone finished the test, he also conducted a test openly. As for the test results, it is naturally the 9th stairs level as expected. An ultra-strong man who is about to enter the cosmic level. As soon as this result came out, Bandy was stunned. The star level is 9th level, which is usually a big man in charge of several large galaxies. He is not a strong man that a small black market businessman can reach. Especially after learning that Kyle and others had just stepped into the starry sky from their original planet, he felt that his brain was a little insufficient. But his keenness to walk at the bottom of the starry sky for many years made him quickly realize that this might be a huge opportunity. He has a way, but he has no power. Kyle has power, but he has no way. When the two of them cooperate, they will be a more powerful force than the original Paulson family in minutes. After signing the cooperation contract recorded by the Star Federation, Bandy and Kyle hit it off and immediately decided to counterattack the Paulson family, which was in charge of 3 galaxies. The first shot of the pirates coming to the universe at dusk. A few days later, Bandy, who had disappeared, finally ran back to the location of the Tiga in a hurry. His Excellency Kyle, I have done all your legal identities for you. From now on, you are formal employees of the company under my name. Although you are a little wronged, with these documents, you can attack and occupy the area of the Paulson family in my name in the future. Bandy carefully took out a small information storage device from her arms, and then immediately asked the butler Gaode behind her to take out a large number of very technological wristbands. Almost everyone has a similar device for intelligent life that is operating in the area under the control of the Star Federation. The functions of this device are somewhat similar to those of Kyle's mobile phone in his previous life. It can prove identity, store information, or treat it as a bank card, for consumption and transfer. After wearing these identity wristbands, Kyle and the others have officially become members of the Star Federation. Ha ha ha, what's wrong with this? Kyle laughed, but his eyes became more and more satisfied. These identity wristbands are not cheap, one costs at least thousands of stars. But Bandy actually prepared an identity wristband for each of them based on the number of people in the Twilight Pirates. This adds up to tens of millions of star coins. Kyle thought that Bandy brought hundreds of identity wristbands, which was enough for them to act normally. But before the cooperation began, he first gave himself such a sincere gift. Now, Bandy's road has completely widened. Kyle did not refuse Bandy's kindness and directly called out Kirby and asked him to take the Kung Fu Manatee of the errand team to bring all his identity wristbands into the cabin and distribute them to everyone at dusk. Since Bandy is so powerful, he will naturally not be disappointed. After all the identity wrist guards were pushed into the cabin, Kyle also brought his own identity wrist guards. A slight stinging sensation that was almost invisible suddenly came. This is the wrist guard using electrical signals to identify Kyle's identity. Soon, the wrist guard binding was completed, and a holographic projection appeared on the wrist guard, showing Kyle's identity information. Open black lens bracket name, Kyle close black lens bracket. Original planet, Pirate World. Identity, Director of Strategy Department of Bull and Star Trading Company. Open black lens bracket account balance, 0 close black lens bracket. A very simple information interface, which simply introduces Kyle's name and hometown. Even the account balance column can be set to be hidden, so that when others see his information interface, the upper part will automatically display as *****. Not bad. The things in the starry sky are indeed convenient. Looking at the wrist guards that were already tightly tucked into their body and fitted with their wrists without any weight, Kyle immediately praised. Bandy, who was standing beside him, quickly echoed, "Ha ha ha, this is where he goes. If Mr. Kyle is interested, I will take you to Hong Kong later. Let you see what is the charming eyes of the flower world." As he spoke, Bandy showed a look that even a man understood to Kyle. However, in the face of this temptation, Kyle refused justice. "Sorry, Mr. Bandy, I never go to that kind of place tilde." Ah! Bandy was stunned. He had never seen any male creature refuse such an invitation. Could it be that although this excellency Kyle is about male gender, his inner gender is actually an armed helicopter? As an interstellar alliance organization with great civilizations, the gender within the Star Federation will naturally not be only male and female. In this free place, there are countless genders. But the more common ones are men and women, which are the so-called male and female. In addition to people with bisexuals, yin and yang, multisexuals, and pansexuals, there are also a group of strange people who please don't show up. For example, tentacles, mucus, electric therapy chairs, cushions with handles, flush toilets, shopping bags, etc. No way. This is a vast universe, and it is not surprising that any phenomenon occurs. What's more, some of the seemingly outrageous genders are extremely real. Because there is really a race, their life is strange, and it is a common shopping bag shape in the Star Alliance. Very outrageous. As if he noticed that Bandy's brain was thinking in a bad direction, Kyle quickly spoke out to stop his thoughts. Ahem. Mr. Bandy, let's spare the happy things first. No further ado, if you have nothing else, let's set out now and head to the Pelson family area. Are you so anxious? Bandy was stunned again, not expecting that Kyle had such a quick fight and decisive personality. However, if he can take the position of the head of the Pelson family one step earlier, he can also take the lead earlier. In the contract he and Kyle signed, it is clear that the future of the Pelson family will be led by him. In addition to the use rights of the Pelson family, the ownership of the Pelson Bandy is still owned by Pelson Bandy. And what he needs to pay is just every period of time, he has to hand over half of the profits of the Pelson family to the Dusk Pirates. I have to say that this is a very suitable deal for Pelson. It is impossible to achieve the status of the head of the Pelson family without having to lay the bill of lading with his strength and power. Even if he really becomes the head of the family, just handing over half of the family's interests can get the protection of a quasi-cosmic level powerful man. With such cooperation, you can't find any lanterns. With the protection of quasi-cosmic powerhouses, the Pelson family's status in the Star Federation will be improved beyond a level. By that time, even if half of the extra benefits of the family are handed over to the Twilight Pirates, it will be more abundant than it is now. This world is a world that speaks by strength. The strong means powerful. A few days later, all the procedures were completed, and the Tiga also obtained the right to operate freely throughout the Star Federation. 2 warships flew up from the port planet one after another and advanced towards the internal star domain of the Star Federation. Kyle and others who are just stellar powerhouses do not have any aristocratic status, and do not have the qualifications to use space wormholes. If you want to arrive from one place in the starry sky, you can only rely on the most primitive method. Okay. Fortunately, as the strength level increases, the lifespan of organisms naturally increases greatly. Most of the guys who do interstellar travel don't care about spending some time on the journey. However, just a few days after the Tiga and Bondi's car Yuanbao flew out of the port planet, a group of unexpected guests suddenly intercepted them. Rumbled tilde. Dozens of spacecraft, which were even larger than the Yuanbao starship, slowly surrounded the Tiga and Yuanbao. Kyle, who was drawing a jam in the captain's room, was suddenly interrupted by little Tiga who broke into it. Captain Kyle, something happened. It seems like there is a group of universe pirates surrounding us. Space pirates. Kyle's eyes lit up suddenly when he heard little Tiga's words. He immediately stood up and used his momentary movement excitedly. Little Tiga followed him and came to the deck of Tiga together. In the quiet starry sky, countless stars shine. Dozens of starships with terrifying energy cannons have now pointed their muzzles at the moment. The Yuanbao number in front of the Tiga. Who told the Tiga to look harmless? Even the enemy could not bear to face the muzzle against this sailing warship that finally stepped from the ocean into the sea of stars. At this time, Bandy and Yuanbao also walked out of the starship under the protection of a group of guards. He frowned and looked at the flag on the pirate starship in the distance. Strange. Why have I never seen this flag before? Is it the pirate group from other star fields? Bandy showed a puzzled look. As a black market businessman who needs to wander around in the universe, he naturally had already set up a pirate group in this star field to ensure that they would not intercept their Yuanbao number. Now it's like a pirate group stopping them with such a big fanfare. This matter is full of weirdness. But Bandy, who has been hiding in the dark for many years, did not get in trouble because of the crisis. I took out the amplification device that was sending messages from a long distance in the universe and looked at it, shouted ahead. Why do you want to surround my starship, the heroes ahead? Is it something that I did wrong? Although he already has a quasi-cosmic backer behind him, Bandy still chose to use his usual methods. In this universe, be careful in everything. If you don't have absolutely certain things, you must not do it. Who knows if this pirate group that suddenly appeared in this star field has a bigger backer behind it. Chapter 293 The Prelude to the War. Oh boy, you're pretty good at it. At this time, a small aircraft suddenly flew out from the starship opposite, carrying a werewolf-shaped one-eyed person above, and flew over with a ferocious expression. Even in the vast starry sky, the smell of blood on his body is still hard to hide. The one-eyed werewolf controlled the aircraft and came directly to Bandy. His expression was fierce and disdainful, and he said arrogantly, "Boy, this star field will be under my control in the future. These are all surrounded by my Morgan pirates. If you want to pass here, pay 500 W star coin first. Depending on the size of your starship, you don't seem to be less than 500,000 yuan. You obediently paid the money and saved your life. This is the only choice for you. 500 W star coin. Why don't you grab it?" Hearing this terrifying amount, Bandy shouted in shock. The one-eyed werewolf smiled and said, "Boy. What do you think we are doing now?" Bandy became silent. Yes, the other party is just robbing. Only. The star field where they are now has crossed the inner area of the Monty star field of the port planet. The pirates here are almost all subordinates supported by senior officials of the Monty star domain or other major families. It is said that it is a pirate, but in fact it is to use means other than the laws of the Star Federation to collect wealth. Generally speaking, every pirate group will guard an interstellar route. Those who pass this route can pass by as long as they contribute 20,000 or 30,000 star coin. And these pirates in the universe will also help clear the surrounding meteorites, and when there is an asteroid route, they will also send people to notify. So in Bandy's mind, the pirates inside the star field have already drawn a clear line with the pirates outside. Unexpectedly, a real pirate came here now. What's going on? What's wrong? At this moment, a reassuring voice suddenly came from behind Bandy. He immediately turned around and happened to see Kyle flying from behind. His Excellency Kyle. As if he had found a savior, Bandyton breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly took a step back and told Kyle's ear all the time about the incident and his doubts. Oh, a strange pirate group that suddenly appeared. After hearing Bandy's words, Kyle immediately raised his eyebrows and showed a curious expression. Although he doesn't know all aspects of the universe after all, he can get 500 W Star Coalition coins for no reason. He really wants to join such a business. 500 W Star Coalition coins are enough for him to recruit soldiers and expand the pirates several times. Moreover, those recruited will be first-class cosmic masters who are not inferior to those of Whitebeard and others. Hello. Driven by money, Kyle suddenly shouted at the one-eyed werewolf. You guys still lack people. As soon as Kyle's voice came out, the entire universe seemed to have disappeared in an instant, and everyone became quiet and looked at Kyle with a strange look. Bandy's heart. Big brother, what do you mean? Didn't we agree to lead the Pelson family with me? I have spent tens of millions of star joint coins, but you can't change your mind at this time. The one-eyed werewolf opposite was obviously confused by Kyle's brain circuit. But after a moment, he licked his mouth and smiled. He, you guy is very sensible. But unfortunately, we don't recruit people from the outside. That's it, Kyle thought, his eyes flashed. At the same time, his super intuition and domineering aura of seeing and hearing were also quietly activated. Even after entering the universe, the semi-rule level super intuition still plays an important role. The reason why Kyle chose the direction where the Razor Pirates was located was because of the inspiration that the super intuition brought him. In the super intuitive revelation, Kyle did feel some dangers in the one-eyed werewolf, but more of them were huge opportunities. Kyle looked up slightly, and his eyes were full of scrutiny when he looked at the one-eyed werewolf. He had just secretly used his domineering spirit to investigate the strength of the one-eyed werewolf, which was at the second level of the star level. He is still much better than Whitebeard and others. He is indeed qualified to command such a large group of starships. But, under the pressure from the top leaders of the Monty Star Federation, forcibly taking over this area is not something a second-level guy with the courage to do. There must be someone else behind this Morgan one-eyed werewolf. But, then what does it have to do with him? Whoosh! Thousands of thoughts flashed and Kyle, who made the decision, appeared behind Morgan instantly, and then directly inserted a finger into his brain at a speed that he could not realize. In an instant, the vast spiritual power was infused into Morgan's consciousness like a rushing sea. Because Kyle has no experience in hypnotizing star-level powerhouses, this time he directly activated his full strength. The result was not as expected. With the 9th level of stars and the divine skill of telepathy, Kyle instantly controlled Morgan's consciousness. The next moment, he pulled out his finger and ordered directly, "Morgan, join my pirate group." Morgan, who was controlled, was obviously in a trance. But under Kyle's mental control, he finally knelt in front of Kyle on one knee. "Captain Kyle, Stellar 2nd level Morgan, greet you." "Good." Kyle nodded, and at the same time, his thoughts instantly opened the system backpack and selected an S-level character card called Werewolf Garulu. This is a character card from the Digimon world, which is the super evolutionary form of the protagonist of the digital generation Gabumon. Now it is perfectly in line with this werewolf's alien life. The character card instantly turned into a glimmer of light that only Kyle could see and injected into Morgan's body. And he is also fully loyal to Kyle and his Twilight Pirates under the power of the system. After doing all this, Kyle nodded directly to Morgan, who had absorbed the power of the character card. "Well, go and settle your subordinates. Then come over and talk to us about your life experience. As for orders, Captain Kyle." Even though Kyle removed his spiritual control over Morgan, Morgan's posture, which had already loaded the character card, still had no change at all, and was still so humble and respectful. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately stood up and flew towards his starry fleet on an aircraft. His Excellency Kylethus. Bandy, who was standing beside her, was completely stunned at this moment, stretched out her finger, but didn't know what she wanted to say. It's not that he has seen the ability to hypnosis and control others mentally. It may be possible to hypnotize a star-level powerful man in this way. This is no longer a power that can be possessed by the quasi-universe level. About half an hour later, Morgan, who had settled his subordinates back on the Yuanbao starship again. This time, he followed Kyle and Bandy directly into the interior of the Yuanbao and came to a small room. The three of them sat down one after another. Although Morgan is now completely Kyle's person, and is many times closer than Bandy, after all, from the outside, Bandy is the first person to be with Kyle. In order not to lose the spirit of this collaborator, Kyle generously gave the opportunity to interrogate Morgan to Bandy so that he could feel a little involved. What's more, Bandy himself has a sufficient understanding of the universe and is indeed more suitable for this job. Seeing that Kyle still trusted him so much, Bandy felt a warm current flowing through her heart. In order not to disappoint Your Excellency Kyle, who is about to enter the cosmic level, he immediately used 18 solutions and started asking Morgan. This inquiry took several hours even after Morgan truthfully confessed. There is no way, the amount of information about this incident is too huge. As Bandy had guessed before, there was indeed a strong backer behind Morgan. That is the president of the Star Alliance of the Ryan star field next to Kyle and the others at the time, and a strong man in the peak realm of the universe, Ryan. Through Morgan's mouth, Kyle and others also obtained a very big secret that was relatively early but not late. That is the conditions required for the cosmic level to be promoted to the domain master level. And this is also the reason why the president of the Ryan star domain secretly sent soldiers to the Monka star domain. Yes. Morgan is actually not a universe pirate, but a small squadron leader under the Ryan Star Alliance. His mission is to disguise himself as a pirate in the universe and sneak into the Monty Star domain and master the main navigation routes within the Monty Star domain. Because it won't take long, an interstellar war that swept the two star fields is about to break out. All of this is because the universe wants to be promoted to the domain master. The domain master level is no longer synonymous with the simple realm of power. It is more like an existence that is almost like rules, Taoism and other things. The domain master level strongman will be integrated with the star domain ruled by him. The stars are not destroyed, the domain master will not be hurt, the universe will not be destroyed, and the domain master will always exist. Once you become the domain master, you will completely become a part of the universe and become a supreme existence. But the promotion requirements for the domain master level are also very strict. First of all, becoming the first point at the domain master level, the strength of the cosmic peak realm is naturally indispensable. In addition, the domain master level also needs to obtain recognition from a large number of creatures. In other words, it is the power of the creatures. This is a very wonderful power. It cannot be seen or touched, but countless strong people believe in its existence. This is also the main reason why the Order organization of Star Federation can be maintained. Because the strongest people need the creatures wish you. And the more and stronger the creatures, the more powerful the will naturally become. Only enough intelligent creatures admit from the heart that the person can rule their existence forever and send a large amount of willing power into that person's body. Only then can he have the opportunity to use his will to break the shackles of the universe and move forward. However, because of the diversity of creatures, not all creatures will be willing to hand over everything they have to the peak-level powerhouses in the universe who ruled their stars. So at this time, there will be two more paths in front of the strong men at the peak of the universe. Either, work hard to govern the star field, let more people appear in the star field, and let people live a happy and prosperous life, so as to recognize the president of their own star field from the bottom of their hearts. Either, it is to constantly develop its forces, find ways to fight around, occupy the territory of other powerful people at the peak of the universe, plunder the people, and educate them into their own appearance. The two methods have their own advantages and disadvantages and their own advantages. They are the mainstream ways for the strong people at the peak of the universe to seek breakthroughs. Of course, there will be people walking on two legs, choosing to educate and manage while conquering the rule. However, even a strong man at the peak of the universe will inevitably lack energy when he faces a vast sea of stars. How to choose depends on your own situation and conditions. So that's it. No wonder the presidents of Star Domain all use their own names to Star Domain Ningning. I thought the name Monty Star Domain had no characteristics at all. It turns out that its true meaning lies in this. After listening to Morgan's confession, Kyle immediately nodded as if he had solved the puzzle. But soon, he looked at Bandy. His Excellency Kylethus. Bandy spoke instantly, showing a tangled look on her face. If what Morgan said is not false, it means that a war between the Star Domain and the Star Domain is about to begin. By that time, I'm afraid the galaxies controlled by the Pelson family will inevitably become battlefields. Nowadays, what they should do most is to change direction, leave the Monty Star Domain immediately, head to the safe star domain, and wait until the war is over. As for whether the Pelson family existed at that time, it depends on the fate of the Pelson family, whether it is hard enough. However, he was really unwilling to let Bandy give up the opportunity he had finally obtained. And at this moment, Kyle suddenly spoke. Morgan, how many cosmic level powerhouses are under your star domain president? Cosmic level. Morgan showed a thoughtful look and said uncertainly. Captain Kyle, I am just a small squadron leader after all, and I don't have a thorough understanding of the high-level combat power. But on the surface, President Ryan has 2 cosmic 8th-level vice presidents, 4 cosmic 7th-level generals, 10 cosmic 6th-level strongmen, and about 20 cosmic 5th-level 5-level, about 50 cosmic level 4th level, about 100 cosmic level 3rd level, 300 cosmic level 2nd level, and 1000 cosmic level 1st level. After Morgan finished speaking, the entire small conference room suddenly became quiet and silent. Hearing this, Kyle couldn't help but gritted his teeth and took a breath of air conditioning. You're kidding. Nearly 1,500 cosmic level powerhouses. And this is just an open one. This is the first time that Kyle was deeply shocked by the vastness of the universe. Chapter 294 Starry Sky Development. And since the Ryan star domain has such terrifying combat power, even if the number of cosmic powerhouses in the Monty star domain has decreased, it will definitely not be too far away. Is this the starry sky? Kyle, who is still a little far from the cosmic level, sighed deeply in his heart. The next second, a sharp flash suddenly flashed in his eyes. I can't continue to be so comfortable. Although the vastness of the universe makes the possibility of the Twilight Pirates encountering those strong people very small, it does not mean that it is impossible. Even if there is a battle between the Domain Master and even the Realm Master level, it may be just the aftermath of the battle to destroy the current Twilight Pirates in an instant. Destroy you, what does it have to do with you? This world is not a world where you can survive safely without provoking it. Just like Morgan besieging Bandy. It was just a small chess piece sent by Ryan Star Domain, which was enough to bother Bandy, who had been used to his past life. This incident also sounded the alarm for Kyle. They must become stronger as soon as possible. Kyle looked at Bandy, who was about to speak but stopped and asked directly. What do you want to say, Mr. Bandy? Bandy's tone was still full of hesitation, but in the face of the upcoming war, he finally chose to save his life. His Excellency Kyle, I think we'd better run away first. Bandy said seriously, the situation in the Monty Star domain is so complicated now. It's a different story to whether the Pelson family can continue to exist. I have real estate on 1 or 2 planets in the star domain of the sea. Why don't we transfer it there first? At that time, we can change the way of cooperation, rely on your strength, plus my abilities, and it may not be less profitable than competing for the Pelson family. Quote. The most important thing is, Bandy choked up seriously and said slowly, it will be very safe over there. Safety. The expression on Kyle's face did not change at all, but the last 2 words in Bandy's words were repeated. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth suddenly rose. Mr. Bandy, is there really a safe place in this universe? In other words, how can you be sure that the war between Monty and Ryan will not disturb the nearby star domain of the sea? Ah, Bandy made an unknown and surprised voice. But Kyle continued. Wake up, Bandy. The weak have no room for survival in this world. Blindly escaping will not solve the problem. The yellow light shone on Kyle's face, but it attached a layer of shadow to his side face. He raised his head and said with a firm look. This war may not be an opportunity for us. As he said that, he turned his head to Morgan beside him again and asked, Morgan, what is the number and structure of your subordinates? How many of them are obeying your commands? Morgan showed thoughts and replied, well, we squads disguised as pirates of the universe have a total of 50,000 soldiers, about 2,000 planetary ranks 1 to 3, and 150 planetary ranks 4. The 6th level squadron leader, 3 planetary ranks 8 9th level squadron leader, and 2 star level rank deputy commanders. Except for the 2 deputy commanders who were originally dispatched by other teams, everyone else was all brothers who worked hard little by little with me. Does an operation team that performs intercepting route missions have this level of military deployment? It seems that the energy of the ruler of the star field is even greater than I thought. After hearing Morgan's return, Kyle immediately sighed. But then he said to Morgan again, "Find an opportunity to bring those 2 deputy captains to me. Then find a way to tell your subordinates that they all join my pirate group." "This is very simple, Captain Kyle." Morgan was as if he was possessed by a devil, and instantly took the order, completely abandoning the bonds he brought in the first half of his life, and completely becoming Kyle's most loyal believer. "Please give me 3 days. In 3 days, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Then I'll leave it to you." Kyle nodded with satisfaction, and then he looked at Bandy again. To this partner, he has always maintained a superficial equal relationship, like an amiable gentleman. But at this moment, after deciding to give up the slow-paced life, he inexplicably released a sense of oppression from the superior. This is not only the aura that comes from Kyle's strength suppression, but also the confidence and calmness of an ambitious man who looks at the entire universe and wants to participate in this vast chessboard. "Mr. Bandy." "Ah." Bandy, who felt as if she was trapped in a vortex and could not break free, answered carefully. Immediately afterwards, Kyle asked him directly, "How much Star Alliance cash is there on your Yuanbao account now?" This, Bandy, who had expected what Kyle wanted to do, suddenly burst into a cold sweat on her forehead. But he knew that this was not the time for him to hesitate. What's more, he and Kyle have a Star Federation certification treaty. Unless Kyle does not intend to enter the star field ruled by the Star Federation in the future, he will not do anything forced to himself. After some mental preparation, Bandy quickly replied. "The Star Alliance coin on Yuanbao still has about 500 million yuan in cash. But I still have about 3,500 million yuan of flexible funds in Star Federation account. I don't know that Your Excellency Kyle you are planning." Although he didn't know what Kyle was going to do when asking Star Alliance at this time, he inexplicably felt that supporting Kyle at this time was definitely not a bad thing. Even though they haven't known each other for a long time, from the way Kyle and the Twilight Pirates, he is sure that this is a group of people who can achieve great things. This is his vision of a person who works hard alone in a situation where he is helpless and has a foundation. This may be the wisest investment in his life. Kyle obviously didn't expect Bandy to be so honest, and was stunned for a moment. But soon, an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his fingers gently tapped the table, making a buzzing sound in this quiet conference room, as if it was hitting a person's heartstrings. After a while, Kyle suddenly looked at Bandy and asked with a serious look. "Mr. Bandy, I wonder if you have any intention to join my Twilight Pirates." A few months later. In a prosperous galaxy closer to the Pelson family galaxy. Under the escort of Bandy's Yuanbao and Morgan's Jackal, Tiga slowly docked at the port of this planet. "Because I came here just to handle some things, and the situation is urgent now, and I am running out of time." Except for Bandy and a few guards, no one else got off the boat and stopped. "I would like to appreciate the characteristics of this planet and scenery." A few hours later, Bandy, who took out all his deposits, walked quickly and returned directly to the captain's room of the Tiga. "Captain Kyle, this is a 3500W Star Alliance coin, I have taken out all of it." Bandy threw out a strange prop. In an instant, piles of star coins successfully stacked in front of Kyle. Kyle, who was sitting on a high chair, saw this scene, and a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed through his eyes. The next moment, he waved his hand and directly collected these star couplets into his own dimensional space. "Good job." Kyle praised Bandy and promised. "Don't worry, Bandy, I will give you priority to all the experience props in the future, so that you can have the ability to stand alone as soon as possible. At that time, you alone will be enough to compete with the entire Pelson family." Kyle was extremely excited to earn a huge amount of property again. As for Bandy, who contributed all his savings, Kyle generously selected a powerful character card for him, Artificial Man number 19 from Dragon Ball. Speaking of artificial humans in the Dragon Ball world, the first thing people think of is naturally number 18 of the Welfare Notebook can be seen everywhere on the internet. The second is Sharu, number 17, etc. that appear in the chapter on the man-made man. It can be said that few people know that there is a guy like man-made number 19. However, although Artificial Man 19 does not occupy much space in the anime plot, and it is easily killed by the Super Saiyan, but his strength is enough to be comparable to Sun Wukong, who used the World King Fist. A true S-level powerhouse. By the way, after the system was updated, Kyle unexpectedly discovered that the Kakarot character card on Luffy had changed from the previous S level to the S level. Not only has the awakening status increased again, but the potential data has also been greatly improved, making Luffy, the protagonist of the pirate world, become the most potential guy in the Twilight Pirates. Although he doesn't like boring training, when Kyle told him that he could fight against the powerful players of the Twilight Pirates at any time, Luffy had to pull the captains of each team every day to fight happily. Although every captain who had finished training with him looked bitter, Luffy was really happy. Maybe it won't take long before he will be in the protagonist potential plus. Correspondingly, some of the other S-level powerhouses in the pirates have increased their potential to more or less. For example, Saint Seiya Zoro, his character card level data has become the word S+. The other team captains have not changed much. However, not long ago, Kyle was able to announce in a high-profile manner. The era of evaluating combat power based on character card levels is completely over. With the help of Bandy and Morgan, two people with a small identity in the Starry Sky, Kyle has obtained a large number of cultivation methods in the Starry Sky. There are also some more evil ways to improve one's own strength. This has directly increased the strength of the Twilight Pirates, which have just entered the Starry Sky. However, because of the ability given by character cards, most people choose to practice methods that increase their basic attributes. One of them comes from the cultivation civilization. The ability to absorb energy from the Starry Sky and strengthen one's own cultivation method has become a way of cultivation that everyone is following. The guys from the pirate world are basically reckless men who like to be fist to fist, and they are also used to exercising their bodies. But despite this, at this time, there was still a variety of gorgeous appearances inside the pirates at dusk. After all, physical cultivation only accounts for the majority, but there are still many strong people in other systems. After all, the number of pirates in the Twilight now is more than doubled than when they just left the pirate world. After successfully convinced Bandy to join the Twilight Pirates, Kyle used the 500 W-star coupon in his hand to draw a large number of low-level character cards. Then he cooperated with Morgan inside and outside, hypnotizing the disobedient, and taking all the soldiers from the Ryan Star domain he brought to his command. Immediately afterwards, they ran to the planet and took out all the remaining deposits of Bandy. Because they will use Morgan's reputation that has not yet faded in the Ryan Star domain to conquer these warriors from the Ryan Star domain as much as possible and expand the combat power of the Twilight Pirates. Although these soldiers are just inefficient in combat power, they all have planetary potential, otherwise they would not have been summoned to become soldiers. With the power given by the character card and several months of cultivation, they have successfully become a planetary powerhouse at this time, and their combat power is probably similar to that of Doflamingo, who has not joined the Twilight Pirates. The addition of such a combat power will not take long to allow Kyle's strength to break through the star-level boundaries and become a cosmic-level powerhouse. But this is just the beginning. Rumble tilde. A deafening roar rang through the sky. 3-star battleships ascended in one fell swoop, broke through the boundaries of the planet, returned to the vast sea of stars, and flew towards the galaxy next door. Although this place is not far from the area ruled by the Pelson family, in order to allow Bandy to perform a "don't bully the young and poor," they did not go directly to trouble the Pelson family. Anyway, they have always existed there and can't escape. In addition, if Ryan wants to deploy more troops in the Monty star domain, the time it takes is entirely based on years. In a short period of time, Kyle would not be too worried about being affected by the interstellar war. And this period of time will be the time for their development to rise. Because of the actions of the Ryan star domain, there will be problems in all aspects of the Monty star domain, especially in terms of intelligence transmission. It has always been very difficult to spread intelligence in the vast starry sky. And no matter how it is used, there is a risk of being cut off by other forces. Generally speaking, Star Federation adopts segmented intelligence transmission method. Immediately, a piece of intelligence will be passed to the designated planet, and then this planet will be passed to the next designated planet. And so on until the intelligence is fully transmitted. And in this way, once no information is received within the specified time, you can determine where the problem is happening by reverse referral. One of the original missions of Morgan and others was to disrupt the intelligence system of the Monty star domain. Chapter 295 Necessary Sacrifice. From this we can see that in the next period of time, especially among the galaxies mastered by Morgan that were already mastered by the Ryan star domain people, intelligence transmission will become a huge problem. And this is exactly what Kyle wants to see. It will be very difficult for people from the Ryan star domain to carry out intelligence transportation in the Monty star domain. Kyle can take this opportunity to develop his own strength in a region where both sides have blurred intelligence. In this way, the disappearing Ryan will be killed by the people who think of Ryan as the Monty galaxy. The lost property on Monty will also be counted on Ryan's head. As long as they operate properly, their hands and feet are quicker and they do not give people the opportunity to resist, they can expand a large number of people and obtain huge Star Alliance coins in a short period of time. With Kyle's current cosmic strength, it is not difficult to do this. What he had to do next was to hide the power of himself and the Twilight Pirates as much as possible, and not let others discover that there was a force led by a cosmic-level powerhouse who wanted to snatch fish in it. More importantly, don't let people know that his goal is to annex the two star fields of Monty and Ryan. Yes. Perhaps because he had been with the people in the pirate world for too long, Kyle himself inexplicably appeared something called ambition. When he just entered the cosmic level, he directly received a message from the inside of the universe. That is the way to a higher level, the domain master level. This seems to be a certain rule of the universe, and every cosmic level strongman will involuntarily know this information. As Morgan said before, if you want to become a domain master, you need to gain the recognition of a large number of intelligent life, form a powerful vow, and impact the barriers to the realm. However, after carefully reading the insights passed down to him by the universe, Kyle became more and more confident about the future. Voluntariness, a power that only the domain master level strongman can control and use. It comes from the movement, thought and soul of all life in that domain, ruled by the domain master level powerhouse. The more submission the living body is, the more loyal it is to the domain master, and the stronger its strength it is, the more abundant the will it can provide. At the same time, the power of vows is not a kind of power that can be accumulated, but is provided by the amount of vows that the leader of the domain master can provide. Battles at the domain master level are no longer battles between individuals, but collisions between domains and domains. If the star field is there, then the willpower is there. If the star field is destroyed, then the domain master will die. After gaining the power to match the universe, the domain master also took on the responsibility of developing the universe in disguise. Maybe, this is exactly what the universe wants to see. Kyle, who entered the cosmic level, once pondered the laws of the universe in his mind. Just as the domain master hopes that the star domain under his command will prosper and allow more intelligent lives to provide them with a steady stream of powerful wishes. Perhaps in a higher level of dimension, there is also a rule set by an existence to make the universe develop and grow better. However, this is still too far away for Kyle today. All he can do now is to concentrate on taking every step under his feet. Step by step, reach immortality. Morgan, U.Y. A few months later. Inside a desolate star field. A female stellar first-level powerful man who was about the same height as a raccoon covered his chest in confusion, his eyes wide open, full of anger and doubt. A good bird chooses trees to live on, and a good minister chooses a master to work. Lottie, give up resisting. Following Captain Kyle's hongwong is your only way out. Why? As a cat orc, Lottie questioned again. Obviously a year ago, they were still talking and laughing in the Ryan star domain and secretly set out to sneak into the Monty star domain for missions. Why, in just 1 year, he betrayed Lord Ryan. Captain Kyle. Is there a star field called Kyle nearby? Why I never have heard of this name. Lottie was puzzled. However, Morgan no longer gave her a chance. Facing this childhood sweetheart and once showed kindness to him, he stretched out his sharp claws without hesitation and directly held Lottie's throat. The azure light fluttered in its sharp eyes, as if it was passing through a layer of mist, ethereal and magical. The cold frost instantly freezes Lottie's palms and legs like a cat, making her body unable to move at all. Damn it! Lottie, who was caught, twisted hard, trying to break free from the shackles of the ice. But how could she, who is already a lower level in her realm, be Morgan's opponent after receiving the character card? Gulalala tilde Captain Morgan attacked so quickly. At this moment, a heroic laughter suddenly came from the sky. I saw the Whitebeard holding a naginata and stepping on the Linksea Guanglu road, holding a lizard orc in his hand and flying over with a smile. Captain Morgan, haven't you done it yet? Captain Kyle is in a hurry. Mushi. Lottie, who was pinned, looked at the lizard man who was already unconscious in the Whitebeard's hand, and instantly showed endless anger. Damn it, what did you do to Muse? As she said that, she shot her angry eyes directly at Morgan. Morgan, you bastard, have you forgotten the help Musi has helped you? Of course I haven't forgotten. Faced with the questioning of his past partners, Morgan's expression did not change at all from beginning to end. Immediately he said to Lottie seriously. So, I will come to you as soon as possible. Trust me, I have never made a wrong decision, have I? You. Lottie wanted to say something else, but a layer of ice that could freeze time suddenly attacked her head, instantly freezing her consciousness. Huh, have you met an old friend? Whitebeard, who landed on the starship, happened to hear the last conversation between the two and couldn't help but ask for an inquiry. Whitebeard is still very friendly to Morgan, who defeated Barrett, the captain of the 4th team as soon as he joined the Twilight Pirates, without hesitation, and replaced the captain of the 4th team. After all, he did not rely on his second-level star strength to continue to challenge upwards, leaving enough face to give them the top 3. Although Bybird didn't think he would lose. After entering the universe and practicing the universe method, their physical potential has also been further improved. Maybe there is something special about the pirate world. The potential shown by Whitebeard and others is not inferior to Morgan's stellar level second level, which is already considered a pride of heaven. In addition, Kyle has long used the ability of the surgical fruit to help them continue their infinite vitality. Their own strength, which had been stagnant for a long time, also gained a second spring, and the power brought by the character template began to advance together and improve together. Now, there are 3 people in the entire Twilight Pirate group who have improved their strength the fastest. They are Zoro, Aniro and Luffy. After entering the starry sky, he was close to the vastness and infinity of the universe. Zoro seemed to have made a breakthrough in the realm of the understanding of the small universe. Nowadays, although he has not yet reached the second level of the star level. But if the fight really starts, whoever loses and Morgan wins will really be a question mark. This may also be the main reason why Morgan did not continue to challenge upward after challenging Barrett. Even Barrett, who lost his ability to fusion fruit in the universe, almost fought back Morgan, whose strength was one level different due to his almost unsolvable power. Morgan could not imagine what terrifying means the 3 captains above Barrett would have. As for Aniro, he obtained the body of Thunder God, and it was like he was returning home in the universe. The various thunder elemental energy hidden in the dark space in the universe is like Analu's licking dog. Without any instructions, he rushed to chase him up. This also quickly improved his strength after practicing a thunder energy technique. Now, he is the closest one to the second-level star among all people from the pirate world. Secondly, after having the powerful Saiyan template, Luffy's strength is improving rapidly as if he has a cheat. Although he was defeated in Morgan's challenge, Morgan used his absolute strength to reduce 10 times with one force, exhausting his physical strength and breaking his happy battle. But that failure also awakened his Saiyan bloodline and greatly enhanced his strength. If he and Morgan were asked to fight again, he would not have lost so miserably. In addition to these three guys, Whitebeard mastered the ability to absorb scattered psychic energy in the universe, and its strength was steadily improved. Barrett did not intend to give up his fruit ability. Although in the universe, the fusion fruit will fall into an embarrassing situation because there is nothing to be fusion. But Barrett's wonderful idea recently has been pestering Burgapunk to imitate a similar space prop based on Kyle's dimensional space skills. In this way, he can merge some small planets into weapons that suit his wishes for combat. No one alone coincidentally. I don't know if Kyle's cosmic strength has improved their horizons. During this period, Ace has been trying to seal a planet into his eyes and use it as a means of attacking his opponent during combat. If it can succeed, it is indeed a strange trick that the enemy unexpectedly does. Several other captains. Doflamingo is constantly replacing the fruit abilities in his body, seeking a stronger combination. Kaido chose to practice a Dragon Clan's bloodline refining technique in the universe, constantly purifying his bloodline and allowing himself to evolve in the direction of the Qinglong. With the Blue Dragon Beast character card as the basis, perhaps in a few years, he will completely abandon the human body and transform into a blue dragon that crisscrosses the world. Hankook gave up the power of the character card who was not very helpful in the universe, and instead used the characteristics of the sweet fruit to practice a succubus spell. Although I haven't been in the game for a long time, it has become a pirate group that is so fascinating to the Dusk. Every time she appears, she will cause a huge sensation in the crowd. In contrast, the former captain of the 10th team, Trafalgar R.O., seemed to give up on himself. Although he also chose a cosmic exercise with relatively balanced amplitude, his own combat power has not improved. After Morgan took office, he was directly squeezed out of the captain's team. But Luo was relieved about this. After losing the position of captain, he directly chose to join the scientific research team of Vegapunk and became a scientific researcher. But after all, he still lacks a lot of knowledge when he became a monk halfway through. Recently, Luo has started to develop an artificial Digimon with Raju and Quinn. This is the inspiration they got from Quinn, who loaded the Digimon character card. From the awakening level animal type fruit ability, plus some talented racial cells in the universe, as well as some experience in making steel fighting spirit. I believe that it won't be long before they can create a mechanical Digimon legion that is enough to sweep the universe. At that time, let the aunts who are already in love with cooking and starry sky food give them some soul power. These mechanical Digimon legions can even be recognized by Kyle and qualified to load beast character cards. In short, although most of the Tiga were on the journey during this period, the Twilight Pirates did not stop at all to become stronger. Today, based on the information Morgan possesses, they also came to a nearby galaxy and brought Lottie and his gang from the Ryan Star domain. Catch it all in one go. Whether it is Lottie or the lizardman Miyasi who was defeated by the Whitebeard, they are actually members who come from the same planet as Morgan and joined the Ryan army. With this relationship, the relationship between the three of them is very good. This is also the main reason why Lottie and Miyasi would easily believe Morgan and go to the meeting alone. 2 hours later. Please rest assured, Captain Kyle, we will gather our subordinates and surrender to you. But please, Captain Kyle, be prepared to intercept the signal. After all, even if we are the commanders of our respective teams, there will be people from other factions in the team. After a while of treatment, Lottie and Mushi knelt on one knee in front of Kyle, showing their loyalty and awareness to Kyle. Well, don't worry about intercepting signals, Burgapunk will handle everything. You just need to bring them, that's enough. Yes, Captain Kyle. The two orcs Lodi and Miasi looked up instantly, and the rippling waves flashed in their eyes. Immediately, the two of them stood up, swept past Morgan, and walked towards the outside of the Tiga. Although they were already hypnotized by Kyle, they forced the character card to load, and were 100% loyal to the Twilight Pirates. But it seems impossible to make them forgive Morgan who betrayed them. It's really a pity that a group of childhood sweethearts in love triangles just parted ways. Unfortunately, this is a sacrifice that must be achieved when moving towards success. I'm such a sinner. Looking at Lottie and Mushi walking out of the cabin hand in hand, Kyle couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 296 5 years. With the assistance of two operation commanders, Lottie and Mushi, Kyle quickly loaded all the Ryan troops led by them on character cards and became loyalists of the Twilight Pirates. Under the power of the system, even the infinite universe will keep trembling. And even more fortunately, during the time when Kyle and his team headed for this galaxy, Lottie and the other two successfully hijacked a group of cosmic merchants and robbed 200W of star coins. Now it has been completely included in Kyle's pocket, just making up for the expenses of adding tens of thousands of new character cards. With this successful case, they can also let go and make great achievements. Captain Kyle. After several upgrades, the scale is no less than that of the captain's room in a kingdom palace. Wearing a delicate white suit, Robin, who had a perfect figure, opened the door after waiting for certification and entered Kyle's office area. At this time, Kyle was facing a giant. The big wall was thinking secretly. Above the wall is a huge light screen, with star maps of nearby galaxies and some special intelligence information listed above. Robin. Seeing the visitor, Kyle immediately shifted his gaze, his thoughtful expression faded, and he changed into a relaxed smiling face. Recently, the pirates in Twilight have either been conquering or on the road to conquest. It has been a long time since he relaxed. No way. After all, the universe is not like the pirate world, which divides a great route in the four seas of the southeast, west, north, and north. In the universe, they may encounter peerless powerful people they cannot match at any time. One thing, as long as its probability is not zero, it can happen at any time. If they don't become stronger as soon as possible, one day they will meet a strong man with a bad temper and be praised by others, and they will not know where to reason. Not long ago, a galaxy with a wise civilization in the Monty Star domain was directly destroyed because it provoked a cosmic-level powerful man. According to the laws of the Star Federation, the strong man should have been severely punished. But after confirming that the intelligent civilization and galaxies were all destroyed, no one dared to raise any topic of law. People only sigh. The strength of a cosmic-level powerful man is so powerful. Is there anything wrong, Robin? Looking at her smiling partner and exuding the charm of a mature lady, Kyle asked curiously. Captain Kyle. Robin smiled slightly, then walked towards Kyle in white boots. The thighs wrapped in black stockings trembled rhythmically as she approached Kyle. When she came to Kyle, she opened a tool that looked like a folding tablet, and a holographic projection instantly appeared on the screen. Robin Way reported, Just now, we have entered the galaxy ruled by the Pelson family. Mr. Bandy has applied to you, hoping that we can take some time to conquer the Pelson family members of this galaxy. In addition, the people who stayed in the Pelson family came from intelligence that there seemed to be a ruin of an ancient mechanical civilization in this galaxy. If it could be seen through, the core of the mechanical tribe inside would at least be sold. Hundreds or even tens of millions of star coins. Oh. When Kyle's eyes flashed when he heard the rich take, he became interested in an instant. He quickly asked, is the news reliable? Reliable. Robin nodded. According to my investigation, there is indeed a civilization dominated by the mechanical race in the history of this galaxy, and it is very prosperous. Its scale is not as bad as the current Pelson family, and it rules several surrounding galaxies. It's just that mechanical civilization was discovered by a cosmic-level powerful man who opposed the mechanical race because it was too high profile, and his entire civilization was destroyed in one fell swoop. This remains as probably the former refuge of the mechanical tribe. Because civilization is destroyed, they have completely lost their lives if they lose their energy supply. The universe is really cruel. After hearing Robin's words, Kyle immediately sighed. A civilization with a scale that is much higher than the pirate world can be destroyed if it is destroyed. Fortunately, there is no big taboo in the pirate world. Even those fruit abilities involving rules have been brought to Tiga by Kyle, and there is no possibility of being targeted by other civilizations. Unless, on one day, what the pirates did at dusk was suddenly exposed. Kyle thought for a moment and said directly to Robin. Since there is money falling in front of us, there is naturally no reason why we don't pick it up. I promised Bandy before that he could one day completely conquer the Pelson family. Although the situation is special now, we cannot stay in a certain place for too long. Since we have agreed, we must do what we say. Anyway, Bandy is now a real star-level powerhouse. Send a few captains to follow him and conquer the Pelson family. Remember to keep a low profile. Today is different from the past. I will tell them. Robin, who received the instructions, smiled, then turned around immediately, and walked towards the captain's outdoor. Just as Kyle hasn't had a rest for a long time, Robin and others have actually been in a high-intensity working state during this period. Especially for Robin, who has multiple positions, not only needs to practice cosmic exercises, but also be responsible for intelligence research. More importantly, as a historian, she is now full of curiosity and desire to explore the history of the universe. If it weren't for her poor strength and too much daily work, she might have already pulled the fellow pirates of the Twilight Pirates to form an archaeological team dedicated to investigating history and conducting scientific research in the stars. Or, the efforts Robin is making now are to be able to do what she likes to do one day in the future. In addition to Robin, scientific researchers such as Bergapunk are also very busy. There are so many interesting technologies in the universe. For a scientist, this place is like a heavenly existence. At this moment, Vegapunk, who has the ability to have brain fruit, also showed the unique greed and ambition of life in the pirate world. After having enough vitality, he expanded his clones to more than 100 in one fell swoop. Then some people, like York, were responsible for daily life and mental recovery. Other clones are constantly absorbing knowledge in the universe and constantly using this new knowledge to carry out scientific research and creation. Nowadays, the number of mechanical Digimon Legion has reached 20,000, the number of Super Available Man Legion is 30,000, and the number of Mechanical Armor Legion is 15,000. Among them, the weakest ones also have the first-level planetary level strength. That is, the combat power of the 7 warriors sea level in the pirate world. And the strongest ones are infinitely close to the stellar strength. If it hadn't been for the fact that the pirates bought the blood of an adult, cosmic star beast from an auction house not long ago, all scientific researchers began to turn to their homework to clone the Star Beasts project. The number of these legions created entirely by scientific research units may double. Now, it has been 3 years since Kyle conquered Morgan, and it has been almost 5 years since they left the pirate world. In 5 years, the strength of the Twilight Pirates has undergone earth-shaking changes. The official member who was loaded with the character card has broken through the 50W mark in one fell swoop. Among these 500,000 people, 2,000 are special legions created by scientific research troops. More than 100,000 are the universe pirates conquered by Kyle and the others. Some are real universe pirates, and some are soldiers like Morgan, from undercover in the Ryan Star domain to Monty. The remaining guys, except for tens of thousands of members of the original pirate world, were mostly talented people selected by Kyle from the galaxies he ruled. Yes. In 3 years, the Twilight Pirates are no longer the novice player who has just entered the starry sky. Now they have their own base in this vast universe. In Kyle's territory interface, hundreds of planets have been lit up. On average, 10 planets form a galaxy. The Twilight Pirates have become a huge force that ruled 10 galaxies. If Kyle hadn't always adhered to the principle of low-key work and had never disclosed his rule over these galaxies to the public, they might have been included in the aristocratic circle of the Monty Star domain. Of course. Compared with Kyle's strength at the third level of the universe, just 10 galaxies have become less special in an instant. You must know. There are billions of planets listed in the Monty star domain, which is equivalent to hundreds of millions of galaxies. But there are only thousands of cosmic powerhouses. By this calculation, on average, every cosmic-level strongman should rule hundreds of thousands of galaxies. Although the accounts are not calculated in this way, most galaxies in the Monty star realm, especially those with special resources, are all controlled by the Star Federation. But compared to Kyle's strength, he, who has only dominated 10 galaxies, can indeed be called low-key. However, the penetration of the Ryan star domain to the Monty star domain has obviously accelerated recently. Kyle even speculated that the cosmic-level powerful man who had previously reported to destroy the galaxy was probably because of Monty's discovery. This matter was suppressed just to stabilize the rule and prevent someone from really starting to believe in Ryan. There are not all fools in the Monty star domain. I guess they had expected something long ago. The most intuitive feeling that Kyle gave is, recently, the number of pirates in the universe has become less and less. Instead, you will see many starships hanging with the Monty star domain emblem seal patrolling the universe. Every time, Kyle fooled it with telepathic hypnosis. But the next style of behavior must not be like these 3 years, going crazy. Maybe, it's time to leave this central area. The battle for the ownership of the star domain will only occur in the central area. And the entire Monty star field is so vast, and countless untapped places are countless. Until today, there are no one in the Monty star domain that has no interest in it. What kind of secret treasures are hidden in the dark universe? Kyle's next plan was to wait until he conquered the Pelson family and occupied several star fields they ruled, and then turned around and march outside the central area. Under Kyle's premonition, within 10 years, the war between the Ryan star domain and the Monty star domain will surely break out. Although I can't imagine how powerful I and the Twilight Pirates would have at that time. But the fisherman gains profit when the snipe and clam fight. Only by first removing himself and others from this war can he make better decisions. The war between the star domains is a crisis and an opportunity for Dusk. It's done well. They might save a lot of steps and directly occupy a star field. Boom. The huge purple giant slashed down, and the entire planet let out a painful cry, and an explicit crack appeared on the surface of the planet. Damn it. A star-level powerful man who looked a little similar to Bandy suddenly flew into the starry sky. Looking at the planet that began to gradually disintegrate, the whole picture was even twisted into a ball. Bandy. You actually dare to lead outsiders to attack the family base. You deserve to die for so much sin. I must report it to the Star Federation and let the Star Federation condemn you. Polson Mark roared angrily. The sound waves are like stormy waves, and the surrounding planets are really trembling. He is the current patriarch of the Pelson family, and the Star Federation nobles who commanded several galaxies. However, the nobleman at this moment was a little embarrassed, and the panic in his eyes was even more difficult to hide. All of this is because of the 5-star level late-stage strong men who slowly gathered around him. Give up resistance, Mark. Go back with us to see Captain Kyle, it will be good for you in Pelson. Bandy, who was hiding behind several captains, looked serious and advised her uncle who had driven their family out of the Pelson family field. Just as his father failed in the struggle of the patriarch and Mark did not kill him, he did not want his uncle to suffer too much pain. After all, his ending has long been written. And as if he was afraid that Mark would continue to fight stubbornly, he added. As for what you said, Star Federation will not care about it. They are all employees who work under my name. And I am a member of the Pelson family recognized by Star Federation. This will only be a struggle within the family, and Star Federation is not qualified to participate. What did you say? Mark suddenly widened his eyes, and his eyes swept across Ace and others one by one. Then he showed an expression of difficulty. How is this possible? With your company qualification, how could you sign so many star-level strong men at the same time? In Star Federation, there is a complete set of legal requirements for major companies, enterprises and chambers of commerce. Among them, the hierarchy is the most commonly used law in the Monty Star field and the highest priority. First, the Star Federation of Monty Star Field will divide the company into different levels based on the tax amount given to the Star Federation by the company. Companies of different levels have different benefits and policies, such as business routes, intelligence information, material purchase qualifications, etc. Moreover, depending on the company level, the number of strong people under his command can also have rigid requirements. All of this is to prevent capitalism from spreading in the starry sky. While mastering capital, it also masters powerful force, causing unimaginable harm to the creatures in the star field. To curb capital is to protect living things. Chapter 297 The Devil Fruit equals the condensation of the power of will. Tilde. Hearing Mark's doubts, Bandy immediately showed an intriguing smirk. Yes tilde how could my small company sign so many star-level powerhouses at the same time? This is really weird. Step on. Bandy suddenly stepped on Mark's face, leaned down and looked down at his eyes. Captain Mark, you said. Is it possible that when I signed them, they were not stellar yet? What did you say? Mark screamed in surprise, his eyes quickly swept across Ace and others, and then he instantly showed a shameful expression. Bandy, you bastard, if you want to humiliate me, just say it. Your company has only been established for 30 years. Even if you and your father are kicked out of the country, it will only be 50 years. In 50 years, how could you find such a group of powerful men in the late-stage realm of star-level powerhouses? Speaking of this, Mark suddenly realized, by the way, I heard that a group of strong men suspected of other star fields appeared in the Monty Star domain recently. It seems that you betrayed Monty and became someone else's trait. Because of the special nature of the will, every controller of the star field will educate and guide the ideological and political awareness of their leaders. Although this policy cannot popularize life in the entire star domain, their sense of identity with their own star domain is still extremely strong in the central area, especially in families with noble titles. Now that he expected that there might be someone who betrayed the star domain in his family, it would be even more uncomfortable for Mark than if he was taken away from the position of head of the family. However, facing Mark's final accusation, Bandy was speechless for a moment. Collude with external forces in the star field. Logically speaking, the pirate world is also within the Monty Star domain, and they are obviously not considered external forces in the star domain. But who made the ultimate goal of the Twilight Pirates really occupy the entire Monty Star domain? Perhaps, Mark's accusations were not completely wrong. Shut up, Mark. No matter what you think, you are already a loser. But you can rest assured. Under Captain Kyle's leadership, the future Pelson family will only be more brilliant than it is now. And great. Bump. Bandy kicked Pelson out with a sharp kick. Then he turned around and smiled at the captains of the team. Captain, I also want to take the property left over from the Pelson family and dedicate it to Captain Kyle. These senior executives of the Pelson family can only ask you to bring them back to Tiga first. Don't worry, leave it to us. Ace smiled slightly, and a wave of light suddenly flashed through the miraculous ripples in his eyes. In an instant, ripples and ripples appeared in the space around Mark like stones falling into the water. The next second, Mark's whole person was instantly they disappeared in an instant, were sealed into Ace's pupil space, and gathered with other members of the Pelson family. This is a new pupil technique developed by Ace using the power of the reincarnation blood ring and in combining the universe skills. In addition to sealing the space, using these eyes, Ace successfully mastered the power to control the dark matter of the universe. This also allowed him to develop the ability of the Wheel Tomb and Border Prison, which is suspected to be Uchiha Madara, and can attack the other party with terrifying dark matter energy without the other party's awareness. And after absorbing the dark matter of the universe, Ace's Susanoo has successfully evolved completely. Not only has his body size been so huge that it is enough to attract attention even in the starry sky. His strength has been further improved, allowing Ace to successfully defeat Barrett's miracle power. And this pupil technique was named by Ace, the Universe Blood Ring and Technique. In addition to Ace, the ones who traveled with him this time were Doflamingo, Kaido, Hancock, and Zoro. Logically speaking, Zoro is the most powerful among these captains, and the task of action command should have been left to him. But considering the nature of Zorona's mystery, when conveying Kyle's command, Robin made a statement in his own opinion. The commander of this operation is Ace, the captain of the 5th team. In this way, Ace, with several captains and Bandy who led the way, spent more than half a year in this area, and finally captured the senior staff of the Pelson family. The rest is just to bring these guys to Captain Kyle, let Captain Kyle hypnotize them, and brand them the Pirates of the Dusk Pirates. The territory belonging to the Twilight Pirates will also usher in a new round of expansion. It's time to go back. Ace looked back at the captains behind him. Although when they were on Tiga, no one was convinced, and they wanted to fight each other a few times every day. But once Captain Kyle has a mission, everyone here is a strong man worth relying on. After hearing Ace's words, Zoro immediately yawned boredly, and then muttered. It can be considered as being able to return to Tiga. If I can't eat the chef's team's meal, I'm going crazy. Although Sanji, the chef in the chef team, always disagrees with him, what we have to admit is the rice he cooked was really delicious. Doflamingo, who was standing beside him, immediately let out a low laugh. Yu Yi, I don't know if Miss Lei Ju has completed my order. I'm waiting for a heart with insights into cosmic martial arts practice to help me improve my realm. After coming to the universe, Doflamingo has successfully developed a new way of playing Djangyu. This secret technique can transform all the power and abilities contained in the heart into Doflamingo's own things. So after getting involved in the universe, a bold decision emerged in Doflamingo's heart. That is whether he can directly extract the abilities contained in his heart, consolidate them in his body, and allow himself to master those powers forever. Then, by constantly changing the heart, your body becomes the accumulation of insights into martial arts by the powerful people in the universe. In this way, he can learn more cosmic exercises in a very short time, and even learn them well and learn them thoroughly. If he goes on for a long time, he might be able to master all the skills in the universe. For this bold idea, Doflamingo even deliberately asked Vegapunk to create an unconscious clone and extract his heart. In this way, Doflamingo successfully possessed the ability of brain fruits, and even brought Vagapunk's insights into brain fruits. Moreover, because Doflamingo's ability comes from the heart, not the brain, he does not have to share the same brain with Vegapunk and others, it is completely equivalent to another brain fruit ability. The fruit of the brain is undoubtedly a rule-based ability. Because it has the power to store knowledge infinitely in the brain. And the word, infinity, represents rules in the universe. With the increase in the brain fruit of the brain, Doflamingo does not have to worry about the perception of the plural strong man, which will disturb his original mind. HMPH. This boring task is finally over. Kaido on the other side also complained in a muffled voice. Although the starship they were riding in had already been set up by Kyle as the clone of the Tiga and had a cultivation room of the same level. But without Ling Ling's soul food, he always feels that life is missing something. Hancock had long been fed up with the days of wandering outside. Although she didn't say anything, her mood was perfectly displayed in her bright eyes, which was like a wave of water rippling slightly. A common starship in the Monty star field slowly took off from the planet ruled by the Pelson family and flew towards the vast starry sky. As for Bandy, who stayed here, with his stellar strength, it was enough to shock him from the remnants of the Pelson family and allow him to successfully control the entire Pelson family. Coupled with the caravan employees who joined the Twilight Pirates with him, Bandy's father's dream of returning to the family is already a foregone conclusion. That's how things look smooth. Tiga at the beginning, I heard that Ace and others took only half a year to conquer the Pelson family and the several galaxies they controlled. A satisfied smile suddenly appeared on Kyle's face. Different from the galaxies he ruled. The galaxies of the Pelson family are all scarce resources that are needed by many star federations. In other words, it is These galaxies are very valuable. Moreover, Bandy's successful control of the Poulsen family was also an inspiration for Kyle. Maybe. What happened to Bandy is not unrepeatable. In the vast sea, there are so many family members driven out by the noble family. If they can all be allowed to take the strong men of the Twilight Pirates back to the family like Bandy, and then the power of the character card and system will control these interstellar noble families in one fell swoop. Then they can have a steady stream of Star Alliance coins. As for the laws of the Star Federation, the statement that external star forces do not allow them to participate in the internal struggles of the nobles. This is not a problem for the Twilight Pirates. As long as those down and out noble young men register a company, and then transfer several planetary powerhouses from the Twilight Pirates to join the company and become subordinates of the noble young men, they can participate in the internal struggle of the noble family openly. Most of the laws of the Star Federation are targeted at star ranks, but there is no much restraint on planetary ranks. After all, the planetary rating is just a destruction of the planet. Compared with the entire galaxy, this power is like a useless situation, and it is not as harmful to the planet as some unexpectedly flying asteroid meteorites. But you have to know. On the current Tiga, it only takes 2.5 years to train a planetary powerhouse with a character card level A or above to the middle and late stages of the star level. After the Star Alliance coins were sufficient and the number of character cards could be blocked, Kyle used most of his resources on Tiga. This also makes the experience provided by the practice room of Tiga more and more. In 2.5 years, this span may look a bit long at first glance, but compared with the lifespan of Starry Sky and the large number of lives wasted during the interstellar journey, this little time is nothing. And as the Tiga continues to upgrade, this time will only get shorter and shorter. It will take about 2 or 3 years to rule a family of interstellar nobles. Although it is many times faster than Bandy's side, as long as the number can increase, its scale is still very considerable. The central area of the entire Star Federation, interstellar nobles such as Poulsen, are tens of millions or tens of millions. After all, they are just a little at the bottom of the Star Federation. Their lives may be so superior to the real bottom of the universe that they are unimaginable. But this is like in ants and humans, the resources and treatments they enjoy cannot be compared. The ordinary people in the interstellar here are ants, and the interstellar nobles are people. And people will also be divided into different levels. Some people pick up garbage every day to make a living and rely on resources that others don't need, while others are frugal and luxurious. In the Monty Star domain alone, there are not hundreds of millions of aristocrats like the Poulsen family, but tens of millions. It's not harmful to just a few hundred or thousands of ruled by Kyle. But for Kyle, the benefits these families can bring to him are. Perhaps, in the future, he might even be able to create a galaxy that survives entirely by members of the Twilight Pirates. After all, he has tried it. The planet can also be bound to become a pirate ship under the Dusk Pirates by consuming a large amount of star coin. At that time, Kyle can build a training room on the planet. Then use the low-level character card to contract all the intelligent life of the entire planet, and then let them continue to practice in the cultivation room, providing Kyle with a steady stream of power. Now that only hundreds of thousands of pirates have given Kyle such strength. In the future, if it is a pirate group of hundreds of millions, billions, or hundreds of billions, and practice at the same time, then how terrifying the power they can provide to Kyle. I've decided. Kyle clapped his hands at the desk. The next step is to conquer the interstellar nobles. Collect star coin and then turn the pirate world into a pirate ship belonging to Dusk. Since we want everyone in a world to enjoy the benefits brought by the system, Kyle will certainly not favor one or the other. As the saying goes, the fat and water will not flow to outsiders' fields. What's more, the pirate world itself is full of mystery. Especially when we learned that there is a high-level energy in the universe that only the strongest is qualified to control, wish power. A long time ago, Vegapunk proposed that the devil fruit is a fantasy energy transformed by people's wishes. Think carefully. Isn't this a way to gather the power of will into substantial power? You must know. Even the cosmic-level powerful people cannot control their wishes, but such a law actually appeared in the pirate world. This is very intriguing. Kyle and the others have decided to go back to the pirate world in a while. Now, he has other reasons to have to go back. To Chapter 98 Going Home. Monty Star Field, Central Area. A life planet with a size comparable to a star, standing magnificently between the starry sky like a royal star. The surroundings of this life planet do not provide it with light and heat, but it spontaneously produces all conditions that are sufficient for life to survive. After all, this planet is originally made of a star. Only the territory of this strongest man in the star field. At this time, in a brilliant palace on this planet, a human being in rough cotton and linen clothes that was incompatible with this palace was sitting safely on the throne of the highest power. Suddenly, the man suddenly raised his head as if he sensed something. A pair of silent eyes slowly opened. And it was also in this moment that the whole world seemed to be bright, full of vitality and color. This guy who dresses like an ordinary villager is the ruler of this star field. A cosmic peak realm powerhouse who climbed from the bottom to the top of the star field step by step, Monty. After waking up, Monty saw the 8th level cosmic powerhouse kneeling in front of him. His expression did not change much, as if he had known it for a long time. He asked calmly, but his voice seemed to come from the void between heaven and earth. Have you investigated it clearly? President Monty, it's been found out. Hearing the question, the person kneeling on the ground immediately reported. We caught a group of cosmic pirates who were making trouble outside the Central Star Domain. According to the results of the Soul Search Survey, they are indeed soldiers from the Ryan Star Domain and have been lurking for a long time. According to the news I have heard in other star domains recently, that guy Ryan is likely to be preparing to attack the domain master level. Hee. After hearing the situation reported by his subordinates, Monty's expression did not change much but just smiled softly. Immediately, his eyes that seemed to contain the entire starry sky drooped slightly. I actually turned my attention to the Monty Star domain as soon as I came up. I felt that I was helpless, so I was easier to bully. The eyes as dim as if the planet was destroyed flashed in Monty's eyes. Very good. I didn't know how to expand the territory of the star field without provoking those guys around. Since you came to the door on your own initiative, you can't blame me. Monty's mouth, sitting on the throne, slowly raised his mouth, revealing a kingly smile that was completely inconsistent with his outfit. Another 3 years later. Strange. The pirates here have been wiped out. Morgan, with sharp claws, stood in the void, looking at the contact place that should have been decided with surprise. Thanks to the power of the character card and system, until now, the Ryan Galaxy has not known the news that Morgan has been rebellious. It was precisely because of this that he had enforced many fishing and law enforcement for the Twilight Pirates over the years, transforming soldiers from the Ryan Star Domain into Kyle's subordinates. Originally, he used his usual means to meet another group of old comrades, disguised as a space pirate here. But now that the agreed time has passed, he has not seen any traces of the starship running. Is it because my identity was discovered? Morgan couldn't help but rub the fluff on his chin, and a difficult expression appeared on his face. After a while, he suddenly waved his hand and ordered the members of the 4th team behind him. The situation has changed. Let's go back to Tiga first. As for orders, Captain. The soldiers who were originally Ryan Star Domain and who joined the 4th team with Morgan immediately received the order and immediately acted quickly to return to the starship belonging to their 4th team. As soon as he returned to the starship, Morgan immediately dialed the contact device for the Tiga, the video telephone from the Doraemon world. This is a B-level prop that Kyle obtained when he was smoking a ball, but in this vast universe, its value is even more important than that of S-level. Just because it has a very simple function. That is, between two video phones, you can directly chat with video as long as you know the other party's number, ignore the distance, and ignore any situation. To a certain extent, although video phones cannot increase actual combat power, they can be regarded as a rule-level prop. Even if it is only B-level. On Tiga. On the captain's desk indoor, a phone ringtone with an old and retro style suddenly rang. Kyle, who was studying the new round of lottery, was suddenly stunned and immediately picked up the microphone on the phone. As the number of personnel of the pirate group became more and more complex and the composition became more complex, Kyle had to implement a hierarchy system within the pirate group. Nowadays, only those special personnel and the captains of each team can call Kyle. The phone was connected quickly, and Morgan's one-eyed werewolf face appeared above a screen with a not-so-high resolution. Morgan. Kyle was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized something, and his face suddenly became serious. What's wrong? What's wrong? After having enough star coins, Kyle collected many space starships with great fanfare and collected them into second-class ships of the Twilight Pirates. And for this these ships are equipped with corresponding facilities. Among them, there are only two types of facilities. One is a cultivation room that can no one leave and can continue to become stronger during the journey, and the other is a mapping room that can help the pirates in the evening explore the starry sky. The effect of the drawing room is to record the location where the ship passes and record it. The contents of the entire Twilight Pirates mapping room are the same, so as the number of starships increased, these starships were like scouts sent by Kyle, helping him constantly explore the back of the fog of war. As the number of starships increases, Kyle naturally does not need to leave everyone on the Tiga. The first thing he did was to equip the 1 to 10 team with a powerful starship, and then let them wander into the stars. Whether they are going to be a space pirate plundering merchant ships, or go to adventure in the starry sky, find treasures, or build a commercial empire in the vast starry sky. As long as they can find a way to earn Star Alliance coins, no matter how much, Kyle will let them go. And this is also his preparation to occupy the Monty Star domain in the future. Now the surge in members of the pirate group is becoming more and more obvious. There are pirates who come to join, there are young people they recruit when they pass by the planet, and there are also various artificial human and mechanical lives developed by scientific research troops. Almost every day, Kyle has to give character cards to thousands of people, so that he completely bid farewell to his once leisurely life and becomes a busy dog. But this benefit is also obvious. The members who joined the Twilight Pirates a few years ago have now grown up one by one. Not only have many people become stellar powerhouses, but they have also brought unimaginable power increase to Kyle, which has allowed his strength to rise again and again. Now, he is already a powerful man of level 4 and 5 in the universe. In 3 years, the strength has improved by 2 levels in succession. This growth rate is quite explosive, not to mention the cosmic level, even at the stellar level. And as the number of members of the pirates continues to increase, Kyle's speed of becoming stronger will only become more and more terrifying. Perhaps in more than 10 years, he will be able to grow into a strong man at the peak of the universe. At that time, the war between Ryan and Mont might have just begun. Certainly. One of the prerequisites is, there can be no mistakes in their plans. Captain Kyle. Something is wrong. I originally made an appointment with a camouflage team from the Ryan Star domain to capture it, but after I waited for a long time, they did not appear here as the time we agreed on. Nearby. After that, I used the special method of the Ryan Star domain to contact several other nearby teams, but without exception, they were all missing. After answering the phone, Morgan showed the outstanding characteristics of a soldier, said long story short, reported the situation as soon as possible, and attached his own ideas. I guess it was Ryan Star domain that discovered our little move and changed the contact information. Or, at this point, Morgan paused and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. The senior management of the Monty Star domain has discovered the invasion of the Ryan Star domain and has begun to launch a hidden counterattack in the territory. Oh, which one do you prefer? Kyle's expression did not change much. After all, this was something they had expected long ago. It's just a pity that it's hard to absorb the soldiers with excellent potential in the Ryan Star domain. Can be sent to the alien realm for lurking missions. Even if these soldiers are just at the lowest level, their potential still exceeds the universe pirates that Kyle encountered in the universe. More than half of them, even without the blessing of Kyle's character card, can grow to the stellar level with their own efforts. Although that may consume most of their lives. Hearing Kyle's question, Morgan thought for a moment and hesitatedly replied. I think it's the latter. Because I really can't find out, what's the flaw I exposed. This may be a bit too conceited. But the fact is that over the past few years, Morgan and the Ryan soldiers who were forced to join the Twilight Pirates have been disguising themselves incredibly outstanding. Otherwise, they would not have used a routine for 7 or 8 years. What's the latter? Hearing this answer, Kyle immediately tapped the desktop lightly. At this time, he was no longer the newcomer who had just entered the starry sky who knew nothing. Kyle already knows the information about the starry sky. First of all, the Monty star domain they are located is surrounded by 6 star domains. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, the Monty star domain was still an extremely chaotic area. Because it is located in the cracks between the 6 star domains, interstellar wars of varying scales often break out here. The 6 major star fields are fighting back and forth, and they do not give in to each other. This situation continued until nearly 10,000 years ago. A legendary figure emerged. In the midst of troubled times, I have a heart that dominates the world. Monty. A young man from a physical cultivation civilization star formed his own cosmic pirate group in the battle between the 6 major star fields and survived smoothly in the cracks. And Monty is also afraid with a terrifying speed and rapid growth. He became a strong man in the peak realm of the universe in thousands of years under the eyes of the 6 major star fields. The appearance of the strongest man also made the battle between the 6 major star fields stop instantly as if the end button was pressed. In the end, Monty contacted the senior management of the Star Federation. With the recognition of the Star Federation, he transformed this chaotic place into his own name and became the president of the Star Federation in this star field. Because of Monty's strength and the endorsement of the Star Federation, the 6 major star fields have thus become 7 major star fields. But whether it is the strength, potential or other resources of the star domain, there is still a big gap in the surrounding 6 star domains. Until not long ago, hundreds of years ago, the former president of the Ryan star domain was suddenly attacked. The attacker is exactly the current Ryan. According to rumors among the nobles, this Ryan seems to be also a cosmic pirate. His situation is almost the same as Monty, and he developed silently, which eventually amazed everyone. After hundreds of years of renovation, Ryan's ambition to be suspended seemed to expand again, and a ruthless and powerful attitude burst out. Monty's star field, officially his primary goal. Will a Monty who can become the lord of the domain by his own strength be so simple to be invaded by guys from other star fields? And Ryan, who has similar experiences and knows him very well, actually chose to use the Monty star domain as his first goal. What is all this for? Kyle looked up and glanced at the captain's interface in the system. Behind the captain's level column, there is a 2-digit number you saw, 15. And this means that Kyle is now able to obtain 1.5 times their total basic strength value from his partners. But even so, according to the level evaluation standards of Star Federation, he is only at the 4th level of the universe. How powerful will the peak of the universe be? In my mind, I felt a little curious about the styles of the 2-star domain masters, but Kyle also knew exactly what he should do now. After chatting with Morgan, he asked them to give up their original plan. After he said it, Kyle hung up the phone. Not long after, Kyle dialed the internal line of the Tiga again and reached Robin's side. Kyle directly ordered, "Robin, tell all the starships that go out to do missions, and the captives and Star Coin, so that they can all be sent to the pirate world." Stop the phone. Kyle made a crisp snap of his fingers and called out countless absent Tigas. Captain Kyle. Tiga's spirit body was like a hurricane, spinning out from under Kyle's desk and quickly condensed into the appearance of a 14 or 5-year-old boy. "Little Tiga," Kyle said with no unnecessary nonsense, smiling. "It's time to go home and take a look." Chapter 299, What's the Matter So Happy to Laugh, Second Uncle. Pirate World, Red Clay Continent. Marichoa, the Holy Land occupied by the original Tianlong people, has now become the largest government affairs center in the entire pirate world. After the sea was calm, the New World government built an elevator from the bottom of the ocean to the red clay continent at every distance at the bottom of the ocean at the bottom of the red clay continent. The holes opened by Kyle for flood discharge have been transformed into sea tunnels for ships to pass. The entire pirate world is full of prosperity under the government led by Dragon. Certainly. The main reason is that Kyle took away all the guys in the pirate world who could cause trouble. Otherwise the New World government would not have unified the world so quickly and did something that the Tianlong people government had not done. At this time, Red Clay Mainland Government Affairs Processing Hall, Office of the Energy and Power Control Logistics Reserve Office. Although her hair was slightly gray, but her face was extremely rosy, Kizaru was drinking hot tea comfortably. She occasionally glanced out the window to see the civilians who came to report various problems. Under the power of the ancient weapon, the mermaid princess Bai Xing, who had already gone to space with Kyle and others, all the sea kings in the world joined the team of the New World government. Even the world government's president, Mr. Long, has created a unique organizational system for these sea kings and extended it to animals with wisdom all over the world. After Vegapunk provided a large number of replicas of whispering fruits, the communication barriers between races had long been eliminated. Coupled with absolute strength suppression and general trend. Nowadays, the pirate world has become a safe area, both under the sea and on the land. In addition to the occasional natural disaster, the whole world is in a peaceful state. This naturally made some people who were already accustomed to war unable to adapt to this brand new world. But fortunately, this is not a difficult task for Kizaru. When it comes to fishing, except for the commander-in-chief of the Navy Aokiji, he doesn't think anyone on the entire planet would be his opponent. The reason why he was transferred to this position was not only because of his flash fruits that could provide some energy, but more because of his relatives with Kyle. This position is not open to the public at all and is only responsible for the organization of internal docking and energy equipment. We always seek victory in a steady manner, and there are few problems. In addition, the establishment of the new government, there is nothing wrong with it. This also leads to Kizaru's daily tasks, which are to read books, read newspapers, water flowers and drink tea, occasionally look at the sky outside the window, and imagine the situation of his nephew. Over the years, his old face has become round, completely different from his former appearance. Speaking of this, it's been 10 years since Kyle left. I really don't know how he is doing in the starry sky tilde. At this moment, the door of the office that had not been stepped into for a long time was suddenly pushed open from outside. Because this was once the former office site of the Tianlong People's Government, each office is extremely luxurious and spacious. The dragon, who came from behind, did not engage in any honesty. He withdrew these things that did not conform to the spirit of hard struggle, but instead used the goods to make full use of them and kept everything. Simplicity does not mean making everything ordinary. Sometimes, doing nothing can better represent the nobleness of the spirit. Just like the civilized city evaluation that is held every year. Under the great fanfare, the suffering of merchants and the people is unbearable. Or the outrageous rules of university dormitories. No one is allowed in the bed, no garbage is allowed in the trash can, and no books are allowed in the desk. Why are you? Seeing the visitor, Kizaru's eyes flashed slightly, but soon, he quietly closed his snack drawer, picked up the hot tea, and pretended to be producing tea silently. What if he did? The one who entered the house was a high-end player. Kizaru's little move could not escape his speech. You guy. Aokiji showed a helpless look on his face. After abolishing the original naval political system and changing it to a maritime police, their uniforms also changed a little. The cloak of justice, which originally represented faith, disappeared, and was replaced by a clean and neat suit and uniform. On the uniform, many buckles are reserved to prevent communication devices, police props and other items. Moreover, this uniform uses special craftsmanship, which can greatly reduce the impact fluctuations. Rather than revealing his beliefs with great fanfare, the sea police chose to hide more content and leave the benefits to all generals and soldiers. The entire army adopts the same uniform, the only difference is the medal representing the rank on their shoulders. Aokiji, wearing a thrilling uniform, walked towards Kizaru's desk with big strides. His eyes immediately glanced at the snack drawer that was not tight yet, but soon, he thought that he was coming here today to talk about the serious matter. Kizaru, it's Minister Porosalino. 3 days ago, the Adventurers Guild should have submitted an energy application report to you, but you refused. According to the regulations of the Adventurers Guild, every S-level adventurer has a chance to make a wish to the government. And the applicant for that report was red-haired Shanks, who was promoted to S-level not long ago. So the Adventurers Guild asked me to ask you what the situation is and why did he refuse it. Kizaru lazily stretched on the genuine leather rotating seat, then inadvertently stretched out her toes to completely close the snack drawer. Then he held the frame on his face and said with a chuckling. It's not that I don't want to do things according to the rules and regulations, Director Kuzan. It's really a problem with the application content of that report. Do you know what Red High wants to do if he wants those energy sources? Aokiji frowned slightly. Because it was the Adventurer Guild who asked him to take a message, he didn't ask much. After all, the Adventurer Guild is nominally an organization belonging to the Twilight Pirates. His administrative level is as high as the world government, but he is a lot higher than his maritime police chief. But since Kizaru said that, he might as well listen. Aokiji immediately took a look at the ears. Kizaru continued to chuckle and shook his head. You don't know anything. That guy red-haired wants to lead his old guys into the starry sky like Kyle. This is not an ordinary wish to travel to the moon or something, just pass it. Kizaru put down the teacup in his hand and said seriously. You know. Before Kyle and the others left, we specifically explained to us that we should never over-exploration of the starry sky until someone has the power to destroy the planet or before they come back. Always be alert to the laws of the Black Forest. Ignorance explorers may not necessarily bring us benefits, but may bring fatal dangers. Aokiji's tone stagnated. Although he felt that what Kyle said before leaving was a bit too alarmist, since it was Kyle's request, he naturally had no reason to refute it. So, I understand. I will explain it to the Adventurers Guild when I look back. And I'll also talk to the red-haired guy. We are all fathers, and they still like to make trouble like before. When Kyle invited him, he refused. I really don't know what these pirates think. If you can understand them, you will be a pirate. Seeing that his snacks were successfully saved, Kizaru immediately laughed. As for the official business mentioned by Aokiji, it was just a small matter. I understand. Since that's the case, I won't continue to disturb you. It's not too late, so I have time to invite you to have a few drinks. Aokiji half-started and made a move to leave. Okay. The lazy Kizaru waved his hand indifferently. As we all know, the so-called, having time, actually means impossible. Anyway, he didn't want Aokiji to drink a drink. Sitting in the office every day, drinking tea and reading newspapers, is there anything more leisurely in life than this? However. Kizaru suddenly frowned. Kuzan, have you heard any strange sounds? Aokiji, who had already stood up, said inexplicably, what sound? I don't know. No. Hearing Aokiji's answer, Kizaru immediately realized the seriousness of the problem and his eyes became sharp in an instant. There is definitely a strange sound. It sounds like someone is sawing wood. And Kizaru looked straight at Aokiji's eyes. Do you feel the air here seems to have become colder? No. Aokiji subconsciously avoided Kizaru's sight, but his hands were moving faster and faster. Finally, with a click sound, a bunch of snacks suddenly fell out from the back of Kizaru's desk. And on that desk, a big hole suddenly appeared, destroying the seal of the table body and drawer. There were some broken ice and fresh wood chips around the hole. Hey, your trash fell out. Really, I will just treat it as a good thing and throw away the garbage for you. As he spoke, Aokiji moved quickly picking up the snack bag on the ground, and then ran out without looking back. Even in order to prevent Kizaru from chasing him, he emitted a layer of frost and cold mist, covering the air, affecting the refraction of light, making Kizaru unable to transform elements and block the door. Aokiji, you bastard! Kizaru, who had always been leisurely, was furious and slapped the table. I just bought the desk. However, what responded to him was Peng's clean and neat sound of closing the door. Kizaru left alone, gritting his teeth and drinking hatred in the office. But after a moment, his expression suddenly changed. With a little nostalgia and comfort, he slowly sat down. It's worthy of being a soldier brought out by Senior Clap. This method of stealing snacks is indeed a skill. It can actually hide my domineering attitude. It seems that you guy has already mastered that move. Kizaru muttered alone with a gentle hum. Since Kyle left and the world entered a new era, he and Aokiji, two remnants of the old era, have had new work in the new government, but they are like tears of the times, and they are ultimately about being abandoned from the times. The existence of. In addition, both of them are old and have no descendants, so in the past 10 years, there have been some more emotions that did not exist when they were in the Navy. This also made them understand why the Warring States Marshal's office always heard the roar of, Cap. But Kizaru is not the Warring States period. He is not the one who can accept it with peace of mind after being fooled. HMPH. When it comes to stealing things, your fruitability is far inferior to me. Wait, you will always be out of your home. At that time, I will ha-ha-hey-hey. In the office, the low laughter of Kizaru suddenly sounded again. However, at this moment, a sound that unexpectedly made the Kiara suddenly come from behind him. What's the matter, so happy to laugh, second uncle? Kizaru was suddenly shocked when he heard this sound. But then, he turned around instantly and looked back. I saw a figure that he had long missed for a long time quietly appeared in his office at some point, looking at him with a smile. The expression on Kizaru's face suddenly changed from surprise to doubt, and finally turned into joy. Kyle! He suddenly screamed, and then his body turned into a flash, and came directly to his nephew, saying with surprise. Are you back? Yes, second uncle, I'm back. Kyle's tone was quiet, but there was a kind of affinity that had not been revealed for a long time. Kizaru opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything for a long time. After all, I have been used to being straight men all my life, so I can't say anything, he says stingy. Kyle smiled slightly, opened his arms without hesitation, and gave Kizaru a hug from his relatives. Long time no see, second uncle. Ha 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 ha, long time no see tilde. After 10 years, seeing his nephew return again, a tear mark was left involuntarily on the corner of Kizaru's eyes. Although he knew that Kyle had always been very sure of doing things, facing the vast starry sky, the unknown area they had. No one knows what kind of danger will be hidden. In fact, there has been no news since Kyle left, and he has been worried about Kyle's comfort. Now that Kyle's full-hearted and full shadow looked like he was, the stone in his heart fell to the ground in an instant. The hug lasted for a few seconds, and the two old men separated in time. Kizaru asked directly with concern. Tell me quickly, what have you done in the past 10 years? His concern for Kyle and his curiosity about the universe made Kizaru's face look of expectation. However, when Kyle heard this, he just smiled mysteriously. I'll tell you about this matter after everyone gets together. As he said that, his expression gradually became serious. After all, I'm back this time, but I have an important piece of information about this universe, I want to share it with you tilde. Chapter 300, Great Unification. What? Is this universe possible to be destroyed? In Mary Joa's highest conference room, after hearing Kyle's words, a group of senior officials of the world government instantly showed panic and shock. However, Kyle, who provided this information, smiled slightly, reached out to signal everyone to calm down, and said comfortingly. Don't panic, I just said it's possible. In fact, the probability of our planet being destroyed is very small, it's just not zero. So I hope everyone can be mentally prepared. However, his words did not reassure everyone. 30 years may be very long for life, but for a planet, it is extremely short. Who would have thought that before the first group of tourists who returned from the starry sky had time to bring them resources in the starry sky, they brought them such explosive news first. The Warring States period, who had retired and became an aide, looked nervous and reached out to ask. Kyle, do you have a way to stop the disaster from coming? It's a pity. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Kyle shook his head. With my current strength, I can't stop this war from coming. War? You mean, this disaster that will bring us destruction is actually a war? Long, who grabbed the point, immediately frowned and asked. Kyle nodded and replied. Yes. It's a war. Destroying this planet is like destroying an ant. War. After the words came to an end, Kyle nodded to Robin beside him. Robin, who was prepared, immediately understood and inserted the equipment prepared in advance into the body of the projection phone worm, and then projected it onto the huge curtain in the meeting. This is a basic explanation of the universe that Kyle asked Robin to make before returning to the pirate world, in order to make it easier for people in the pirate world to understand the vastness and majesty of the universe. At the same time, it also lets those guys who have no awe of anything know. The outside world will not be like the pirate world, and will be spoiled by them. That's right. The reason why Kyle said things so seriously is actually to give some pressure to those guys who are unwilling to accept the new world and unwilling to accept a more magnificent world. For example, the red-haired pirates, Hawkeye and others who had rejected the invitation at dusk. At that time, he expected that perhaps one day in the future, these guys would definitely have the idea of exploring the starry sky. This concept that is engraved in the bones cannot be washed away by time. What he needs is the change of generations. Kyle may not have minded that they have their own personality, after all, this is the world of pirates. However, in 10 years, he has seen a lot outside and experienced a lot, his mentality has long changed. Previously, because there was no new currency to draw a ballast to obtain a character card, he had to go further and step into the starry sky. But now, the problem of character cards has been solved. This time he came back, he planned to turn the pirate world into his own back garden. Let the whole people in the pirate world load the system's character card. This can be said to be a compulsory brainwash, but it is also an evolution of the entire race. And in evolution, you will inevitably encounter some bumps and bumps. Kyle has long been mentally prepared for this. He has already put his choice on his face. If anyone refuses, he can only say sorry. Because it is impossible for him to cause unstable factors in his back garden. At the same time, it is impossible for the guy who knows his secret to enter the starry sky. After seeing the battle in the starry sky that often destroys a planet, his heart became closer to the gods. A god who treats mortals as ants. Although Kyle also realized this and was not sure whether this was right or wrong, his steps would never stop. A few hours later, Robin informed everyone present all the power level planning of the universe, the 4 major civilization systems, the star domain description, and the recent conflicts between the Monty star domain and the Ryan star domain. Everyone present, whether it was Long and Sabo of the world government, the retired Warring States and Cap, or Cobra, the kingdom representative, all sat in a daze on the chair in the conference room, as if they were lost. Even though Robin's voice had stopped, they still couldn't relieve it. Straight when a cool breeze blew in from outside the window, drying the cold sweat from everyone's body, Long hesitated to ask. Miss Robin, you mean? Apart from the Twilight Pirates, the strongest man on our planet only has planetary strength in the universe, not even a single star. And the so-called stellar powerhouses are just ordinary people with a little status in the universe. Well, Robin pondered slightly, thought for a moment before answering, if the Monty star domain is compared to a kingdom. Planetary powerhouses are probably the basic citizens of the kingdom. Although they have no status, they are an important part of the kingdom and can be seen everywhere. The strong stellar rank can be regarded as local officials and have the qualifications to manage these citizens, but the number must be much smaller according to the planetary rank. As for the cosmic level, you can understand it as the powerful and powerful people in the kingdom, who are the class that truly ruled this star field. Robin used the explanation that everyone could understand as much as possible to instill information about the starry sky. At this moment, Sabo, who was already curious about the starry sky, suddenly raised his hand. After seeing this, Robin nodded immediately. "Mr. Sabo, please say." Sabo stood up, sorted out some thoughts, and slowly spoke. "Miss Robin, you just said that the planetary rating is equivalent to a citizen in the star field. But you said before that the planetary strong man is the weakest and has the combat power of R7 warfare sea level. So what is the existence under the planetary rating in the universe? This question is good." Before Robin could answer, Kyle, who was standing beside him, suddenly put down his chest-looping arm, walked to the stage with a serious look on his face, blocking the position of the speaker Robin. His eyes were solemn, looking at Sabo, who became nervous because of his sudden interruption, and slowly spoke. "In the universe, the existence under the planetary rating counts nothing." Kyle's answer made everyone present frown. But what Kyle added next made their faces change drastically. Kyle glanced at everyone, especially those guys who were not as strong as planets in the audience, and then slowly explained. "Just like the existence that the dragon people call themselves gods, in the universe, the existence under the planetary rank is the mortal in the eyes of the dragon people. No. Even an existence that is even more unbearable than a mortal. Because there are infinite races and infinite lives in the universe. Although many races have bodies similar to us, for them, we are completely different creatures. Animal that can be talked about. Just like we can see pigs, cattle and sheep being slaughtered safely, in the universe, the existence under the planetary rank is the animals that can be slaughtered at will in the eyes of other races. Insects. Can you understand if I say this? How is that possible?" Sabo's body trembled slightly, and for the first time he was shocked by the cruelty of the universe. But Kyle continued, "This is the universe. The infinite field makes this place full of infinite possibilities. Everyone, although I know that you finally overthrew the rule of the Tianlong people and became the masters of this planet. But I have to remind you that in the distant starry sky, there is a world that is more cruel than the Tianlong people's government, waiting for you. The star-level powerhouse has the power to destroy the planet, and the cosmic powerhouse has the power to destroy the galaxy with a wave of his hand. Maybe you can't understand how terrifying this power is, but you can refer to the ants at your feet. Just as you can bend down and easily destroy a group of ants, the strong people in the universe can also wave their hands and easily destroy the planet we are on. What does it have to destroy you have to do with you? This is the universe. Only the strong are worthy of survival the universe." Kyle's serious tone completely conveyed his understanding of the universe to everyone here. Although in order to collect the power of wishes, the highest commander of the star domain generally makes more civilizations born in his star domain as much as possible. But this situation usually only occurs in the center of a star field. The location of the pirate world is already considered the outermost area of the Monty star domain, and the junction of the Monty star domain and another named Honglan star domain. Because the territory of the starry sky is not so accurate, in order to avoid misunderstandings, people rarely send people here in both star fields. This may also be the main reason why the pirate world has not established long-term contact with extraterrestrial civilizations for such a long time. But equally, once a war breaks out between the two star domains, this position will also become a must-fight place for military strategists. Once there are cosmic-level powerful people fighting nearby, it will be normal to destroy several galaxies. After all, in the registration of the Star Federation, the pirate world is just a newborn civilization with flying away from the planet. Such a loss of war is completely acceptable for the battle of cosmic-level powerful people. So Kyle is not in danger hilarious. Because of the war, it is really not far from them. This is his super intuition, the prophecy he brought to him. How can it be like this? Kyle's voice, like a heavy hammer, hit Sob's head hard on the idealist. This caused his heart to be suddenly shrouded in endless despair, as if he fell into a dark swamp of chaos, unable to struggle or get rid of it. It was obvious that they finally defeated the Tianlong people who were lying on the people and sucking blood, and waited for the great liberation of the pirate world. Why is their world going to be the same as before in a stable life for a few years? And a world where there is no human rights under the Seven Warriors Sea. Then, what is the meaning of all this they did? Sab Long, who was sitting next to Sabo, noticed the disorder of Sabo's breath, and he immediately frowned and shouted softly. Although he also felt how small he was to the universe after listening to Kyle, he did not lose hope for everything. Just as he resolutely formed a revolutionary army after seeing the ugliness and darkness of the world government in the Navy. Mr. Long. Sabo, who was woken up, took a deep breath. Although he stopped his body trembling, the pessimism in his mind was reluctant to dissipate. Well. Seeing Sabo like this, Long sighed. But immediately, he stood up and said. His Excellency Kyle, since you specifically called us here, I believe you should have an idea. What should we do to protect the pirate world from being hurt? Mr. Long is really smart. After Long finished speaking, the serious expression on Kyle's face unexpectedly slowly melted, and then a calm smile appeared. You are right, I have indeed already had an idea. Speaking of this, Kyle paused slightly, but I just don't know if you are willing to accept it. Immediately, without giving everyone any time to react, he said directly. As we all know, the Twilight Pirates have an ability that can make people become stronger quickly. I can make everyone in the pirate world join the Dusk Pirates, and then I will make everyone as powerful as possible. I think. Even a cosmic-level strongman, after suddenly seeing a planet with billions of star-level strongmans, will definitely not dare to fight around here. What's more, by that time, with talented people like Mr. Long and Brother Sabo, you might already have cosmic strength, enough to support a sky for the pirate world. Really? Hearing this, the kingdom representative Cobra suddenly stood up excitedly. What kind of cosmic powers or alien powers? To be honest, he, a feudal old man, didn't understand how he could understand it. He just knew that there seemed to be some danger in the pirate world. But after hearing that Kyle Club could join the Twilight Pirates, he immediately raised his spirits. Because he had enough time to contact the Twilight Pirates, he knew very well the benefits he gained after joining Twilight. Just like his daughter Wei Wei. She was originally just a little skilled in martial arts, but now she is the patron saint of the kingdom of Alabaston, Valkyrie. So after hearing that he could join the Twilight Pirates, Cobra, the old man-made dish, seemed extremely excited. However, at this moment, Kyle spoke softly again and smiled at everyone. But